ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لا تشم تراب بلادي وترسم أحجار ومجدك.
ميل على بلدي لتشوف كيف البحر بيضحك لا تشم تراب بلادي ترسم أحجار ومجدك.
ميل على شاطئ حيف خدلك من رمل وتذكار صورة بشوارع يافا وعلى صورة العكا مشوار.
ميل على شاطئ حيف خدلك.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
أهلا وسهلا بكم وبكل من انضم إلينا من مشاركين وحضور لهذا العام في منتدى فلسطين للشباب للنشاط الرقمي. أنا لمى أبو هلال سعيدة بانضمامي إليكم، حيث سأرافقكم على مدار 3 أيام إلى جانب زميلتي إليشيا في تقديم المنتدى. منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي بدورته السابعة يعقد هذا العام في محاولة للتشبيك والحوار ولجمع القوى بين الفلسطينيين والمناصرين للقضية الفلسطينية والنشطاء والحقوقيين لدراسة ومناقشة الآثار المختلفة للتمييز الرقمي ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمجتمعات المهمشة حول العالم، حيث يسعى للوصول إلى فضاء رقمي آمن وعادل وحر من خلال وضع الحقوق الرقمية الفلسطينية كأولوية في سياقات إقليمية وعالمية، فنطرح من خلاله تجاربنا ونتبادل الخبرات ونبني القدرات للوقوف على أهم سياسات الحقوق الرقمية وحمايتها. نذكركم بأننا سنتشارك معكم جلستنا إلكترونيا، بالإضافة لوجود حواريات وورش عمل وجاهية على امتداد الخارطة، ويمكنكم معرفة كامل البرنامج عبر موقعنا الإلكتروني. نذكركم أيضا بإمكانية طرحكم الأسئلة عبر منصة الدردشة. For you, Alicia.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the 7th Annual Palestine Digital Activism Forum. My name is Alicia Graypeck, and I'm the Media Engagement Officer with the Britain-Palestine Media Center. And I am so excited to be your MC for English this year, along with Lema, who will be MCing for you in Arabic. We're going to be accompanying you through the online workshops, sessions, inspirational speeches, introducing the event, and helping to keep everything running pretty smoothly. Pdaf is a space where our speakers and trainers have been gathered from Palestine and around the world to discuss the challenges facing Palestinian civil society and other marginalized community in the digital sphere. We have an incredible lineup for you this year that will be informative, exciting, and so much more. Pdaf is a space for developing social media activism, for building solidarity, and exchanging experiences and knowledges. If you have any questions at any point throughout the sessions or in between, please feel free to write them in the comments as well as in the chats. The agenda can be found at pdaf.net with more information about the speakers and sessions. And then, without further ado, please grab your seat, get your notes ready, and enjoy as we open up Pdaf 2023.
راح يكون عندنا فقرة موسيقية بتقدمها الفلسطينية تريز سليمان وبيرافقها من الجولان السوري المحتل باسم صفدي. نستمع إلى تريز وباسم.
Opening up Pdaf, we have for you to enjoy a beautiful musical number by Therese Sleiman and Bassem Safadi. Therese is a Palestinian singer, and she will be accompanied on guitar today by Bassem. Please enjoy.
في جبال ورا الجبال بس هي السما وحدي، في نجوم ونور دلال، كل نجمة لبحر تودي، في سكوت في سكوت بينات انقطفوا الوردي، كل وردة بأرضها بتموت بتخلق من بعدها وردي. في جبال ورا الجبال بس هي السما وحدي، في نجوم ونور دلال، كل نجمة لبحر تودي، في سكوت في سكوت بينات انقطفوا الوردي، الوردة بأرضها بتموت بتخلق من بعدها وردي. نفس السماء جامع العشاق والمكسورين، نفس البياض ساعة ولادي أو كفن، نفس النبت يوم الزفاف آخر لقاه، نفس السكوت سكوت البلادي، ولحظة قبل ما تملى الشوارع صرخة شقاق. في صحراء أولها ليل آخرها معبى أسرار، أسرار بيحملها الخيل، أسرار بتبلعها النار، لو خمدت في الجمرات أو غمرت قلب الوحدي في صوت بعده ما مات، لو مات بتخلق وردي. نفس السماء جامع العشاق والمكسورين، نفس البياض ساعة ولادي أو كفن، نفس النبت يوم الزفاف آخر لقاه، نفس السكوت سكوت البلادي، نفس السواد جامع العشاق والمكسورين، نفس البياض ساعة ولادي أو كفن، نفس النبت يوم الزفاف آخر لقاه، نفس السكوت سكوت البلادي، ولحظة قبل ما تملى الشوارع صرخة شقاق.
كرهوا الخيام واللي سرقين السلام، قريت الوردة البريئة بس سور السلك حشها، جرح الفستان خدشها، نقطة سالت من دماها، دمعة نامت فوق خدودها، فيها معنى الاحتياج، فيها معنى الاحتجاج. كان في عينها عاشق بيسأل وطني فين. مريم اسم طفلة فلسطينية كان ميلادها في المخيم يوم 11 من يناير، مش مهم بأي عام. اسم طفلة فلسطينية كان ميلادها في المخيم يوم 11 من يناير، مش مهم في أي عام. لما بدأت بالكلام كانت الأيام ألام، والليالي زي بعض، انتظار وسكوت وبرد. لما بدأت بالكلام كانت الأيام ألام، والليالي زي بعض، انتظار وسكوت وبرد. الصغار كرهوا الخيام واللي سارقين السلام، قريت الوردة البريئة بس سور السلك حشها، جرح الفستان خدشها، نقطة سالت من دماها، دمعة نامت فوق خدودها، فيها معنى الاحتجاج، فيها معنى الاحتجاج. كان في عينها شيء بيسأل وطني فين. مريم اسم طفلة فلسطينية كان ميلادها في المخيم يوم 11 من يناير، مش مهم في أي عام. مريم الطفولة مش طفولة بالمخيم، الصغار ما بيضحكوش ما بيلعبوش، مولودين والشعر شايف بين قضية وبندقية، والقضية هي القضية. اسمي مريم اسم طفلة فلسطينية كان ميلادها في المخيم يوم 11 من يناير، مش مهم في أي عام. مريم وطني كان في وطني كان في طفل، وطني زرع المحبة، وطني صار في ليل، صار في حرب، صار في ويل، صار في ناس بعينيها حرب. وطني كان في وطني كان في طفل، وطني زرع المحبة، وطني صار في ليل، صار في حرب، صار في ويل، صار في ناس بعينيها حربي. بترابك يا أرض العنيدي، في صوت وصدى عم بيقوم زرعتها بإيدي. ضل يضوي على طول مثلك يا أرض الحبيب. شغال القمر مني تخلى شبابك ضريب، يدفع من عمره سنين. وطني كان في خير، كان في كوخ، كان في طير. وطني عاش الضمير، وطني صار في نار، صار في خوف، صار في طار. وطني حرق وكوخ صغير. ترابك يا أرض العنيدي، في صوت وصدى عم بيقول كم جوع زرعته بإيدي. ضل يضوي على طول مثلك يا أرض الحبيب. شغال القمر مني تخلى شبابك ضريبي، يدفع من عمره سنين.
مساعدين بهذه الفقرة اللي قدمتوا لنا إياها، وهيك بنكون حضورنا الكريم ومشاركينا وصلنا لافتتاح منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. رح تقدم لنا كلمة المنتدى رئيسة مجلس الإدارة والناشطة في حقوق المرأة ريم عامر. نسمع لها كلمة ريم.
Thank you so much, Therese and Bassam. That was absolutely beautiful. And next, opening the forum's first day is Reem Amr. Reem is a feminist political activist and the head of Hamle's board of directors.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم جميعا باسمي وباسم مجلس إدارة وطاقم حملة المركز العربي لتطوير الإعلام الاجتماعي. أرحب بكم في منتدى فلسطين السابع للنشاط الرقمي. بالرغم من الاعتداءات المتكررة والتي يواجهها شعبنا في كل أماكن تواجده، نحن اليوم صامدون وقادرون أن نجتمع في هذا الحدث السنوي الذي ننظمه في مركز حملة بشكل سنوي لنتحدث ونتفاكر بشكل معمق حول التحديات التي نواجهها في الفضاء الرقمي الذي نحاول كفلسطينيين وفلسطينيات استخدامه لجسر هوة الشرذمة التي نعاني منها كشعب قابع تحت الاحتلال العسكري وسياساته التمييزية الممنهجة بحق شعبنا وأرضنا. ومع ذلك دعوني أعبر وبالنيابة عن مركز حملة عن سعادتنا اليوم باستضافة هذا المنتدى بشكل مركب. انتهجنا هذا الترتيب بهدف الوصول إلى جمهور المنتدى الرقمي والمتواجد حول العالم، ولنكون على الأرض مع جمهورنا المحلي ونصل له في كل المدن ابتداء من الناصرة وحيفا مرورا بالقدس، جنين، نابلس، بير زيت، رام الله، بيت لحم، الخليل، وانتهاء في قطاع غزة الحبيب. تتوزع فعاليات المنتدى لهذا العام على 3 أيام. نعقدها بشكل مركب وجاهي ورقمي. نركز في الجلسات السياساتية على قضايا متنوعة مثل تأثير سياسات إدارة المحتوى على روايات الشعوب المضطهدة، وتأثير تطبيقات السياحة والخرائط الرقمية والأرشيفات على رواية الشعوب المقموعة، وتأثير استخدام تقنيات المراقبة لتعميق التمييز الممنهج ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمجتمعات ذوي البشرة الملونة حول العالم. كما سنتطرق إلى قضايا التمييز الاقتصادي الرقمي وتأثيرها على حق الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات في الوصول إلى الحرية والعدالة والكرامة من بين العديد من الموضوعات الأخرى. أما الورشات فهي تركز على بناء قدرات النشطاء والناشطات الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمدافعين والمدافعات عن حقوق الإنسان، والصحفيين والصحفيات وطلبة الجامعات والمعلمين والمعلمات في قطاع الإعلام ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني المختلفة في مجالات القصص الرقمية الهادفة لتسليط الضوء على انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان والإرشيفات الرقمية وتغطية أخبار الحقوق الرقمية والأمان الرقمي من بين العديد من المواضيع الأخرى. إن التحضير لمنتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي هو عملية طويلة امتدت لعدة أشهر على مدار هذا العام والعام الماضي، وهي أيضاً تجربة تراكمية تعلمنا الكثير عبرها خلال السنوات السبع الماضية. مرت رحلتنا بالعديد من التحديات والأفكار والنقاشات المطولة قبل أن نصل إلى أيام المنتدى، وفي هذا السياق فإننا نود أن نشكر كل من ساهم ودعم وشارك في التحضير للمنتدى، بما فيهم اللجنة التحضيرية للمنتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي، الشركاء المحليين والإقليميين والدوليين، وأخيراً متحدثينا ومتحدثاتنا ومدربينا ومدرباتنا الأعزاء. نعلم جيداً أن الطريق إلى إنهاء التمييز الرقمي ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمجتمعات المضطهدة الأخرى حول العالم لن يكون معبداً بالظهور، ولكننا نؤمن بالنضال التقاطعي مع إخوتنا وأخواتنا في المنطقة العربية والعالم الجنوبي كسبيل لإنهاء التمييز والوصول إلى سياسات عادلة وفضاء رقمي عادل وآمن وحر. أخيراً وليس آخراً، أرجو أن يكون منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي 2023 ضيفاً خفيفاً نتعلم ونتشارك فيه تجاربنا، وأن يكون حدثاً مثمراً لنا ولكم، مضيفاً المزيد من المعلومات حول الفضاء الرقمي والحقوق الرقمية.
شكرا ريم، سعداء بوجودك. نتمنى تكون الكلمة حضورنا الكريم أعطتكم ملخص عن المنتدى وعمله، وساعدين أيضا اليوم بانضمام دكتور إسحاق سدر وزير الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، ورح نستمع لكلمته هلا.
Thank you, Reem. We're excited now to be joined today by Dr. Ishaq Sidr, the Palestinian Minister of Telecommunication and Information Technology. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحضور الكريم، السيدات والسادة، الإخوة في المركز العربي لتطوير الإعلام الاجتماعي حملة، أحييكم على تنظيم النسخة السابعة من منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي، وهذه المنصة التي نؤمن بأهمية استمرارها عاما بعد عام بشعارات تلامس الواقع الرقمي الفلسطيني وتبحث في تحدياته وصعوبات توظيف أدواته بالطرق المثلى. رسالتنا واضحة، نجتمع عليها سويا ونسخر الجهود لتحقيقها، وهي حماية الحقوق الرقمية الفلسطينية وضمان حرية التعبير والرأي والوصول الآمن للإنترنت والمعلومات. هنا تتعاظم أهمية تضافر الجهود الفلسطينية المحلية والدولية لإنهاء التمييز الرقمي ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات. الحضور الكريم، بات التواجد على الفضاء الرقمي حاجة لا بد منها في هذا الوقت، وهو ليس بالفضاء السهل، وإنما تترجم فيه تحيزات المجتمع ومشاكله من خلال ذكاء خوارزميات إدارة المحتوى. وفلسطين تشهد على الكثير من التمييز ضد تاريخها وثقافتها ورسالتها ومواطنيها، سواء أكانوا من الصحفيين أو نشطاء مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي وغيرهم. لذا نأمل من منتدى هذا العام الحالي أن تجتمع الجهود للوقوف أمام هذا التمييز الممنهج. جهودكم مباركة، وننتظر دوما مخرجات اللقاءات من منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي التي لا نغفلها ونأخذها بعين الاعتبار. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
وهيك بنكون وصلنا لبداية جلساتنا الحوارية اللي رح تكون تحت عنوان كيف يؤثر التمييز الرقمي ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمجتمعات المضطهدة عبر منصات التواصل الاجتماعي على الحقوق والحريات الرقمية. تساؤلات وإجابات تطرحها هذه الجلسة اللي بتعنى في البحث عن آثار التمييز الرقمي على الرواية الفلسطينية والأقليات والمجتمعات المضطهدة، بالإضافة للحضور الرقمي للفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات. المتحدثون بهذه الجلسة هم كارولينا بوتيرو ونديم ناشف وأحمد شهاب الدين وتنزيل خان.
Our first session today is going to be how does digital discrimination against Palestinians and oppressed people on social media affect their rights? This session will focus on the effects of relentless digital discrimination against Palestinians and other oppressed societies. Our speakers will address crucial themes like the importance of intersectionality in this fight, self-censorship, how bias can change or distort the narrative of those affected, the stereotypes that oppressed peoples are subjected to, and strategies for combating this, along with other important topics. Our speakers for the session today are Carolina Botero, Nadim Nashif, Ahmed Shihab Eldin, and Tanzil Khan.
الغزال الذي عن ضال
will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
سب العيون ومديدو يحنون غزال صغير بالمنديل يلفونه سب العيون ومديدو يحنون غزال صغير بالمنديل يلفونه وش هالغزال الذي عند دارنا مالك خسروا رجاي العسل غارب وين علم الله وين علم الله يا ظريف الطول وكفت اقول لك رايح عالغربة وبلادك احسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا
يا ظريف الطول يا ابو صنداحوك يلي رابي في دلال امك وابوك
يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شعر راسي شاب والظهر انحنى وعلى دلعونة وعلى دلعونة الهوى الشمالي غير اللونة الهوى الشمالي هب ورماني خلاني احبك يا سمار اللونة وشفرة ويا هالرابع تحصد بأرضي الدير والسر اللي بيننا وش وصلوا للغير وإن كان ما في ورق لكتب عجل حاطط وإن كان ما في حذر هيلن يا عينيا
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone, this is Mona Shtaya. I'm Hamla's Advocacy and Communications Manager, and I'll be joining you as the facilitator of this session to replace Ahmed Shahabuddin, who was supposed to join us, but for the last minute changes, he apologized. So we apologize on his behalf, and I'm really excited to join you now in this opening session to host our brilliant speakers who are going to join us along this hour, the coming hour, basically to cover our session, which should be discussing how does digital discrimination against Palestinian and oppressed people on social media platforms affect their rights. So basically, when we think of discrimination, the digitized word is likely often not what comes to our minds first. As we like Palestinians know, digital discrimination is all too common. In fact, Hamla has dedicated this year a theme for the conference to undoing digital discrimination against Palestinians. And social media platforms is one of the most important digital spaces to fight against digital discrimination. That's why I'm really glad and excited to join you in this session with our amazing panelists from not only Palestine, but from around the globe to discuss how digital discrimination impacts oppressed people around the world and what must be done to end that. And to start with, I'm going to introduce our speakers who are joining us basically from different countries around the world. We should be joined by Carolina, and Carolina, she is the Executive Director for the Colombian civil society digital rights organization Charisma Foundation. She is a researcher, lawyer, lecturer, writer, and consultant on topics related to law and technology. She works for a world where human rights and social justice guide to the development and deployment of technology. Carolina is a bit late, but she is joining us hopefully. Nadim Nashef is a social entrepreneur and digital rights defender. He is also the founder and executive director of Hamla, the Arab Center for the Advancement of Social Media. And Hamla is a Palestinian digital rights organization. Nadim is also a policy analyst at Shabake, the Palestinian Policy Network, and for the past 20 years, he has worked on community development issues. Tanzim Khan, our third and most brilliant speaker, he is a digital rights activist and has been associated with Mozilla as REPS mentor and onboarding team member. He is a long-term researcher and campaigner of rights in Kashmir. Research is focused on the digital rights violations in Kashmir and the states, as well as the broader psychopolitical and psychosocial impact of technology. Please allow me to welcome our speakers. And before we dive into our session and into the discussion, I'd like to grab your attention and to encourage everyone here to send us questions as you are listening. We do have dedicated time for questions, and we're going to answer all of them at the end of the session, but I will try to weave your questions into my prepared questions as we go as well, to ensure that we are able to get to as many of your questions as possible. You can submit your questions in the chat box at any time throughout the session. And now let me start with the first round of our questions. And like broadly speaking, what does digital discrimination look like? What does the landscape of digital discrimination look like around the world? And I think I'm gonna start with Nadim. Nadim, maybe if you wanna provide us with your understanding of what digital discriminations look like around the world, and especially for Palestinians.
Yes, thank you, Mona, for the introduction. Happy to be here, and thank all the team for the great effort that they have been doing, pulling together and organizing this amazing event. Going back to the topic, I think there are many processes that we should look at when we think about digital discrimination and digital bias that is happening around the globe, not only in the Palestinian context. We have the Palestinian context, which is in many cases is a kind of example and something that we do compare and look at it. But these power relationships, obviously, they are global. The power relationships and the toxic relationship between companies and oppressive government that are happening all over the globe. There is a process of reproduction of these power relations in a way that money and power come together. We can look more specifically about the companies who are running our internet and our online world. Basically, those companies are looking for the profit, are looking to make the money. On the other hand, we have the governments. The governments and the oppressive regimes, more specifically, are looking to control. There is, at least in the last 2 decades, there is a more and more aggressive approach by many governments to control the net, to control the freedom of expression, and basically to censor voices that they do not fit for them or they do not agree with. And this is what we are as a digital rights organization here in Palestine and all over, and especially in the global south, trying to fight against. So this is the general context. Inside this, more specifically, we can speak about bias and digital discrimination in content moderation, because what's happening is basically that certain populations around the globe, especially again from the global south, are being discriminated against, and their content is being over moderated and double moderated, while others are not. And here I'm not speaking specifically until now on the Palestinian context, but looking globally. We have mainly American-centric companies who are having their policies coming from the American policy and the American government, who are deciding who's terrorist and who's not terrorist and who's extremist and which kind of content should be there or not. Adding to that many of them are looking onto the Arab/Muslim background as something that's suspicious, that need again to be double moderated. We know about the leak of the DOI list, the dangerous organizations and individual list that was leaked by the Intercept a few years ago of Meta Company. And basically, Meta Company is mainly looking at people and organization in the MENA region, Southeast Asia, from certain color, from certain background. And not at the same time looking at what's happening in the Western world in groups who are extremists, who are also violent, and not making any kind of content moderation. So this bias on the way who's deciding who's deciding what's legitimate, what should be there, and what's extreme and should be taken, becoming more and more problematic. But this is not only about content moderation. There are also the issues that are coming around the digital economy. Who would be on the digital economy? We know that our world and our economic is going to being digitalized in a rapid manner. So the question, who control these digital economic platforms like PayPal and others, and who's being deplatformed? Because sometimes some people don't have access to that, and some people are anyway being, even when they have the access, they are kicked out from these platforms. And then we have the whole issue of creating and reproducing knowledge. So if we speak about artificial intelligence, if we speak about ChatGPT, and if we speak also about Google search engines and other Google tools, we know that all of those tools are being fed by data sets. So the question, who's making the coding, the programming, who's feeding them, and what kind of data sets, and what kind of knowledge, and which language? And obviously the end result is basically machines that think in a way that is very similar to the people and to the site that made them, which again is not the global south. It's very Western centric in the way that they are looking about things and deciding things. Lastly, I want to also point out the issue of surveillance and automation of control, automation of oppression that is happening. I mean, we have the Israeli example, the Chinese example, but again, there is lots of bias. There is a misuse of the power and the technology in the way that is controlling vulnerable and marginalized communities. And this is something that we, all of us as a digital rights community around the globe, should be looking at and should be dealing with.
Thank you so much, Nadeem. That was really fruitful and informative. I'll come back to you later on to ask further details regarding what's happening in Palestine. But now I want to say hi to Carolina, who just joined us from Colombia. We're really glad to have you here among us, Carolina. And I'd like to jump and to ask you, based on, like, I know that you have a specialty, done quite a bit of work around the digital divide. Can you please explain what the digital divide is and tell us a bit about what that looks like in Colombia, for example?
Thank you very much, and thank you all for this invitation. I am very pleased to join you. I would like to first excuse myself if some connectivity problems will reach out, and at least I will take out my camera so that you can hear me well. But in the meantime, I find very interesting what the previous speaker told, because I think these are problems that appear all around the world. But I would like to specifically address the issue of digital divide, because what we have found is that vulnerable populations, and in general, asymmetric way of people to deal with problems in life, it's very structural, and it goes from the physical world to the online world. Vulnerable populations and in general, all those who have different ways to approach life have the same problems in the digital world than those that they face in the physical world. Infrastructure is better served in the cities than in the rurality. For instance, in Colombia right now, we have around 70% of the country connected, but from that 70% is people that lives in the cities. Only 30% are those who live in the rurality. And the connectivity in the rurality, which I would focus now on, is basically depending on cell phones. Therefore, is not necessarily good connections. Most of the connections are what we call prepaid. They have data caps, which means that these connectivities, or the people who connect this way, will need to look very well what do they use this connectivity for. And in this context, having 0 rating, for instance, tends to have a bad consequence in terms of monopoly, because the apps most used in Colombia are Facebook and Messenger and WhatsApp, which means that they have benefit strongly on the 0 rating situation that will always have the people that are dependent on the data cap connections preferring these apps, so that they will not have to use the connectivity to pay these kind of services. And we have to say they have also been very good at attending this kind of population. WhatsApp, for instance, has managed to be very low, to connect in very low conditions. You can send and receive messages, and therefore it has become a rule in the rurality. Once you go, there are not many data on how this connectivity works, but once we look into it, we can see that especially women, old women, especially those from indigenous communities or ethnic background, will have it worse, or will be in a worse position to get connectivity. And this is worrisome, because then what we see is that all the asymmetric situation that we used to understand in the physical world is being again replicated in the digital environment. I would leave it this way so that we can continue talking. And again, sorry, I am also here using some pain relief in my shoulder. Thank you very much.
I hope all is going well with you, and hope that you have a speedy recovery, Carolina. But yeah, thank you so much for your intervention. I think that's really interesting to hear about digital divide in Colombia, and I think we as Palestinians can relate much more to that, especially within the complex reality that we are living in Palestine, and with the digital divide that we are witnessing, not only in accessing the internet, but also in the use of social media platforms and digital economy platforms, among others, that we are going to cover many of those digital divides topics through the three upcoming days. And before I move to Tanzil, I'd like to remind all of you to put your questions in the chat box. I'm seeing that now there are a few questions. I'm gonna take them through the conversation. But now let me move to Tanzil. And Tanzil, you're joining us from Kashmir, and we've heard from my colleague Nadim from Hamle Palestinian organization, and then we've heard from Carolina and about the situation or the status quo in Colombia. Would you like to give us your perspective as someone who's living in Kashmir, and how's that looking like the digital discrimination and digital divide in Kashmir?
Yeah. Thank you, Mona, for having me here, and thank you for organizing this session. I'm sorry I joined very late. There was a difference with the time zone. I got a little confused. I'm sorry about that.
Don't
So
worry.
yeah, so we talk about digital divide. I think in how I define digital divide is you don't get you don't get access to the internet the way other people around you or other people in the world do. So if we talk about it in that way, I think one of the major factors that is there contributing to the digital divide in Kashmir is restricting access to the internet. So as you might be aware, there have been a number of times the internet have been shut in Kashmir, and it is a common thing here. It's a normal thing here. And I think that is the major factor, that people are not able to access the internet as others do. And another experience or another factor that is there is the surveillance, as Nadim was saying. There is this self censorship, among the people here, because as everyone here knows that someone is watching over you all the time. And one of the reasons I have turned off the camera is that I have that is one of, that's this sense of like someone is watching over you all the time. So I think that makes it very hard for people to express freely, to say whatever they want online. And even if the government can tell you that we are not saying anything to the people here, or we are not threatening them, but in our minds that self censorship is there. We know that if we do something, they'll come in the night and they'll take us. So that is, I think that I can define as a digital divide. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tanzil, for explaining this and for putting this together. We stand in solidarity with you and all the Kashmiri people. We know, we are here together today to discuss in a very intersectional lens the whole thing of digital discrimination, not only against Palestinians, but also against other oppressed people around the world. and we're going to put those issues in the regional and in the international context. We're going to have more connections with our brothers and sisters in the global south, because we believe we have so many in common with people in Kashmir and also in other places around the world. And now I'm going to move to the round 2 of the questions. And it would be really great to hear some specific examples of digital discrimination that you all have worked to combat. What was the situation, and what lessons did you learn from that situations that you take forward in your work today? And I'll go back to Nadim to start with you. Nadim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mona. Actually, I want to link it also to, because our friend Tanzil was speaking about Kashmir, and to show also the link that is happening, to show that it's a pattern, how governments and how companies come together in many places, also like to oppress the weaker side, because again, when it comes to companies who want to make the profit, they want to have the market, to be able to operate in that market, and in order to do that and not to be kicked out, they need the approval of the government, and then they have agreements, and then they tend to lean towards side the government and to agree to what the government is asking them to do. And in many cases, this is what's happening, for example, between Meta and the Indian government. In many cases, they are leaning towards the position of the Indian government. Similarly, when it comes to Israel and to the Israeli government and the position between the Palestinians and the Israelis, they tend to lean to the Israeli side because they want the market, they want the profit. And this is not only obviously in Kashmir and Palestine. I mean, we're talking about cases that are one of the famous examples is the whole issue of Myanmar and what happened in the Myanmarese government, and how Facebook at that time did not do any content moderation or any takedown of the incitement that led to horrible things that we all witnessed in Myanmar. And this is part of the lessons learned that we have to take into account, and this is what we are asking these companies to be held accountable when they only think about the profiting and only think about standing inside or beside the government. So this is something that is happening in a very aggressive way. We all Palestinians know that there is an ongoing attack on the Palestinian narrative, that Palestinian content is being taken down rapidly, whether this is because of complaints that the Israeli side their unit is sending and asking the companies, specifically Meta, but also Twitter, TikTok, and others to take down. But also in many cases, the companies themselves are using keywords that are stereotyping and stigmatizing the population, especially the Palestinian one. And this automation work, this is the use of these keywords, the use of this automation is making down a huge takedown that most of it is even to many cases the machine is not understanding. So this is good. For example, the pressure against Meta and what happened with the oversight board asking to review the policy around the keyword of Shaheed, not to take it down automatically, to have a better understanding and deeper understanding. This is a progress. This came something that came because of pressure that's happening from different global digital rights, global and local organizations who have been pushing for this. But this is one example, and the road is still far away. I want also to refer that in the Palestinian case, this is not only about content moderation. The Palestinian digital economy is being stopped for different reasons, but many platforms are practicing discriminatory policies and preventing Palestinians from even using. And when some of us manage to be there, in many cases there are cases of deplatforming, of cases of crowdfunding, cases of donation to Gaza. Many of us witnessed this in the past 2 years. This is something that is only discrimination. I mean, the only example of such policies why illegitimate, illegal settlement in the West Bank can do all of this digital economy, and a nearby Palestinian village or town cannot. This is purely discrimination and purely racism that is happening. Adding to that, that also, again, with platforms that are using artificial intelligence or creating or reproducing knowledge. These platforms are also recycling these power relationships. Part of them, for example, if you ask Google search engine about Jerusalem, they are taking one side. They are saying it's Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. No questions asked. The other day, one of the activists asked ChatGPT about freedom for Palestinians, and then the question was very vague actually. And when they asked him about freedom for Israelis, was very clear and very supportive. So even these so-called artificial intelligence and new machines that's supposed to be more equal, more related to the reality, are unfortunately failing us more and more. And lastly, the whole surveillance industry that is happening by the Israeli army, but not only, also by the Israeli private sector, and the interlink that's happening between both, and using Palestinians as a kind of captured population to test and to use it as a one big laboratory for all these spywares, facial recognition, and all the technology of surveillance. Something horrible is happening there, and this is something that needs to be stopped. But this is also part of the discrimination, part of the bias on the online, and how it's being abused basically by the powerful sides against the weaker sides.
Thank you so much, Nadeem. Speaking about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, I want to mention that we are having a session on ChatGPT and to talk about biased data as well as machine learning, artificial intelligence with a PhD student in Scotland. And this session, I think, gonna be tomorrow. Around 8 p.m. I'm not sure exactly, but it's gonna be tomorrow. So make sure to attend that session, to stay online, and to keep an eye on our platform. Now, let me go back to Carolina, and what examples, Carolina, comes to your mind when we are talking about digital discrimination in basically in Colombia?
I would like to bring some ray of hope on the way we are also tackling the issue of digital divide. There is this concept of the last mile, and for people in the last mile, usually vulnerable population, the capacity to connect in a way that is meaningful for work or educational purposes, for instance, or even entertainment purposes, is very, very hard, and it will, in places like Colombia, take still at least a couple of decades. We believe that it is very unpleasant, for not say completely unjustifiable, to tell these communities you have to wait. Therefore, we have been working to try to find solutions that are in their hands to diminish this terrible digital divide. One of the things we've been doing during the last years and proved very, very important during the pandemic was to facilitate to this community something that is called the local server. So using, especially in the educational sector, the computer or the cell phone or the tablet, but mainly the computers of the teachers, to facilitate a local server that then will provide a Wi-Fi signal and will allow the students to connect through their cell phone, tablets, or any device, and access the content that is hosted in the teacher's computer. With very basic software, we are able to provide an important landscape environment for teachers to facilitate digital technology environments for educations. This proved very important during pandemic in very isolated places of the reality of Colombian. Teachers were able to continue at least a way of education. This, of course, cannot be compared to a proper virtual environment, but it allows the community that has nothing to start a process and try to keep the pace for future, for instance, laboral conditions. We did this in the Wayuu community. This is an indigenous community at the north of the country, about 1 million people that share territory between Colombia and Venezuela. And one of the main problems they were having is that when the children moved to capitals to continue higher education, they, among many reasons why they leave school, is because they are faced one day to another to technology, digital technology. So we believe these kind of opportunities can at least gap some of the problems, at the point that they were having a small incubator of a Wikipedia in Wayuu, because that's also something else. They have their own language that is a minority language. They were elaborating a Wikipedia, but it was very hard for them due to the connectivity conditions. With the local server, in 2 years, they were able to produce a full Wikipedia that was 2 months ago recognized as the first indigenous community official language Wikipedia, because it went out of the incubator and out to the world. These are, I believe, some hope. Of course, it cannot be considered a full connectivity. It has a lot of barriers still, but it gives a rainbow, a kind of ray of hope, because it allows the communities themselves to fight for what is, in other way, a very terrible digital divide.
Thank you so much to hear about the light in the tunnel in your intervention, Carolina. And I believe there is still hope. That's why we are working in digital rights sector, and why we are still defending and trying to hold tech companies and governments accountable, and trying to push back to end the digital discrimination, and not only end digital discrimination, but rather undoing the digital discrimination against oppressed people around the world. I'd like now to take one of the questions that were shared in the chat box from Rima. And Rima is asking you, Nadim, has Hamle or other local human rights organizations engaged in a litigation toward holding Israeli occupation and the Palestinian Authority for violations of digital rights of Palestinians, including those living abroad, transitional oppression?
Yes, actually, in the courts, I remember that in some cases, Adala Center tried to challenge a few issues, specifically the work of the Israeli cyber unit. So the Israeli cyber unit, which is a unit that is based in the Israeli Ministry of Justice, and they basically are the side that is requesting from the side of the focal point in front of the company, and asking them to reduce or to make the takedowns about certain pieces of content. The challenge, the legal challenge, was not successful as we predicted, because in many cases also the Israeli legal system is protecting those arms of it, and in general the Israeli court did not prove itself, despite all the demonstrations lately that are happening, that sometimes you can imagine that there was a great successful judicial system, but actually not. In most of the cases, the verdicts and the behavior of the court was to protect the system and the army and the military. So there was not really a successful case that we can speak about challenging from within. I know that there are lots of thinking to hold companies accountable, not within the Israeli system, not within the Palestinian system, but through European or US-based courts. And I think this is something that is more viable. And if this avenue would bring us to a place that we can hold them accountable and things can improve, so why not also to think about this and to do it.
Thank you so much, Nadim. I'm gonna move now to the third question, and this question is basically for the three of you. So please bear with me. So now that you have grounded us in a much better of our understanding of what the problem is and how it manifests itself, what is our pathway forward? in each of your opinions, what is the most needed and strategic to create positive change for the future? And I think I will ask Tanzil to start with this question. Tanzil, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sorry, can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
Of course. So now that you have grounded us in a much better of our understanding of what the problem is and how it manifests itself, what is our pathway forward? In each of your opinions, what is the most needed and strategic to create positive change?
Okay. So I think the first thing is that we have to depend less on the government, on the judiciary, because as we have seen in most of the cases, the government that is going against you, the government who is oppressing you, their judiciary is not going to help you that much. They may for just to balance their image, they may give some statements that yeah, this is wrong and this should not be happening, but on the ground you don't see much happening. So as far as digital discrimination is concerned, I think we need to have more organizations like there is oversight board in Facebook, very similar to that in other platforms that we use online. And maybe not just social media platforms, but other websites that we use, there should be some oversight board or something who we can approach and tell them to revise this policy, or tell the government, like for example, if in Kashmir a number of websites have been blocked, and recently Element app, the Braille app that people use offline and that people use to chat offline, that has also been banned. So if there is such an organization who we can approach and say that this government has banned these many apps in this region, you should do something about it. You should pressurize the government to unblock it, or let people use it, like the way we have International Court of Justice. Similar to that, there should be some organization who we can approach, because the oppressor, you cannot approach the oppressor to tell them to not oppress us. They that's what they do. So there should be someone else who you can approach. So I think there is a positive things happening. We are seeing change. Like before 7 to 8 years, there was no oversight board, and there was not much talk about digital rights. People were not aware of their rights. They were not aware that they are the products. And Facebook is not the product, but the users are the products. So I think this more awareness is required, like Hamle is doing. I get an email every week from Hamle about their work, what they are doing, their reports, and I think that is great. That's how we aware people. So yeah, I think the first thing is to have more awareness, and second is to have strong organizations, powerful organizations who have the power to question the authorities who do the digital discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanzil. Carolina, would you like to go?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mona. I was thinking that one of, I believe, the important challenges that appear for this question is, how do we manage to give to provide or to give the vulnerable communities, and I'm thinking about Colombian rural communities, for instance, the capacity to ask for both the government and the companies what they want. Because if they are kept isolated and with very bad connectivities, with very expensive connectivities, with limited connectivities, what they can ask is something quite basic. If they are able to understand the capacities, the potentialities of connectivities, and how these can provide them with more access and more capacity to reach out for rights and a rights-based society, I believe the kind of asks that they can do to these companies and government will be very different. I'm thinking, for instance, while governments are having a huge bet for e-government and have been transitioning to digitalize all government services, what is left for communities in the rurality, very vulnerable communities, is for queues, for requests for appointments that end up being in 2 months, just to get, for instance, the ID that will open the door for many other services. And they spend so much time on that it is hard for them to understand that if that is just something paperwork that should be done very fastly, and that they deserve to have this kind of expedite process as the people in the city have, for instance, it is much. They once have these, and they can devote more time to ask for the rights, to claim for access to information, to find ways to make the government and the companies, I'm thinking right now on the public part, but of course this can relate also to other private situations. They can ask better, they can ask more, and they can do it in their context, which are very different to those of people in the city, for instance.
Of course. Thank you so much, Carolina. And Nadim, off to you, but please try to be brief as much as you can, as I will have like one tiny question from the chat box. Please go ahead.
Yes, sure. So I think if we are looking like for more positive experiences or a kind of successful stories, maybe that we can learn lessons from, and we can think how to repeat them and how to plan and to strategize our work as a civil society organization. I think the experience that happened after Sheikh Jarrah and during Sheikh Jarrah uprising in May 2021 is something interesting, and it's an interesting experience that we have to learn. Because what's happened there in terms of content moderation and the bias that was happening there, and the discrimination that was happening there from all the sides of the social media companies who were colluding and who were cooperating with the Israeli government, who was trying to censor the Palestinian narrative and the story. And we had basically human rights defenders who were defending their houses on the time, on the online, and making live stories and broadcasting from real life. And people were following, people were showing lots of compassion, lots of solidarity with them. And obviously the side of the other side wanted it to be censored. Now the pressure, and this is what happened actually in the end, and the pressure that these companies faced later on, the accountability that came from human rights organizations, civic society, even from mainstream media and from influencers on the social media, and calls to boycott that made shake them. And I think later on the recommendation of the oversight board to Meta company to have a check, to check its policies regarding the bias in terms of comparing Hebrew language content moderation and Arabic language content moderation. And the result was that they commissioned PSR, independent side, to check. PSR did human rights due diligence that we at Hamle and others worked with them and provided them with numbers and examples. And the results of this report of this basically human rights due diligence that was done to content moderation in Hebrew and Arabic in May 2021 led to a first recognition, like official recognition by Meta to say, yes, there is bias, maybe by their own word that it's not intentional one, but they recognize this, that there was bias. And this is something come after many years of work. Like we in Hamle have been saying this and working against this since 2014-15, and we reached this in 2022. So basically, when groups are organized, when there is coordination between civic society, when local and international, regional are putting together, when influencers are also, and there is the right advocacy work that is happening, and also there is an intervention that's coming from mainstream media. All of this pressure accumulated to a certain leverage in front of the company that make them to change at least to recognize and hopefully to change their policy. So this is maybe just a little story that we can think about how to organize ourselves in the future in a way to find these discriminations and hopefully to change them.
Thank you so much, Nadeem, Carolina, and Tanzil. So just our technical officer told us that we are going to have some extra time. So apologies for just told you that we don't have time, Nadeem, previously. But that's really great because we can have some questions from the chat box. And to be honest, I've seen some of our attendees were asking about or questioning the importance of the human rights work and the international human rights organizations and their studies, reports about and how that could help us as Palestinians, but also as oppressed society in highlighting the digital discrimination and how we can, is that contributing basically to push back? And maybe here I'd like to ask the three of you to also highlight maybe the intersectional work that you are trying to do through those efforts, not only the reports, but also through the advocacy work. And if you would like, Nadeem, maybe you can start.
Yes, I mean, going back to what I mentioned before, the word Shaheed as example, as something that is related to many cultures and societies. I mean, and not only obviously to the Palestinian context, but much wider, because this keyword is being used in many Arab and Muslim background countries. And in many cases, this has been looked at. If you are mentioning or calling somebody Shaheed, you are encouraging violence and you are inciting, etc. Something that from a very, let's say, Islamophobic approach, looking at the world, not understanding its nuances, not understanding when it's being used and how, and that it has so many uses and different contexts and nuances. And I think it's an example because many organizations and many people and many writers and intellectuals have been referring to the company, asking them not to take down automatically this word and to stop this behavior, because obviously people have the right to mourn their dead people. People have the right to speak about it, to speak about their griefs, and the company has no right to take them down. And not necessarily if you're grieving somebody or mourning somebody, that you're inciting for any violence. Adding to that there is context for this. So this could be somebody who's killed on the way to work, Shaheed al-Ilm, Shaheed al-Amal, somebody who being killed in different context and then realizing. So the point is that again, this is an example of something that has been lots of work, including us from Palestine, but also from other areas around the globe, pushing the company and meeting with individuals and officials inside the company and discussing and having different positions and papers coming from academics and intellectuals and trying to give the right context for the world, and then finally, hopefully, that this policy would be adjusted.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nadeem. And yeah, of course, I would echo what you've started. And since you mentioned the word Shaheed and the policy advisory opinion, that Meta basically asked the oversight board, for a consultancy on, in the previous couple of months. I'd like to also highlight that we are hosting Meta's oversight board in 2 sessions. One of them, it would be tomorrow, and one of them gonna be the day after, where we can discuss the role of the oversight board and how we can collaborate with them on put more pressure on Meta to hold them accountable and to push back for policy change. Because we can sometimes restore a piece of content here and there or restore a suspended account, but that's not the true change that we need for the long term, but rather that's like a small fixes here and there for individual cases. To have more just in this digital space, we need to have really good policies, good quote unquote, I mean like fair policies for everyone, where everyone can share their opinion freely and openly on in those spaces and advocate for their rights without having a censorship or a monitoring for their voices. I'm gonna now move to you, Carolina, to tell us more about the importance of the international organization's work in publishing reports and advocacy efforts. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think this question is very, very important because one of the things that had happened with the current digitalization situation with digital technologies in general is that we have a complete shift from a national landscape to an international landscape. Therefore, it is just necessary to do advocacy at international level and to understand problems from an international perspective. Having organizations working at international level is basic to not just showcase what is happening locally, but also to create impact at a local level. This is a different landscape from what we used to have before, because the truth is that many of the decisions that are taken by companies are decided for the whole world. Even if we from small countries do not participate, they will have impact for us. This is why I believe your statement that how important it is for us to have international reports and international advocacy efforts is so crucial. It also needs, I believe this is what the previous speaker was saying, we should not stay there, right? There are lots of local nuances and regional nuances that need to be addressed. How are we able to do that is another big challenge. But it of course means that more and more small communities, minorities are left in a worse position. And the only way they can make their voices heard is by international solidarity and the capacity that that organizations such as the ones that are speaking today here have to raise their voices internationally. I also would like to point out to the fact that this is a huge challenge for governments that, especially in small countries, will need to deal with much more complications, complex scenarios than they used to before. This is something we're just learning now, and it will shape our policy space for the next decades.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Carolina, for sharing this. And I think now it's your turn, Tanzil. Would you like to share with us the importance of the international work, basically on advocacy and publishing reports? Do you think that that's helping you in Kashmir?
Yes, I agree with Carolina. I think it's important to document the work that you do, and it's not just about awareness and showcasing your work, but it's also for advocacy and to present the data as proof. When the authorities are challenged legally. So because in that case, the data or the information that you have, if that is not processed, if that is not made out in form of a report, it's very difficult to present that as a proof when you challenge some authority legally. So I think having an international organization work on and publish your work or publish the report is important. And I think this more collaboration is required between the international organizations if you are to work together on some research, because if you're working on some projects and some other organization is working on the same project, it could be just maybe you're wasting resources. So I think collaborating with organizations and making use of each other's resources and platforms, it will help you publish a better report, do a better research, and have more people read it. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kashmir. And I've been like going over the questions in the chat box. I believe we covered many of them, and many others could be covered or will be covered in other sessions, like the ChatGPT one, and other sessions and other topics going to be basically covered in other sessions. So I highly encourage you to keep an eye on HubN and to stay online to join all of our sessions so you can share your expertise, your knowledge, and hear our brilliant speakers who are joining us from around the globe. And I just want to also thank all of our partners who are partnering in this session, in this Pdaf, with 60 partners from around the world on the local, regional, and international level. And we are hosting 90 speakers, trainers, and facilitators to join us in this Pdaf. And I'm gonna go like just for a last round of questions, and each one of you gonna have only 2 minutes. So please, let's stick to that. Let's try to stick to that. And my last question is, when we are talking about undoing digital discrimination, not only ending digital discrimination, then we are talking also about how we can discuss or how we can deal with the implications that the digital discrimination is leaving, or is like how we all know that digital discrimination is basically have a short-term implications on oppressed people, and the longer-term one, the short-term one, is oppressing their voices, censoring them, and like affecting their narrative in the online spaces. But if we look on the longer-term one, we can also see that there are some cases where such biased data and biased content moderation policies are also contributing to labeling and stereotyping people. In the case of Palestinians, we've seen like many of Palestinian human rights defenders as well as organizations are also like labeled as quote unquote anti-Semitic or terrorist, and I believe there's something happening like that in Colombia and in Kashmir and in Myanmar and in other places around the world. So it's not only the problem with ending the digital discrimination, but also how we can deal with those implications, with those longer term implications for the digital discrimination. And maybe I can start with you, Nadim. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think in general, most of the digital discrimination in our context is coming as a tool, as a method to control us from the Israeli side. I mean, if we are talking about content moderation and policies of the companies, many of these policies are coming from an Israeli request or by Israeli pressure. If we are talking about the surveillance industry, it's 100% Israeli, and we are the ones who are suffering, and it's come to make it a kind of automated apartheid and occupation where the control is much easier for the Israeli army, for example, and other cases where basically people are not allowed to join, the benefit of technology, where Palestinian people are not allowed to join certain platforms and to do it. So obviously all of these are putting us in a way backward situation, like economically backward situation. And even if I go further and speak about, for example, the whole issue of the Palestinian telecommunication sector, the Palestinian telecommunication sector is totally controlled by the Israelis since 1967. All the infrastructure is controlled. Any equipment that Palestinian telecommunication companies would want to bring it have to get approval of the Israeli side, the Israeli occupation army, and the result basically is that the whole infrastructure is backward and people are not able to be benefiting. I mean, the world now is running with the fifth generation of cellular companies, while in Gaza Strip is the second generation, and in the West Bank only lately in the third generation. So imagine how much this is a big damage for the economy, for the development, and basically this is a way to make sure that this society is being weakened again and again and has no possibility to move forward or to get independent or to develop to a much better place where the rest of the world and the communities are in.
Thank you so much, Nadim. Carolina, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. digital discrimination is completely linked to physical discrimination, to offline discrimination. And therefore, all the problem is that we have in our societies, whether it is the Palestinian society or the Colombian society or the Kashmir society, very structural problems that has to do with our context, our policies, our cultural backgrounds, etc. And those are being transferred to the digital environment. The problem is that digital environment has certain characteristics that increase the impact, that produce, even if only the sensation, but it looks bigger, greater, and it does have a specific and real impact in people's lives. But we cannot disconnect both of them. It is impossible to address digital discrimination without addressing physical or online discrimination. This is why I think that only looking into content moderation or content moderation rules is a mistake, because at the end it's like, I don't know how to say this in English, but when you put up the carpet and you throw all the dust underneath the carpet and put it up. It's like only hiding the problem. It's not really facing the problem. And while you were doing the question, I was thinking of the protest. In 2021, we had huge protests in Colombia after more or less when the pandemic was finishing. And part of it, the government reaction was to label protesters as terrorists, as vandalists, as with tags that can easily be used by artificial intelligence to then do specific content moderation or create a discourse of hate, of whatever. But the main problem is, in real life, this also makes it a target. These people, protesters, most of them young people with real reasons to be there in the streets, they become targets of certain laws that are more strict and have important consequences for them. So I believe we need to continue looking at the problem in a more holistic way and try to understand that the issue of digital is a tool. So we need to address not just the problem in the digital, but also in the offline world.
Totally agree. Like, we can't overcome the digital discrimination without talking about and ending or undoing the physical discrimination that we as oppressed people are exposed to on our day-to-day life. And I think that with the constant work of such human rights organizations, like your respected organizations, we can, of course, do something or undo the digital and the physical discrimination against oppressed people. We only have 1 minute to you, Tanzil. If you would like to add anything to this question, that would be wonderful. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I totally agree with Carolina. Digital discrimination is just a small part of what people facing the digital discrimination are facing overall. It's a part of a bigger picture. So, for example, if we talk about Kashmir, in the people who are facing digital discrimination here are facing other major issues like some of their close relatives are being killed, some are being arrested, in places like Palestine, someone's home has been bombed. So those are some major bigger issues that people are facing, and that is one of the reasons that people don't talk much about digital rights violations, because there is certain other things happening that can take their life, so they're more concerned about that. But at the same time, I really think that the digital rights are important as human rights, but they have to go in they have to go together. When we talk about digital rights, we have to talk about human rights as well. So yeah, but I think the work we do, and we hope to continue, we will go a long way, and yeah, we'll make an impact, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Tanzil. Thank you so much, Carolina and Nadim. It was my pleasure to join you over the past hour to discuss with you the digital discrimination and its implications on oppressed people and their narratives on the online spaces. We all know that we're now all aware that the digital discrimination is well connected with the physical or the real world discrimination. And I hope through our intersectional work and through our advocacy efforts, we can overcome this together. I believe we are stronger together, and we can reach to, or we can, hopefully we can have a free, fair, and just digital space very soon. Thank you so much. And here we are closing our session, and we're going back to our MCs. Off to you, Lama and Alicia.
يا ظريف الطول وكفتك رايح عالغربة وبلادك أحسن لك خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني أنا يا ظريف الطول يا أبو صنداحوك يلي رابي في دلال أمك وأبوك يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شعر راسي شاب والظهر انحنى وعلى دلعونة وعلى دلعونة الهوى الشمالي غير اللونة الهوى الشمالي هب ورماني خلاني أحبك يا سمار اللونة وشفرة ويا هالربيع تحصد بأرضي الدير والسر اللي بيننا مش وصلوا للغير وإن كان ما في ورق لكتب عجل حاضر وإن كان ما في حذر هيلن يا عينيا.
شكرا منى وشكرا لكل المشاركين معنا في الجلسة الأولى. هيك بنكون وصلنا إلى ختامها وننتقل إلى الجلسة الثانية لهذا اليوم حول تأثير تطبيقات السياحة والخرائط الرقمية والأرشيفات على روايات الشعوب المضطهدة. لا شك أنه جربنا أغلبنا استخدام جوجل للخرائط مثلا، أو لاحظنا عدم وجود بعض المناطق، أو شاهدنا حجوزات عبر تطبيقات مختلفة لبيوت داخل مستوطنات غير شرعية. بهذا النطاق رح نتحدث خلال هاي الجلسة مع أحمد دراوشة، وهو صحفي فلسطيني اللي رح يحاور ليلى عباس، ورح ينضم لنا توماس بنغول وإيمان عليان. نتمنى لكم وقت ممتع.
Thank you so much, Mona, and everybody for your amazing session. We really appreciated that. So on to our next. Most of us use Google Maps to get around on the daily. But when you use Google Maps, have you ever thought about what might not be there? Maybe you've seen an ad for a rental in an illegal settlement. Well, this next session, how do tourism apps, digital maps, and archives influence narrative of oppressed peoples? It's going to be a fascinating one. Today we have Ahmed Daraouche moderating, and our speakers will be Leila Abbas, Thomas Van Gool, and Iman Alian. Thank you so much.
مساء الخير واهلا وسهلا فيكم في هاي الورشه. طبعا احنا او انا شخصيا انتمي الى جيل اللي ما بعرف وكيل سفر، ولا بعمره اذا اختار السفر راح عند وكيل سفر معتمد وما الى ذلك. نختار دائما الدخول عبر التطبيقات والمواقع المتخصصه. اذا بدنا نسافر بالسياره فبستخدم ويز، اذا بدي اسافر على اوروبا او اي مكان اخر بستخدم البوكينج، وبستخدم تطبيقات اللي معظمها مستخدم دوليا كمان. ولكن في صعوبة كفلسطيني تحديدا كعربي داخل الخط الأخضر، لما كنت أتوجه للضفة الغربية كنت أواجه صعوبة جدية. دائما الطرق اللي بسلكها هي مش الطرق اللي أنا بدي أسلكها، ومش بسبب الأزمة، ودائما باللحظة اللي بدي أفوت فيها على رام الله، باللحظة اللي بصل فيها عند قلنديا يتوقف الويز عن العمل، وما بعرف كيف أوصل لهناك، وأخذ لي سنين كل مرة أكتشف طريقة جديدة حتى أصل. ويتضح إنه هاي مش مشكلتي لوحدي، إنما مشكلة الشركات هاي، وتحديدا شركة جوجل، وهي واحدة أو هي أكبر شركة في العالم في التعامل مع الموضوع الفلسطيني، تحديدا في جوجل مابس. تتجاهل المستوطنات الإسرائيلية، تتجاهل تعريفها على أنها غير قانونية، تفضل الطرق التي تمر منها على الطرق الفلسطينية، وتختار أيضا من أجل الوصول إلى أهداف حتى داخل الضفة من رام الله إلى نابلس تختار المرور إما بالطرق التي داخل الخط الأخضر وتكون الطريق طويلة جدا، أو الطرق الاستيطانية التي بنتها إسرائيل للمستوطنات دون أن توضح أنها طرق غير قانونية. حملة أصدرت تقرير منذ سنوات عرضت لهذا الأمر بالتفصيل، عرضت أمثلة للتمييز الذي يمارسه جوجل وبناء عليه التطبيقات التي تعتمد على خرائط جوجل في التعامل مع الموضوع الفلسطيني. ولكن جوجل ليست وحدها، هناك تطبيقات أخرى تحديدا موقع بوكينج للحجز بالإضافة إلى موقع Airbnb. برحب بضيوفي هون بالندوة وبرحب بطبيعة الحال بالمشاركين. ضيوفي إيمان عليان منسقة المشاريع في خزائن، بالإضافة لتوماس فان غوخ مدير مشروع إسرائيل فلسطين في باكس، وليلى عباس مديرة مشروع الأرشيف الرقمي. أبدأ معك توماس. أنتوا عرضتوا في البرنامج أو في البرامج اللي اشتغلتوا عليها لبوكينج وتأثيرها بالإضافة لإير بي إن بي. بداية وهذا السؤال راح يكون موحد للجميع، ما هي الصعوبات التي تواجهونها في التعامل مع ملف مثل هذا، خصوصا أنكم تواجهون شركات كبرى حول العالم، من أكبر الشركات حول العالم؟
Yes, thank you. Also, thank you for inviting me to speak. So, of course, it's a big task. We work with a lot of different organizations, a lot of different initiatives to try to tackle those big companies that are involved in the illegal settlement industry. So, Booking.com is one of them. And sorry, now I heard a translation double. Sorry. So it's difficult, of course, to get to those companies. So you have a lot of different companies that are involved in the illegal settlement enterprise. And one of them is indeed Booking.com, who's registered in the Netherlands. So what we try to do is in different coalitions to get in touch with them, to try to talk to them, to change their policies, because of course the settlements are more than just a pile of stone. It's also the whole surrounding the kind of the services that are provided in those settlements that are illegal also as well, and that kind of that benefit those settlements. So like in the case of Booking.com, they rent out rooms, which also means that the settlements, they profit from the renting out of that rooms, from the marketing from the companies, which also means that also helps to maintain those illegal settlements. So what we try to do, it's of course difficult. We not only try to engage with the companies, but what we also try to do is to engage with the financial institutions, the banks, the pension funds, the insurers that are kind of funding those big organizations. So that's also one of the targets that we have, for example, with the coalition, the Don't Buy Into Occupation coalition, to try to get into the financial background of those organizations, try to influence that.
توماس، وبالبداية كيف كان التجاوب معكم سواء من قبل الشركات اللي توجهتوا لها أو من قبل الرأي العام لما بلشتوا تطرحوا هاي الأمور؟
I'm really sorry, my translation is not working. So if you could ask the question in English, it would be great for me.
Okay, I'll back for you later. Okay, I will continue to talk.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. مرحبا ليلى. واضح انه برنامج الارشيف الرقمي او مشروع الارشيف الرقمي خلال السنوات الماضيه عم باخذ قفزه مهمه، والسؤال هو شو الحاجه لمثل هذا المشروع عن هالشكل اولا، وثانيا ما هي الصعوبات اللي واجهتوها، خصوصا انه فيما يتعلق بارشيف هذه البلاد يبدو وكأن الحركه الصهيونيه او البعض مع الحركه الصهيونيه منذ البدايات استولوا على هذا الجانب برواية التاريخ.
طبعا بالنسبة لموضوع الأرشيفات بفلسطين بالتحديد هي يعني حالة خاصة جدا. لأنه أرشيفات الشعب الفلسطيني يمكن بتشبه حالة الشعب الفلسطيني. الشعب الفلسطيني تعرض لاقتلاع من أرضه، تعرض لتهجير، في جزء كبير منه موجود بالشتات. فحالة الأرشيف هي بتشبه السياق اللي وجدت فيه. كمان في كتير من أرشيفات المؤسسات اختفت أو مصيرها يعني يكتنفوا الغموض. أرشيف مهم كتير من أرشيف الشعب الفلسطيني بيخص فئة هامة جدا مثلا تمتلكه مؤسسات دولية مثل الأونروا. أرشيفنا جزء كبير منه لا زال موجود عند جهات استعمارية زي من أيام الانتداب مثلا. جزء كبير من أرشيفنا كمان موجود حاليا بحوزة مؤسسات في الاحتلال، يعني في الكيان الاحتلالي. فبالتالي أرشيفاتنا هاي هي مشكلتها الرئيسية، وأي مشروع بده يتناولها بده يفكر في هاي التحديات. كمان في أرشيفات كتير عند كتير من المؤسسات الفلسطينية اللي هي كمان عرضة للمصادرة أو الإتلاف. وكمان في موضوع كمان مهم جدا اللي هو طبعا قد ايه في وعي أرشيفي موجود وثقافة أرشيفية موجودة عند الفلسطينيين والمؤسسات الفلسطينية بالحفاظ على أرشيفاتها. وبنيجي كمان لموضوع تاني من التحديات والصعوبات اللي هي التمويل لعمليات الرقمنة والأرشفة على يعني سكيل كبير. وبعد ما يتم ذلك الاستدامة، موضوع الاستدامة، هاي مواقع رقمية كمان إلى أي مدى ممكن أنها تضل تعيش وتضل المؤسسات اللي تبنتها في البداية قادرة أنها تحافظ عليها حتى تعيش أكثر.
وهذا طبعا المعوقات اللوجستية، ولكن هناك معوقات أيضا في الرواية. برأيك هل نجحنا أو هل على الأقل في الطريق أن ننجح في التصدي للرواية الإسرائيلية تحديدا؟ أنه أنا مطلع لحد ما على الأرشيف الإسرائيلي، معظم الصور التي نشرت حتى قبل قيام إسرائيل وروج لها المتعاطفون مع الحركة الصهيونية كانت تشير إلى أنه هاي البلاد خاوية، ما فيها أي شيء، هي ما فيها سكان، ما فيها أي شيء. برأيك هل في تجاوب مع الناس في الغرب أو الناس المهتمين بالقضية الفلسطينية أو حتى عند الفلسطينيين مع الأمور اللي بتطرحوها في الأرشيف الرقمي الفلسطيني، أم التجاوب بعده محدود حتى الآن؟
بقدر أقول إنه بدينا يمكن دخلنا حاليا في مرحلة مضيئة إلى حد ما في موضوع الأرشيفات. يعني لو بدنا نقارنها بقبل 10-15 سنة، لا شك إنه هلأ عم بنشوف وعي أكثر تجاه الأرشيفات. في مبادرات عمالها بتكون يعني في ضمن مؤسسات وبشكل منظم، لكن كمان في شيء كتير حلو عم بيصير إنه في مبادرات فردية، في جزء منها تطوع، في مبادرات شبابية. السوشيال ميديا فتحت المجال إنه يصير مشاركة لبعض المواد الأرشيفية اللي بيجمعوها ولتفاعل الناس معها. فهذا الشيء أنا بشوفه إيجابي جدا في الفترة الأخيرة. وبالنسبة للأرشيف عنا أو لأي جهة أخرى بتشتغل بالأرشيف، كل مادة أرشيفية إحنا بنحصل عليها من صورة، من وثيقة، من حجة أرض، من رسالة، حتى من حدا دون مذكراته، كلها هي لا شك انها هي بمثابة كل مادة منها لها قيمة عالية جدا، وهي بتعزز روايتنا الفلسطينية وأحقيتنا في المكان وتجذرنا فيه. في عنا مثلا بحب أعطي مثال عن بعض المواد المجموعات الموجودة عنا بالأرشيف. في عنا وثائق لقرية كفر عانة اسمها مهجرة مدمرة قضاء يافا، لكن إرثها وأرشيفها اللي دونوا مختار القرية لازال موجود، سجلاتها الزراعية، مواليدها، وفياتها. فالقرية اختفت عمليا عن وجه الوجود، لكن أرشيفها لازال حاضر وذاكرة هامة جدا. بحب أقول إنه إحنا كمان بالأرشيف بنحب يعني نشوف كمان إيش ممكن حاليا نقدر نساهم كمان بخلق أرشيف الآن. فمثلا عملنا على مشروع بيوثق الموروث المادي والحياة في منطقة مسافر يطا اللي حاليا يتم تهجير سكانها، وبالتالي محاولة الحفاظ عليها الآن. مش كمان نضل نفكر احنا دائما بالنكبة في 48، لكن في نكبات فلسطينية مستمرة لحد الآن. فكمان بحب أقول شغلة بالنسبة للأرشيفات، إنه يعني هي كمان بتقدم غير عن تعزيز الرواية الفلسطينية، كمان في إشي مهم إنه هي كمان تعطي مرات رواية فلسطينية بديلة، يعني أو أقل مينستريم إذا بدك، لأنه الروايات التاريخية الكبرى أو التاريخ الرسمي اللي بينكتب هو في جزء كبير منه نخبوي. الأعلام الفلسطينيين هم نفسهم اللي بضل الأسامي الكبرى اللي تتكرر، اللي إلها حضور قوي في التاريخ الفلسطيني، لكن في تاريخ آخر على مستوى الفرد الفلسطيني العادي. وهذا اللي إحنا بنحاول في أرشيفنا في المتحف الفلسطيني إنه نركز عليه، الأرشيف العادي للناس العاديين، واتباع فكرة التاريخ القاعدي أو التاريخ من الأسفل، وإنه كل روايات الناس العاديين في القرى في المخيمات هي ذات أهمية وذات أهمية كبرى. وكمان بتقدم مرات قصص وفي رسائل في مذكرات بتقدم تاريخ أنا بعتبره بديل وهام جدا حتى تكتمل الرواية التاريخية.
صحيح ليلى، وفرت علينا مقدمة للسؤال المقبل بخصوص خزائن، لأنه هي طبعا تتطرق للتاريخ الاجتماعي أكثر للتاريخ الأرشيفات العامة والحكومية وما إلى ذلك. إيمان، شو هي الصعوبات اللي واجهتوها بشكل أساس، خصوصا إنه هون مش بتتوجه لمؤسسة أو جمعية، بدك تتوجه لناس إنه تعرض تاريخها الخاص؟ شو هي أبرز الصعوبات اللي واجهتوها؟ إيمان عليان طبعا من موقع خزائن.
طبعا زي ما حكيتوا قبل، يعني عن جد وفرتوا علي المقدمة. أرشيف خزائن هو أرشيف مجتمعي من الناس للناس. إحنا عينة الجمع الأساسية تبعتنا هي مواد الإفمرا، اللي هي مواد قصيرة المدى. إحنا عمليا أي ورقة صغيرة بالشارع، أي إعلان لدكان، لمغسلة سيارات، أي شيء، هو تاريخنا، هو الحاضر تبعنا اللي محلات تانية وأرشيفات تانية مش عن جد عم بتجمعوا. في كتير أرشيفات اللي بتحفظ كتب، بتحفظ مجلات، بس المواد اللي هي بتبين تفاصيل حياتنا اليومية بكل أنحاء فلسطين وكمان بالوطن العربي مش موجودة. لهيك تأسست خزائن بسنة 2016، ومن وقتها إحنا كتير بنشتغل على تجميع المواد الإفمرا وكمان كتابة الناس لقصصها. بالأساس القصص هي قصصنا كلياتنا. بعد من الصعوبات اللي بنشوفها، أول شيء هي أكيد يعني صعوبات زي ما ذكروا قبل، صعوبات تمويلية من ناحية التمويل، بس كمان مرات كتير بتواجه لنا يعني صعوبة بإيصال المواد لإلنا. كتير مرات بنعمل حملات اللي تشجع كمان على إنه يبعثوا لنا المواد رقمية. الهدف من خزائن كمان ومن باقي الحملات الأخيرة اللي كانت عنا إنه الأرشفة تصير فعل، هي أداة. الأرشفة هي مش بس إشي موجود بأرشيف وبمكتبة ومحل بعيد، لا، هي الأرشفة اليومية تبعتنا، هي بتصير كنشاط. الأحداث بتبلش بالشارع بس شوي شوي بتتوثق وبتصير جزء من الأرشيف.
ما اسمحي لي ارجع لتوماس. توماس، بدي اسالك او بدي اعيد السؤال اللي كنت اساله. حكيت لنا عن الصعوبات في التعامل مع المؤسسات الكبيره، الان بدي احكي عن الصعوبات الراي العام، الناس اللي المؤسسات الكبيره. قد هوين انه تيجي تقول لشخص او للراي عام انه موقع بوكينج مثلا اللي هو الاكثر انتشارا في العالم لحجز فندق هو يميز ضد الفلسطيني في الضفه الغربيه وفي فلسطين. هل كان في تجاوب شعبي كبير مع الفكره ولا كيف؟
Thanks. Yes, I definitely think there's a good role for public opinion. Look, the fact that we are talking about this here today about Booking.com already says enough. That there's a space in such a platform, such a conference to discuss the policies and the practices of those companies. I think that already shows that there is a public opinion against it. And I think it is indeed very important that we use that power of voices, the power of the people to make it known to also more people, so that more people are aware of what Booking.com is doing in terms of the illegal settlement enterprise and their involvement in that. So yes, I definitely truly believe in the power of the people and the public opinion. It just is a way of how to spread it further, that more people are aware of it and therefore also respond to that.
وهل واجهتم صعوبات في التمويل مشاريع عن هالشكل؟
I'm not sure if there are particularly challenges. I think you don't need, for anything, you don't need money. So there are also things that you can do without money. Just talking about it to other people, organizing events, which doesn't have to cost money. I think that's the answer I have. So there are definitely, of course, challenges. It's a big company. They have a lot of counter messaging, a lot of things that they can do to kind of promote their own policies and what they do. There's, as I said, there's also power to the people that can do a lot, I believe.
Thank you. ليلى، ذكرت نقطة مهمة بخصوص الأرشيف، بالإضافة لدور الأرشيف في إنه نفهم تاريخنا ونفهم نفسنا. واضح إنه الأرشيف الإسرائيلية هي أكثر منالية للوصول إلها، هي متقدمة، موجودة في الجامعات وفي مواقع خاصة، ويمكن الوصول إلى معظمها بجهد بسيط إلى حد ما، طبعا باستثناء الجزء الذي قررت إسرائيل إخفاؤه. ومعظم الباحثين الفلسطينيين والعرب عن طيب قلب يتوجهون إلى الوثائق الإسرائيلية للتعامل مع الفلسطينيين، ولسنوات إحنا فهمنا نفسنا عن طريق الوثائق الإسرائيلية، عن طريق كتب صدرت استنادا على وثائق إسرائيلية تحديدا فيما يتعلق بالنكبة. برأيك على مدى بعيد برنامج مشروع مثل اللي أنتم عم تشتغلوا عليه، هل بيساعدنا نبني سردية فلسطينية خاصة فينا بأنه نفهم الصراع اللي حصل والحاصل عن طريق وجهة نظر فلسطينية وليس عن طريق وجهة نظر إسرائيلية؟
طبعا أكيد. على فكرة جزء كبير كمان من الأرشيف يعني اللي حاليا موجود بحوزة الاحتلال ومؤسسات الاحتلال، هو في جزء كبير منه هو فلسطيني عمليا بالأصل. يعني إذا بتشوف المكتبة الوطنية، جزء كبير من الأشياء الموجودة عندها هي إصدارات فلسطينية، جرائد، أشياء محتوى فلسطيني تماما يعني، لكن هي حاليا تملكه. فمش كل شيء عند موجود. لما بنقول الأرشيفات اللي بحوزة الاحتلال في جزء كبير منها فلسطيني، ولازم نضل نتذكر هذا الشيء. بس بمشروع مثلا زي مشروعنا، زي خزائن وزي كمان مبادرات أخرى موجودة حاليا، مهم كتير كمان إنه إحنا زي ما بقول لك يكون في تركيز في توجهاتنا مرات. فمثلا إحنا أخذنا أرشيف أو ركزنا إلى حد ما بقدر أقول بشكل كامل، ولكن إلى حد ما على أرشيف الناس العاديين، واللي هو في تاريخ اجتماعي يعني سيضيء على هاي المرحلة أو على القرن الماضي على الأقل من تاريخنا، القرن الماضي وأكثر شوي قبل شوي بالتاريخ، لكن أكثر شيء المتواجد عندنا القرن الماضي. فرح يضيء على جوانب هامة جدا من الحياة الفلسطينية، وليس كلها
يعني.
نعم،
تقدري تعطينا عن جوانب اللي
طبعا
ذكرتيها؟
يعني في أشياء بعتبرها هامة جدا أنا في أرشيفنا، أشياء كتير والحقيقة صعب أحصر، ولكن الأشياء اللي فيها الحياة الفلسطينية، معنا في رسائل تبادلتها العائلات الفلسطينية بينها وبين بعض، وبينها وبين أبنائها في الخارج، في رسائل الأسرى اللي في السجون اللي أرسلوها لبعض وأرسلوها لعائلاتهم، في مذكرات كتبوها ناس ولم تنشر، مذكرات فيها طبعا كتير عن حياتهم، عن همومهم في مراحل معينة. هذا بيضيء على أشياء كتير رائعة في الحياة الإنسانية الفلسطينية. في يوميات، في ناس حكت عن الأحداث السياسية اللي صارت من منظورها الخاص الإنساني، وهاي الأشياء ذات قيمة عالية جدا، وهاي كنوز يعني للباحثين الفنانين واللي بدهم يكتبوا أدب بالمراحل القادمة، في صور وثقت الحياة الفلسطينية العادية. وهذا كمان مهم جدا. احنا دائما بنضل نشوف، مرات اخشى ان دائما بنضل نشوف حالنا كشعب محتل، لكن كمان ما نغفل ابدا الجوانب الحياتيه الانسانيه العاديه، التعليم، الاطفال، المراه، الاقتصاد، كلها هاي اشياء كمان حاضره جدا في ارشيفنا، ورح يعني تكون نواة يمكن لأبحاث مستقبلية لدراسة الفلسطينيين وحكاياتهم وسردياتهم خلال 200 عام الماضيين. فقدنا الهوست يمكن. طيب بعرفش إذا رح يرجع بسرعة أو لا، بس يمكن بهذا الوقت احنا دخلنا على طول بالموضوع، خصوصي انا وخزائن. يمكن ما اعطينا شوي فكره اوسع عن ارشيفاتنا، ممكن نستفيد من هذا الوقت نحكي شوي عنها اذا بتحبوا. ممكن تحكي لنا عن خزائن، كيف بديتوا؟
انا اوكي اكيد انا صراحه انا كنت محضره برزنتيشن، بس بعرفش اذا بقدر احطها، اعمل شير سكرين هيك على السريع بس افرجيكم المشاريع اللي عم نشتغل عليها بالفتره الاخيره.
اسف جدا في مشكله، ولكن هاي من ضمن السياسات اللي بنواجهها في القدس والاحياء العربيه. تفضلي. وصل السؤال ولا كيف؟
لا ما وصلش، قررت انط واعرض البرزنتيشن اللي عندي، بس عيد السؤال اذا ممكن.
لا خلاص كمل بالبرزنتيشن.
لا السؤال واكيد بلاقي له جواب.
السؤال بنقول انه شو فائده توثيق الحياه اليوميه للفلسطينيين؟ يعني شو فائده اعرف انه في دكانه بالقدس كانت تبيع كذا بالستينيات، بينما انا منشغل بالرد على الروايه الصهيونيه او التاريخيه اللي عمرها عشرات السنين ومئات السنين.
ممتاز. تسمحوا لي بس اعمل بسرعه عشان افرجيكم كمان، لانه اكيد من ناحيه قصريه احلى. اوكي شايفين؟
لسه شايفين.
ممتاز. اوكي هاي خزائن، هذا مقرنا بالشيخ جراح. احنا تأسس الارشيف مجتمعي بعام 2016. تسمية خزائن كمان جاية من أهميتنا ومن أهمية الإنسان لخزائن. يعني احنا أهم شيء بنفكر إنه الإنسان هو مركز كل شيء، فكمان طريقة الأرشفة عندنا طريقة جمع وحفظ المواد هي حسب كل إنسان، فكل إنسان عنده مجموعته بجيب المجموعة تبعته وبيأرشفها. زي ما قلت لكم هيك بالعادة بتوصل المواد، فعشان هيك الكراتين اللي شفتوها قبل هي عادة بتكون كراتين محافظة أسيد فري، اللي بتحمل مواد مضادة للأكسدة، اللي بتحمل ورق من إنه يضل تالف ويكون هيك لونه. هاي المواد الأفمرة اللي أنا حكيت لكم عنها. والسؤال بالنسبة للسؤال إنه ليش هاي المواد مهمة، لأن هاي المواد هي اللي نستخدمها بكل يوم تبعنا، كرت عرس، إعلان لمسرحية، تذكرة باص، خريطة، كل هاي بتوثق الناس الموجودين بالحياة. هاي بابهم للأرشفة وبابهم للتاريخ، هي بتفرجينا الحياة اليومية. وطبعا إحنا كشعب تحت احتلال كتير عنا تجارب زي ما حكينا قبل عن من ضياع أو سرقة أرشيفنا. كل يوم إحنا بنواجه عملية المحو والادعاء إنه إحنا مش موجودين، فكل ورقة صغيرة بتبين لنا أهمية الأرشفة وكمان تاريخنا. فهون مثلا إذا بتشوفوا في مطعم وبار عربسك اللي هو بشارع بورسعيد. شارع بورسعيد اليوم هو شارع الزهرة، للي بيعرف القدس شارع كتير نشيط، كتير فيه حياة. وفجأة هيك أنا أجي أكتشف إنه الشارع هذا كان زمان اسمه بورسعيد. هاي الورقة من 29/5/71، هاي إعلان لمطعم. فمين كان بفكر إنه الإعلان هذا رح يحافظ لي على العنوان. كمان مثال سريع، بطاقة عمل للشهيدة شيرين أبو عقلة. ما كناش نعرف إنه هي ب 11/5 و 13/5 راح ننعيها وراح يصير في عنا جنازة. كمان إشي بحب أحكيه عن الملصق تبع النعي. أنا كنت بالجنازة وكنت أشوف أصدقاء خزائن عم بلموا الوراق هاي ومحافظين عليها وبدهمش يعطوها لحدا عشان تكون بخزانتهم عشان تكون بخزائن. فكمان هاي الأهمية تبعت إنه إحنا كل شغلنا أساسه متطوعين وأساسه تطوع وأساسه الناس نفسها. كمان هاي الملصق لخضر عدنان كان بال 2019 كانت في وقفة لنصرة الشهيد برام الله. وقتها كان هو عم بيخوض إضرابا مفتوحا الطعام. ما كناش نعرف إنه قبل شهر يعني بعد 5 سنين رح يصير شهيد. هيك بكبير يعني أمثلة. في كمان عندنا كثير مشاريع اللي هي الأرشيف والشارع اللي كان آخر فترة اللي هي نكتب تاريخنا. بالهبة أيار 2021 بكل أنحاء الوطن صار في كتير نشاطات، كتير احتجاجات. لمينا كل المواد الموجودة إن كانت رقمية إن كانت ورقية. المهم كان إنه تتجمع هي والقصة تبعتها. وصلنا مواد من أمريكا اللاتينية، من إيران، من بلاد الشام، كل التظاهرات وكل الأشياء اللي كانت. أكمل ولا؟
بنفع.
أسفة. بما إنه بلشنا بنجمع كل الأوراق والمواد اللي كانت بهبة أيار، قررنا إنه كمان الإشي مش عن جد كافي. فكملنا بإنه ناخد شهادات من مصممين وفنانين اللي كانوا مشاركين. مثلا هاي من شهادة المصمم وفنانة أميمة دجاني وعبد الرحمن هشلمون اللي شاركوا بالمظاهرات وصمموا اللافتات مع بعض. ونشرنا كل هاي الشهادات على الموقع. هون مثلا عندنا بشهادة أميمة دجاني هي بتحكي عن تحضير اللافتات، عن الفطور الجماعي اللي كان بيصير بالشيخ جراح كل يوم، عن الهتافات والمشهد العام. وكمان بتحكي عن اعتقال عبد الرحمن هشلمون بنفس اليوم. وبنفس الوقت بتيجي كمان عندنا الشهادة الثانية اللي هي شهادة عبد كأنها تكملة لكل المشهد اللي كان. فعبد بحكي إنه حاول يعبر عن الحدث الشخصي اللي عاشه والتجربة القاسية تبعت الاعتقال هاي عن طريق الفن تبعه والتصميم تبعه. فكتب يعني أرشفنا كل المواد تبعت عبد وكمان هو كتب شهادته. فكيف إنه من هتاف علي الصوت بصير عندي عمل فني، والعمل الفني هذا بتأرشف. فكأنه الأرشفة هي امتداد للنشاط الأول اللي هو وجود على الشارع، بعدين بتصير أرشيف. فكمان واحدة من الجمل اللي هو بيحكيها إنه كانت ولا تزال تلك الأيام القليلة إثباتا على نضوج ذاكرتنا الاحتجاجية في القدس. وهاي الأعمال كمان تحولت بخزائن لبوست كارد. وهون ببين كمان عن جد الأشياء بتكمل بعضها.
شكرا كثير إيمان. توماس بدي أرجع لك كمان مرة. كيف بتأثر كل شيء بتعمله إسرائيل أو تعمله عفوا الشركات الكبرى مثل بوكينج وغيرهم على فهم الفلسطيني لنفسه، لواقعه، لتاريخه؟ برأيك هل يمكن للفلسطيني أن يفهم واقعه المركب أو واقعه الصعب طالما أن أهم تطبيقات منتشرة حول العالم تخفي هذا الواقع، تخفي المستوطنات، تخفي الشوارع التي بناها المستوطنين، وحتى داخل الخط الأخضر تخفي أسماء القرى الفلسطينية، تحديدا القرى غير المعترف فيها إسرائيليا؟
Yes, thanks. I hope I understood the question correctly. What we see a lot is that it's very difficult in these current world circumstances to kind of hold companies accountable. So that's difficult already in an international setting for us like INGOs, but also larger groups. You need a lot of money, for example, for court cases, etc. And then it's still not clear if you win the court case. So that's why it's very important that there will be international standards for this, that there will be better mechanisms to hold those companies accountable. And let alone if it's already difficult for big international NGOs to hold companies accountable, let alone for maybe more individuals that are really suffering from the company's actions, or for example, from the illegal settlements. So I think it's very difficult at this moment to hold those companies accountable. So that's why it's also very important that there will be lawmaking or will be mechanisms in place to really hold those companies accountable. Because as I already said earlier, what they do contribute to these illegal settlements, to these illegal enterprises, which also means that what they do is it's not according to the OECD guidelines, to the UN guiding principles. So that means they should be held accountable, but that's difficult at the moment. And indeed, what you also mentioned is like Booking.com, but also other applications. They also make sure that those illegal settlements are mentioned on the map. So they kind of physically create a presence for those illegal settlements. While the question is, of course, it's very debatable. They should be on the map if we all think they are illegal. I hope this answered the question.
توماس، وكيف بتشوف التجاوب هاي الشركات معكم؟ بمعنى هل بيقولوا انه لا هاي الروايه مرفوضه ونحن ننحاز للروايه الاسرائيليه، ولا بيكون في اخذ وعطاء واحيانا استجابه لمطالبكم وتعديل الاوضاع القائمه؟
Yeah, thanks. It's a good question. What we of course see in practice is that companies are, and it's a bit of a general thing, they care about money. So if they feel like that their profit is more by not leaving, for example, in this case, the settlements, they might choose for that also because they have a lot of people investing in them. And if then the public opinion is that it's worse to leave the settlements in this case, then they might not make that decision, right? So that's why also what I mentioned before, that the power of the people is very important. Customers need to complain to them that they disagree with this. We need to make sure that also the counter pressure, what we also saw, for example, with Ben & Jerry's, who retracted from the occupied territories, from the illegal settlements, that they had a lot of counter pressure, but in the end they did make the decision to leave, which is a good decision, I believe, personally. But of course, it takes a lot of courage and a lot of effort to do in this climate that we are unfortunately dealing with, where there's also a lot of counter pressure. So I do think that in terms for a company, why they make certain decisions, it's unfortunately, I think it's often about money. And apparently they have the feeling that leaving the settlements won't earn them a lot, but will only cost them money. So we need to, I think, all together make sure that that's not the case, that we really put pressure, that we as a public, as a users of services that companies like Booking, but there are of course way more, that we also say like we disagree with this and we want to make sure that you make a different choice.
ليلى، بدي ارجع لك برأيك، حاليا احنا صرنا اكثر وعيا لأهمية الارشيفات ولا بعد بدنا شغل كثير وما زلنا في مراحل مبتدئة في تقدير أهمية الارشيفات وبالتالي العمل على أرشفة كل شيء موجود؟
يعني زي ما قلت لك، يمكن هلأ الحالة أفضل بكتير مما كانت قبل 5 سنين، وأفضل أكيد من ما كانت قبل 10 سنين. فلا شك إنه حاليا بدأ يتشكل وعي أرشيفي أكثر لدى المؤسسات على الأقل. وبنلاحظ انه كمان بدت المؤسسات تعي انه حتى ارشيفها الخاص هي تؤرشف نفسها، هذا شيء مهم. كانت زمان الارشيفات، الصورة النمطية عن الارشيفات انه هي عبارة عن سجلات مكدسة بالعادة في الطوابق السفلية من المؤسسات، ودائما هي طبعا مغبرة ومكان يعني الموظفين اللي بيشتغلوش هم اللي بيقعدوا بالأرشيف. بتوقع إنه بدأت تتغير الصورة بشكل كتير كبير، وبدأوا المؤسسات يدركوا أهمية الأرشيفات، وحتى وإن بدت ظاهريا هي قد لا تكون ذات قيمة، لكن بدأوا يكتشفوا كمان إنه الباحثين من مواد خام أرشيفية ممكن يدرسوا ويعملوا يعني يطلعوا بدراسات وبتحليلات عن المجتمع الفلسطيني أو أي مجتمع من نواحي كتير عديدة، من نواحي اجتماعية، من نواحي اقتصادية، من نواحي قانونية، من نواحي كتير. وبالتالي بدأوا يكتشفوا إنه الأرشيف له إمكانيات. هلأ مثلا في المتحف الفلسطيني بحب أعطي مثال عن أرشيفنا بالمتحف الفلسطيني، إنه إحنا كمان لأنه متحف نحاول كمان نكتشف إمكانيات الأرشيفات الفنية، بمعنى إنه معارضنا المختلفة اللي بنقدمها المتحف بتعتمد كتير على مواد أرشيفية، فأنت بتوظف المادة الأرشيفية كمان بأعمال فنية، برؤية أخرى للتاريخ، بأنك تجمع مواد أرشيفية معينة وبالتالي تطلق كونسبت معين أو فكرة معينة فيها مقارنة، فيها شيء ما يعني حسب رؤية الفنان. حاليا في عنا معرض بلد وحده البحر اللي بيحكي عن تاريخ الساحل الفلسطيني، والأرشيف حاضر وبقوة. معرضنا القادم عن الموسيقى بفلسطين، والأرشيف طبعا حاضر وبقوة. فكمان نبلش إن يعني الناس تفكر في إمكانيات الأرشيف البحثية والفنية، وهذا مهم جدا، لأنه هيك الأرشيفات بتصبح مواد حية، وهي مواد خام يشكلها الباحث أو يشكلها الفنان كما يريد، وهيك بيصير في قيمة مضافة كمان للأرشيفات.
ليلى، بدي أسألك سؤال شخصي، هل في مواد وثائق أو إشي لما نشرتوها حسيتي إنها أثرت فيك بشكل خاص، يعني أكثر من الوثائق الأخرى؟
يعني في كتير أمثلة الحقيقة. يعني زي ما بقول لك، أنا بالنسبة لي المذكرات هي كنوز أدبية غير منشورة، وكتبها ناس عاديين، ومرات جماليتها الكبيرة بأنها هي مكتوبة من ناس عاديين. في ناس كانوا كاتبين مسودات لأعمال كانوا يتمنوا إنها تنشر ولم تنشر، وتوفوا ولم تنشر، لكن وفي منهم توفوا قبل يعني 20-30 سنة، وما عرفوا إنه أولادهم أو أحفادهم قدموا هاي المواد الأرشيفية الخام اللي هي كانوا يعني جدهم ممكن بيتمنى أنها تنشر في كتاب، لكن نشرت مؤخرا، خلص نشرت وخرجت للعلن بس بعد وفاة يعني اللي كتبوها. ففي أمثلة عديدة من هذا النوع الحقيقة بالأرشيف.
كثير
خسرنا
كمان مرة.
حدا سمعت السؤال؟
إذا ممكن أنا بس بقدر أستفيد من هذا الوقت وكمان أعطي شوي فكرة كمان للي عم بيشوفونا عن أرشيفنا وبحب يشوفوه، لأنه هو أرشيف متاح للناس على منصة إلكترونية. أي حدا بيقدر يفوت يبحث عن المواد اللي بده إياها، يتصفح المجموعات المختلفة اللي موجودة عنا. في عنا تقريبا 425 مجموعة ما بين عائلية، شخصية، مؤسساتية. قريبا في أول 6 رح يكون في عنا تقريبا 320,000 عنصر أرشيفي موجود ومتاح على موقعنا palarchive.org. بحب كتير أشجع الناس إنه يفوتوا ويتفرجوا ويكتشفوا أرشيف المتحف الفلسطيني. وبقول كمان إنه خلال شهرين رح يكون عنا موقع جديد أكتر يوزر فريندلي، والمواد الأرشيفية كمان معروضة فيه بطريقة منظمة أكتر، ويمكن يعني aesthetically pleasing أكتر، أجمل من ناحية هي كمان أجمل. ما هو كمان الأرشيفات حاليا إحنا لازلنا نستكشف ونتعلم كيف أفضل طريقة ممكن تكون متاحة للناس وكيف يمكن يوظفوها بطريقة أفضل. وبقول كمان إنه موقعنا متاح باللغتين كمان العربية والإنجليزية، وكان مهم جدا بالنسبة لنا إنه يكون على منصة إلكترونية عشان تكون كمان متاحة للفلسطينيين أينما كانوا، لأنه لو كان أرشيف فيزيائي وفقط الناس اللي عندها access إنها تكون تيجي لمكان معين داخل فلسطين وتستخدمه رح يكون محدود، لكن في شريحة كبيرة وقطاع كبير من الفلسطينيين موجود خارج فلسطين للأسف وما بيقدر يجي، فمهم جدا كان إنها تكون تصلهم ومتاحة لهم وين ما كانوا.
شكرا كثير ليلى، وبعذر المرة الثانية عن مشكلة الإنترنت. إيمان، برأيك شو هي تحديات المستقبل اللي بتواجهكم؟
أوكي، كخزائن ولا كأرشيف ولا كل النواحي؟
من كل النواحي.
كل النواحي. إحنا بالأساس إحنا بنحاول نأرشف الحاضر، نأرشف كل الأشياء اللي عم تصير حالياً. فإحنا وجودنا مع الناس، مع الشارع، مع كل الأشياء اللي بتصير، مع كل المشاكل السياسية اللي عم بتصير يعني. فكل مرة بيكون في عنا أول شيء أهم شيء يعني وكمان التمويل، يعني التمويل المحدود ومشاكل التمويل اللي بتمنعنا من إنه نضلنا نطور أكتر ونرفع أكتر مواد على الموقع. بس بالأساس عنا شبكة متطوعين كبيرة جدا اللي بضلها تعطي وتجمع مواد. بنفكر كمان دائما من الخوف تبع ضياع الأرشيف، عشان هيك دائما نحاول نحط حلول بإنه نحافظ على المادة نفسها أكتر من نسخة، أكتر من مكان. المكان نفسه أكيد لازمه توسيع. يعني بفكر إنه كأي يعني كهاجسنا كفلسطينيين إحنا دائما نفكر إنه بدنا نحمي الأرشيف، فهي أكبر صعوبة إنه دائما نحاول إنه كيف بدنا نحمي أكتر، كيف نهدف أكتر لإنه الناس كلياتها تأرشف، كلياتها تدور على صور عيلتها، على قصص عيلتها، على أي ورقة بتقيمها بالشارع. ماشيين بالشارع شفتوا ورقة على الأرض مسكوها احملوها، فيها أشياء مهمة ولو إنها يعني مبينة إشي بسيط ومش مهم. كمان إنه نوصل لأكبر عدد ناس ممكن كمان برا البلد. أستاذ ليلى حكت إشي جدا مهم عن الشتات الفلسطينيين بالعالم، كمان جدا مهم لنا إنه إحنا نوصلهم. دائما نحاول نترجم، بس كمان كل ما كان في لغة أكتر كل ما كان في وصل أكتر.
عندي كمان سؤال من إناس خطيب إيمان بخصوص إنه ليه بتحطوا حقوق النشر على المواد الأرشيفية المجموعة عندكم، علما بأنه جزء منها قديم وتجاوز الفترة.
اوكي، عمليا احنا ما عندنا مشكله بحقوق، يعني ما عندنا مشكله بانه الناس تنشر، بالعكس احنا بنحب الناس تنشر. بس فكرتنا الاساسيه هي انه لما الناس تستخدم هاي المواد، واكيد ما بنفضل يعني استخدامها تجاريا، بس لما الناس تيجي تستخدم المواد اهم شيء بالنسبه لنا انه تحافظوا على الاسم الانسان، اسم خزانه من مين الماده ماخوذه من اي خزانه. لانه بالنهايه احنا يعني الانسان عندنا هو المركز، فبدنا دائما نعطي كريدت للانسان. فما عندنا مشكله تنشروا، ما عندنا مشكله تعيدوا استخدام، بالعكس هذا اللي بيحيي الارشيف. ارشيف ميت ما حدا بيستعمله هو على الفاضي، بس كل ما الارشيف كان نشرناه اكثر استخدمتوه اكثر بيكون يعني هذا هدفنا. بس اهم شيء نحافظ على الكريدت للانسان اللي اعطى الارشيف.
شكرا إيمان، جميل. توماس، بدي أسألك بخصوص أيضا التحديات المستقبلية في التعامل مع المواضيع اللي بتتطرقوا لها عادة خصوصا في الأراضي الفلسطينية.
Yeah, I think unfortunately there are a lot of challenges. So unfortunately, as we also see, as you know way better than I do, that with the current government also the settlement violence is increasing. Of course, the settlements in general are increasing. So that's not good. There are some positive changes as well internationally. If you look at, for example, the lawmaking that is in place, especially in Europe, both on EU level but also on individual member state level around corporate responsibility. and creating mechanisms to hold companies accountable, to hold companies accountable. So there is some positiveness there. What I also do think is positive is that there is, in general, I think, more awareness about the situation in Palestine, about the situation around the illegal settlements, and the inequality that there is. But there are a lot of challenges, of course. As you know better, political situation. It doesn't look that bright, unfortunately.
ليلى، بدي انتقل لك واسالك قبل ما اسالك عن سؤال التحديات، بدي اسالك سؤال بتحكي لمحوراني، سؤال لخزائن والمتحف. هل بتستقبلوا مواد من خارج فلسطين اولا، وثانيا عن التحديات المستقبليه برايك في عملكم كمؤسسه؟
بالنسبه للشق الاول من السؤال، إذا لازلنا بنستقبل، أنا ما سمعت منيح، عفواً.
إذا بتستقبلوا مواد من اللاجئين خارج فلسطين.
نعم. يعني في مشروعنا الحقيقة كان مهم جداً بالنسبة لنا إنه يكون في عنا كمان وصول للبنان والأردن بشكل خاص بمراحلنا، مراحل المشروع الأولى والثانية اللي إحنا هلأ على يعني نشارف على نهايتهم. وكان مهم جدا إنه نحصل على مواد أرشيفية من لبنان ومن الأردن، وحصلنا على مجموعات متنوعة من هناك من الفلسطينيين الموجودين فيهم. لكن نأمل إنه في مرحلة ما يعني قادمة في المشروع إنه كمان يكون عندنا أكسس للفلسطينيين أينما كانوا، في كل مكان نقدر نلاقي طريقة يعني سهلة وآمنة إنه نقدر ناخد الأرشيفات أو تتم رقمنتها بشكل معين بشكل آمن، لأنه بتعرف إنه تودي وتجيب الأرشيفات على فلسطين كمان هذا يعني في خطورة كتير كبيرة. بس نلاقي هاي الطريقة ويكون في عنا هاي الإمكانيات إنه يكون متاح لكل الفلسطينيين اللي حابين يقدموا مواد أرشيفية عائلية أو مؤسسية إنه يكون بالإمكان.
وسؤال التحديات المستقبلية بالإضافة يعني بطبيعة الحال لقضية التمويل.
صحيح. التحديات المستقبلية زي ما بقول لك إنه يمكن إنه بعض المؤسسات أرشيفها مهدد، لأنه هي كمان مهددة بسبب الوضع السياسي، مصادرة، إتلاف، وهذا بنشوفه بحالات كتير. التحديات كمان إنه المؤسسات نفسها يعني تقر بأهمية الأرشيفات الموجودة عندها وتلاقي وتحافظ عليها وتبلش تفكر كمان برقمنتها للحفاظ عليها، لأنه في بعض الأرشيفات حاليا موجودة بفلسطين لدى مؤسسات ويعني متعددة، وهو في حالة ليست جيدة بالمرة، ظروف حفظ الأرشيف غير جيدة بالمرة، وبالتالي لن يطول عمره بهذا الشكل. فهذا تحديات. كمان بحب أقول موضوع الاستدامة، هذا مهم كتير. يعني في مبادرات أرشيفية اليوم، لكن ماذا سيحل بها بعد 10 سنين؟ رح تكون موجودة ولا لا؟ في إشي كمان يعني التقنيات تختلف، الأشياء اللي رقمنت قبل 10 سنين الآن لا تعتبر بالمعايير الجيدة في معايير الرقمنة الآن، وهذا قد يعني يستمر للمستقبل. وإشي كمان بحب أقوله اللي هو كمان حاليا يمكن في تحدي رح نلمسه بعدين، واللي هو إنه الأرشيفات، معظم الأرشيفات اللي نتعامل معها حاليا هي ورقية فيزيائية ملموسة، ولكن بعد خلينا نقول من بداية الألفية الثالثة صارت كتير من المواد هي تولد رقمية ووجودها رقمي فقط حاليا، وبالتالي إمكانية ضياع المواد الرقمية أو تغير صيغها وانقراض الأجهزة اللي يعني تستخدم حتى تفتح هذه المواد، هذا كمان بيهدد المواد الرقمية. فإحنا كمان لازم نبلش نفكر في المستقبل، بجيل المستقبل اللي بده يأرشفنا اليوم، كيف إحنا نحفظ حالنا لجيل المستقبل كمان.
وآخر شيء، هل يمكن اعتبار سكرين شوت وثيقة تاريخية؟
طبعا بس المهم انها تعيش، المهم انه كمبيوترك يعيش وهي تعيش وتحفظها لفتره كافيه حتى تصير ارشيف بعد فتره معينه. بس التحدي انها النسخه الرقميه اللي ولدت رقميه انها تعيش. يعني ورقه مهترئه عمرها 200 سنه امكانيتها انها تعيش اكبر بكثير من ماده ولدت رقميه. وإذا بقدر أقول كمان شيء اللي هو كمان بالنسبة للعائلات، أنا يعني أتأمل إنه كمان الأرشيف العائلي نعطيه أهمية كتير كبيرة. كلنا في بخزائننا العائلية، مش خزائن أنتو، خزائننا العائلية موجود ألبومات، موجود أوراق، موجود رسائل، موجودة مرات كتير هاي بتضيع من لما بننقل من بيت لبيت، لما نفرغ بيت جدنا وخلص بدنا نخرج منه. هاي المواد كتير مرات بيكون مصيرها يعني الإتلاف. فأتأمل من العائلات الفلسطينية إنه هي يصبح هو المواطن نفسه، المواطن المؤرشف. إحنا هذا العصر اللي لازم نفوت فيه. كل إنسان مسؤول يكون عن أرشيفه العائلي وهو يعمل رقمني حتى لو بأسلوب بسيط ويعني بالتقنيات المتاحة. هو يكون مؤرشف العائلة وهو يحفظها ويوزع النسخ الرقمية على أكثر من حدا حتى يضمن بقائها وإنها تعيش أطول.
شكرا كثير ليلى. بعد معنا 3 دقائق تقريبا. توماس، في عجالة، برأيك العالم الغربي، أوروبا، أمريكا وغيره، بدأ بإدراك ما يجري في فلسطين على أرض الواقع، ولا ما تزال الرواية الإسرائيلية هي الرواية المسيطرة، أو على الأقل لم تهتز إلى الآن؟
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that a lot of people already understand for a really long time what's going on. It's just a bit frustrating that not everyone sees that, I think. What I do as a person, I do see a shift. As Pax, we did an opinion poll in the Netherlands 1.5 years ago. And there, for example, one of the questions was about apartheid in Israel-Palestine. And there more than 50% of the Dutch population saw the situation in Israel-Palestine as apartheid. So they also can kind of see that there is a shift going on in public opinion, at least in the Netherlands. And that it's kind of an assumption that if those things are shifting in the Netherlands, it's the same in other places in Europe. You also see it, for example, in the US, if you see what's now happening within the Democratic Party, which is definitely not the entirety of the US, but you see things shifting, things that didn't happen before. The way, for example, Biden dealt with Netanyahu, didn't invite him for certain events. So you kind of see that there is momentum is changing a bit, but it needs a bigger push. It needs a bit more time, I think. But you definitely see things changing, also especially with the younger generations. See a lot of youth also demonstrating in favor of human rights, in favor of Palestinian rights. So definitely see positivity there.
شكرا كثير توماس. بشكر المشاركين معنا: إيمان عليان، منسقة المشاريع في أرشيف خزائن، توماس فان جول، مدير مشروع إسرائيل فلسطين في باكس، وليلى عباس، مديرة مشروع الأرشيف الرقمي الفلسطيني. في هاي الندوة ثاني ندوات مركز حملة أو مؤتمر مركز حملة السنوي عن منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. شكرا كثير لكم. تطرقنا فيه لكيف تؤثر تطبيقات السياحة والخرائط الرقمية والأرشيفات على روايات الشعوب المضطهدة. شوي طلعنا عن الموضوع، لكن بفكر حافظنا على الإطار العام. شكرا كثير وموفقين بباقي الندوات.
شكرا.
One day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
one day we will see a liberated Palestine.
Tell our own stories on our own terms.
وصلت صوتنا عن طريق صوتنا.
شكرا أحمد وشكرا إلى كل من انضم إلينا في هذه الجلسة. نتمنى أنها تكون جاوبت على تساؤلاتكم وأعطتكم المعلومات الكافية حول الموضوع. ننتقل حاليا لجلسة أوجدناها مساحة لكم للحديث عن ملهمين وملهمات في وطننا العربي، وهالمرة اخترنا لكم توكل كرمان لتكون معنا في هذه المساحة، وهي صحفية يمنية وسياسية وناشطة في مجال حقوق الإنسان، تعرف باسم أم الثورة والمرأة الحديدية وسيدة الربيع العربي. في عام 2011 منحت جائزة نوبل للسلام تقديرا لجهودها اللاعنفية والنضال من أجل الديمقراطية ودفاعها عن حقوق المرأة في اليمن. محظوظين إنه تكون موجودة معنا اليوم توكل. رح نحضر فيديو وننتقل لتوكل مباشرة.
Thank you so much. Our next inspirational speaker is Tawakkol Karman. Tawakkol is a Yemeni journalist, politician, and human rights activist. She's known as the Mother of the Revolution, the Iron Woman, and the Lady of Arab Spring. And in 2011, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of her nonviolent struggle for democracy and her advocacy for human rights and women's rights in Yemen. We are so lucky to have her with us today. Please enjoy.
يا ظريف الطول وقفت اقول لك رايح على الغربي وبلادك احسن لك، خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني انا.
يا ظريف الطول يا ابو صنداحوك يلي رابي في دلال امك وابوك.
يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك شعر راسي شاب والظهر انحنى، وعلى دلعونه وعلى دلعونه الهوى الشمالي غير اللونه، الهوى الشمالي هب ورماني خلاني احبك يا سمار اللونه، وشفراء ويا الربيع تحصد بأرضي الدير، والسر اللي بيننا وش وصلوا للغير، وإن كان ما في ورق لكتب عجل حاطط، وإن كان ما في حذر هيلن يا عينيا.
مرحبا، السلام عليكم. تسمعوني؟ Do you hear me?
أهلا توكل.
مرحبا.
أهلا. تقدري تبدأي بالجلسة؟
أول حاجة إيش العظمة هذه وإيش الجمال هذا في المنتدى الفلسطيني للنشاط الرقمي. أنا صراحة فخورة فيكم جدا جدا وأشكركم ومندهشة من العمل الجميل اللي تقوموا فيه. أشكركم على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر حول تأثير وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي على منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا. وإحنا كما نعرف جميعا بأنه إحنا في عصر لا يعرف فيه الاتصال حدود، وأنه وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي أعادت تعريف الطريقة اللي نتواصل بها واللي نتشارك فيها المعلومات واللي حتى تتشكل فيها مجتمعاتنا. هذه الثورة الرقمية تركت بصمة لا تمحى على منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، وطبعا بالتأكيد أن لها جوانب إيجابية يجب تعزيزها، وهناك جوانب سلبية يجب أن احنا نعترف بها ونعالجها. طبعا في لحظات مهمة جدا كان لوسائل التواصل الاجتماعي دور كبير، وخاصة في دعم الأحداث التحولية في المنطقة العربية وعلى رأسها الربيع العربي، إلى علاقتها في الوضع الحالي في فلسطين. طبعا جميعنا نعرف هذا الدور المحوري الذي لعبته منصات وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في انتفاضات الربيع العربي، وهي عملت كمحفزات للتعبئة والتنظيم وإيصال الأصوات المطالبة بالتغيير السياسي. منصات مثل تويتر وفيسبوك ويوتيوب سمحت للمواطنين في جميع أنحاء المنطقة بأنه يتجاوزوا القنوات الإعلامية التقليدية، وإنهم يشاركوا مظالمهم وتطلعاتهم ودعواتهم إلى العدالة. الربيع العربي تحديدا الحقيقة يعني أظهر فعلا القوة الهائلة لوسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في تشكيل الخطاب العام، ليس فقط في إيجاد صوت للناس، لكن أيضا في تشكيل الخطاب العام وفي التأثير على المشهد السياسي وفي حشد الاحتجاجات الجماهيرية. استطاعت وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي توحد الأفراد من مختلف الخلفيات والمناطق تحت قضية واحدة وقضية مشتركة من أجل الحرية والكرامة والحكم الديمقراطي. أيضا كما قلت إنها وفرت منصة للأفراد للتعبير عن أنفسهم، عن أنشطتهم، للتعبير عن تضامنهم، وخاصة يعني سلطت الضوء على ما يحدث في فلسطين وجذبت اهتمام كبير وحشد يعني غير مسبوق عالمي للقضية الفلسطينية بفضل وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. سمحت للناس من جميع أنحاء العالم بمشاركة القصص والصور والتجارب الشخصية وإلقاء الضوء على محنة الفلسطينيين الذين يعيشون تحت الاحتلال ويبحثون عن الحرية والعدالة، ويعني لعبت فعلا دور هام في زيادة الوعي العالمي. وضغطت أيضا على الحكومات والمنظمات الدولية لاتخاذ الإجراءات اللازمة بغض النظر هل استجابت أو ما استجابتش، لكن كان في ضغط كبير لعبته وتلعبه الآن وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في الضغط على الحكومات والمنظمات يعني الدولية. إذن وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي يعني وفرت منصة مهمة للمواطنين ليعبروا عن أصواتهم عن قضاياهم، مكنت من صحافة المواطن واستطاعت إنها تعمل أداة للمناصرة والحشد وتضخيم حتى الأصوات المهمشة. لكن هذا كله جانب إيجابي عظيم استفدنا منه سابقا، ويجب أن نستمر في استخدامنا لهذه الوسائل التواصل الاجتماعي للتعبير عن أصواتنا وأيضا عن قضايانا وهمومنا. هذا الجانب الإيجابي ما يخلوش من التحديات. زي ما كانت وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي محفز للتغيير، تم استخدامها لنشر معلومات مضللة وروايات مثيرة للانقسام وخطاب يحض على الكراهية. يعني طبعا هذا عام في كل يعني الدول في العالم كله، لكن خصوصا في العالم العربي وخصوصا في دول الربيع العربي حقيقة إنه الاستخدام السيء من قبل الأنظمة الاستبدادية لهذه الوسائل ومن قبل المغرضين ومن قبل أعداء التغيير عملت على نشر الشائعات والمعلومات المتلاعب فيها، أدت طبعا في بعض الأحيان، مش في بعض الأحيان، في كثير من الأحيان إلى الاستقطاب وأحيانا إلى العنف. طبعا إحنا نعرف وخاصة يعني الجميع الآن هنا في المنطقة العربية نعرف تماما كيف أن الأنظمة الاستبدادية تسيء استخدام التكنولوجيا وتستخدم التكنولوجيا لإبقاء أنفسها على السلطة، لإبقاء سلطاتها، وأيضا لقمع شعوبها. الذباب الإلكتروني التابع للأنظمة الاستبدادية المؤثرون المذيعين تابعين أيضا المؤيدين لهذه الأنظمة واللي يستخدموا هذه الوسائل للتحريض على الكراهية وعلى العنف والتحريض ضد تطلعات الشعوب نحو الحرية والديمقراطية. الحسابات المزيفة اللي تستخدم لنشر قصص كاذبة عن المعارضين والناشطين، وتستخدم لتشويه سمعتهم وشن حملات كبيرة عليهم وعمل تقارير ضد صفحاتهم، ويعني من أجل إقفال صفحاتهم إلى آخر ذلك. في حالات عديدة طبعا اللي قادت حملات تشويه لسمعات الصحفيين والناشطين وحملات التنمر والكراهية، على رأسها كما تعرفوا جمال خاشقجي، مرورا بغادة عويس، مرورا بآلاف الناشطين والناشطات في مختلف المنطقة العربية يعني. وأنا أيضا مثال حي كذلك لمثل هذه الحملات التي نتعرض لها والهجمات التي نتعرض لها بشكل شبه يومي من هذه الأنظمة المستبدة. هم أيضا يستخدموا برامج التجسس لإصابة هواتف الجهات الفاعلة في المجتمع المدني، أخذ المعلومات من هذه الجهات ومن هذه الشخصيات ويستخدموها في نشر معلومات خاطئة، محاولة تشويه سمعة هؤلاء الناشطين أو إذلالهم أو تخويفهم. إذن هذا هو تأثير وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في منطقتنا العربية. ما بين الإيجابي والسلبي. الإيجابي إنها فعلا كانت أداة شعوب المنطقة للتغيير ومتنفسهم من أجل التعبير عن أصواتهم وعن ذواتهم وعن طموحاتهم وأحلامهم، وفي نفس الوقت كانت أداة للأنظمة المستبدة في المنطقة لقمع يعني شعوبها فيها. إذن إحنا من المهم إن إحنا نعمل سويا من أجل مواجهة هذه التحديات. في طبعا وسائل كثيرة جدا تجعلنا نواجه هذه التحديات. أهم تحدي يجب أن احنا نعمل جميعا له، وخاصة فيما له علاقة بمواجهة المعلومات المضللة. احنا محتاجين انه نعمل على يكون في جهود كبيرة ما بيننا كناشطين ومنظمات مجتمع مدني. انا مش هتكلم عن شراكة مع الحكومات لان اغلب حكوماتنا يعني مستبدة وشمولية. اذا كان في حكومة جيدة تستطيع انها فعلا جادة في الدفاع عن حرية التعبير وفي ايصال اصوات يعني شعوبها عبر هذه المنصات، فمرحبا بها. يجب ان احنا نعمل معها من اجل تعزيز محو الأمية الرقمية، من أجل تعزيز مهارات التفكير النقدي بين مستخدمي وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، تزويد الأفراد بالمستخدمين لهذه الوسائل بالأدوات اللازمة لتمييز المعلومات اللي هي الموثوقة من المعلومات الخاطئة. مهم كثير إنه منصات التواصل الاجتماعي نفسها شركات اللي هو التكنولوجيا اللي تدير هذه المنصات يجب عليها أنها تستثمر في آليات قوية يعني لمكافحة خطاب الكراهية ومكافحة استغلال الأنظمة لهذه يعني لهذه المنصات، تحمي أيضا بنفس الوقت، وهي تعمل هذه الآليات عليها أن يكون أمامها مسألة حماية حرية الرأي والتعبير أولاً وأخيراً. مهم جداً على هذه الشركات إنها تقوم بعمل مبادئ توجيهية، أنظمة تحمي الحق في حرية التعبير أثناء استخدام هذه المنصات، وأيضاً تضمن إنه مراعاة اللي هو وجهات النظر الإقليمية في منطقتنا وفي منطقة الشرق الأوسط وفي أي مناطق أخرى، وجهات نظر مستخدمي هذه المنطقة للسياسات والممارسات اللي هي تستخدمها هذه الشركات من أجل يعني زيادة تعزيز مواجهة التهميش والإلغاء. في مهم جدا إنه وإحنا نشتغل يعني كناشطين في منطقة الشرق الأوسط أو في المنطقة العربية، إنه وسط كل هذه التحديات وسط كل هذه التعقيدات إن إحنا لا نيأس، إنه دائما هناك الأمل يكون أمامنا في مجال واسع للأمل. أهم أمل إحنا الآن يجب أن نتشبث به هو هذه الأداة القوية، هذا السلاح القوي اللي بيدنا، وهي وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي اللي أداتنا القوية اللي تمكننا كأفراد لدينا قضايا ولدينا أحلام تمكننا كأفراد من استخدامها في سعينا الحثيث نحو الحرية والعدالة والديمقراطية كوسيلتنا القوية أيضا في هذا العصر في مكافحة الفساد والاستبداد والعنصرية والإرهاب. في شيء مهم حابة أقول لكم بأنه أنا عضوة في مجلس الرقابة العالمي على الفيسبوك والإنستغرام، وحقيقة إنه هذا أحد الأشياء اللي أنا أشوف إنه سبب من الأسباب اللي تعطيني أنا على الصعيد الشخصي الأمل، وإن كان ما أطمح إليه يعني أكبر بكثير مما نقوم به الآن. إحنا في هذا اللي هو مجلس الرقابة العالمي أو الإشراف العالمي على فيسبوك وإنستغرام، إحنا مكرسين مهمتنا الأساسية إن إحنا نحمي حرية التعبير ونحمي أصوات مستخدمي هذه المنصات من خلال إن إحنا نتخذ قرارات يعني حاسمة ومستقلة عن فيسبوك وإنستغرام، ونلزم فيها الفيسبوك وإنستغرام يعني شركة ميتا حول اللي هو المحتوى الموجود في المنصة حينما يتم يعني تقديم طعون لنا. احنا نعمل ان احنا نحاول ان احنا نحمي حقوق الانسان بشكل افضل عبر هذه المنصة، وأيضا نعمل على مكافحة الكراهية والعنصرية والمعلومات المضللة من خلال هذه المنصات. إحنا في عندنا أولويات يعني 7 ونحن نناقش داخل هذا المجلس. في عندنا أولويات اللي هو النوع الاجتماعي، كيف إن إحنا نجعل الفضاء يعني في الإنترنت أكثر أمانا وشمولية، الانتخابات كيفية حمايتها وحماية الفضاء يعني المدني حول العالم. أيضا كيف الأولوية الثالثة اللي هو كيف إساءة استخدام هذه المنصات، منصات ميتا، من قبل الحكومات. وعملنا حقيقة بأشياء كثيرة مهمة كثيرة. من ضمن الأشياء اللي أنا جدا فخورة فيها بأن إحنا عملناها على صعيد اللي سياسات، مش فقط مراجعة محتوى أو اثنين، وضعنا سياسات مهمة. مثلا في عندكم اللي هو مصطلح الموت لخامنئي في إيران، كان يعني اللوغاريتمات الخاصة بالفيسبوك والإنستغرام أي مصطلح خاص كذا الموت لخامنئي يتم حذف يعني عشرات الآلاف من المنشورات اللي هي تحتوي على هذا المصطلح. أوقفنا بسرعة حجب المنشورات اللي هي خاصة بمصطلح اللي هو الموت لخامنئي في صعيد اللي هو الاحتجاجات في إيران. في عندنا بالنسبة للقضية الفلسطينية تحدثنا إنه ألزمنا ميتا بأنها تجيب تقرير حول كيف تستخدم ميتا، كيف تتعامل ميتا مع المحتوى الفلسطيني، وأصدرت تقرير حول هذا الموضوع وفي توصيات حول هذا الموضوع. هذا التقرير حقيقة كان منحاز تماما للمستخدمين في فلسطين، والآن ميتا مطالبة بأنها تقدم لنا تقرير حول ما الذي نفذته في هذا يعني في هذا التقرير. عندنا أشياء كثيرة لا مجال ذكرها، لكن هذه أهم الأشياء. تفضلي.
شكرا جزيلا لوجودك معنا، احنا يعني فخورين وسعيدين بهذه التجربة والحديث عنها، بس للأسف أنه يعني الوقت ضيق، فإذا نطلب منك تلخصي لنا تجربتك ونصائحك لمستخدمين وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي وللنشطاء رقميا يعني بدقيقتين.
أنا يعني حنهي مداخلتي بنصائح صغيرة جدا للمستخدمين. إنه التحديات كبيرة وحقيقة إنه الأنظمة المستبدة وكل هؤلاء الذين يكرهون حرية التعبير والذين يريدون استغلال الناس وأذواقهم ومجتمعاتهم فقط لمصالحهم الشخصية، نحن نواجه هؤلاء جميعا. إحنا من المهم إنه على الرغم من كل هذه التحديات إن إحنا نؤمن إنه التغيير ممكن، وأن هذه المساحة يجب أن لا نتركها لهؤلاء لأعداء حرية التعبير. لا تقللوا أبدا من تأثير أصواتكم الفردية ولا من القوة الجماعية اللي ممكن تنشأ عن أصواتكم في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي. إنك تكون قادر على التفكير بحرية والتعبير عن نفسك بحرية شرط أساسي للتحرر. لا تحبط ولا تنال منك حملات التنمر والكراهية التي تبثها يعني الذباب الإلكتروني من قبل هذه الأنظمة. مهم جدا بأنك تحمي نفسك من المعلومات المضللة، عبر أنك تكون تفكر تفكيرا نقديا في كل ما يصل إليك، وأن تحيط نفسك بمحيط كامل من الآراء المتنوعة ومن البحث المفصل والدقيق عن كل معلومة تصل لها. لا تفقدوا الأمل وكونوا فخورين يعني بهذه المرحلة اللي إحنا نعيش فيها. هذه المرحلة إحنا يعني كشعوب وكمواطنين لدينا الكثير من الإمكانات اللي نستطيع أن نسخرها في خدمة الحرية والعدالة وفي خدمة أصوات الناس المظلومة. شكرا لكم.
يا ظريف الطول وكيف أقول لك، رايح عالغربي وبلادك أحسن لك، خايف يا ظريف تروح وتتملك وتعاشر الغير وتنساني أنا.
يا ظريف الطول يا ابو صنداحوك، يلي رابي في دلال امك وابوك.
يا ظريف الطول يوم الغرابوك، ساعة الراسي ساب والظهر انحنى، وعلى دلعونة وعلى دلعونة الهوى الشمالي غير اللونة، الهوى الشمالي هب ورماني خلاني حبك يا سمار اللونة، وجفرة ويا الرابع تحصد بأرضي الدير، والسر اللي بيننا وش وصلوا للغير، وإن كان ما في ورق لكتب عجل حاطط، وإن كان ما في حذر هيلن يا عناية.
She's muted. Everybody's saying fish salt.
Lema, I think you might be muted. Would you try to unmute yourself? Sorry.
تمام. أعتذر، يبدو إنه الصوت كان موجود. تمام. ننتقل مرة ثانية معكم مشاهدينا ومشاركين إلى جلسة جديدة، وهي حوار خفيف اخترنا لكم أن يكون حول مشروع تور. تعد مسألة الخصوصية وحماية البيانات حجر الزاوية الأساس في مدى شعورنا بالراحة وإمكانية استخدام الإنترنت، وضمان عدم وقوعنا تحت أنظمة الرقابة اللي بتستهدفنا كمجتمعات مضطهدة بشكل عام، وكفلسطينيين وفلسطينيات بشكل خاص. نسأل تور في هذه الجلسة عن دورهم في النهوض بحقوق الإنسان والدفاع عن الخصوصية عبر الإنترنت، والتحديات اللي بيواجهوها في أوقات توسع المراقبة والفرص اللي بيكتشفوها من خلال عملهم. رح نسمع إيزابيلا دياز فرنانديز بحاورها عيسى محاسنة.
Thank you so much. For something a little lighter, we now have something we're calling a light talk. It's about the Tor project. In this next session, we will speak to Isabella Diaz Fernandez, from the Tor project. And it's because of work like theirs that Palestinians and other oppressed peoples can keep their data protected and private in these times. Moderated by Issam Hasne, they'll talk about Tor's role in promoting and advocating for human rights and online privacy, as well as talk about some of the challenges that they face with the increase in surveillance and also new opportunities that are coming. Thank you so much for being here today.
جفرة وهي الرابع طير الحب الشادي يغني للسما الزرقاء فلسطين يا بلادي. جفرة وهي الرابع طير الحب الشادي يغني للسما الزرقاء فلسطين يا بلادي جفرة وهي الربيع عالبير
Hello, everyone. We are very happy to welcome you all to this light talk on Tor on the first day of the Palestine Digital Activism Forum 2023. I'm Isa Mhassani, the Executive Director of JOSA, the Jordan Open Source Association, and as an open source advocate and activist myself and a software developer, I'm extremely glad to welcome our guest today, the Executive Director of Tor, Isabella Fernandez. Just a short introduction about Isabella. Isabella became Executive Director of Tor in 2018. She joined Tor actually in 2015 as a project manager. And she had so many contributions to the organization. She also led the UX team and implemented the critical usability improvements for the Tor browser and the Tor website. Again, Isabella, we are very glad to have you today and to talk about Tor and the role of Tor in promoting human rights and supporting online privacy. And definitely in this light talk, we are going to focus on how open technologies in general, but very specifically Tor, can ensure that we will not fall victim to regimes that force censorship on oppressed and marginalized communities like Palestinians. Isabella, ahlan wa sahlan, welcome again. So if you allow me, I have a first question, and probably we know that Tor is widely used and is being used more and more, but there's still some sort of prejudice about Tor, and to be honest, a lot of authorities, law enforcement agencies, especially in this region, look down to Tor users. They have always some sort of suspicion about Tor users and people using Tor. Some Arab countries even try to block Tor in these countries. And even generally speaking, I mean, some people might associate Tor with, let's say, illegal or unlawful activities. But away from all this misleading information, what is Tor exactly, and why do you believe that it's important? It's very important for everyone, even for normal users. Let's say that they are not at risk or they are not trying to hide anything, to use Tor to protect their right to online privacy.
Hi, Isa. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be at Pdaf, and I'm really happy. Yes, this is a great question. I think there's a lot of misleading information about Tor. So in a simple way, Tor is a technology that allows people to be anonymous online, right? Like, so let's talk a little bit about anonymity, because that's the problem, right? Like regimes or authoritarian governments or law enforcement, lawmakers, they try to equalize anonymity with crime, right? Like criminal activity. And actually, this is not right. This is actually, anonymity is one of the key elements for anyone in the world to exercise the civic rights. This is not just me saying, right? Like the UN has said that when for people to exercise the civic rights, they need to have also anonymity as part of it. I think if we all stop to think a little bit about one of the main pillars of democracy, it's the vote. And our vote is anonymous. And it's anonymous for a reason, right? When you are speaking out, when you are exercising your right to demand change, to talk about violations of human rights, or even to say and share your opinion, like picking a candidate in an election, you need to do so without the fear of retaliation. So being anonymous, it's a key part of civic rights in a democratic society. And I think that when governments, lawmakers, law enforcement agencies try to say that, oh, when allowing someone to be anonymous, you're allowing them to commit a crime, they're undermining that power of anonymity in democracy, right? And we all need to stop to think, right? Like, what is the reason to undermine, wanting to undermine that and put that on people's culture, on people's mind? And I think That's one of the main point when I try to explain to people that we at Tor, we build this technology. Our organization mission is to advance human rights, right? Like, so we want to create a way for people to be anonymous on the internet, because the internet today is not disconnected from the world that we live, like in real life, right? Like on offline, it's very much connected. So if we want to have the right, our civic rights in the offline world, and we want to translate them to the online world, we need to have a tool, we need to have a mechanism to also be anonymous. And Tor is for everyone. I think like sometimes it's very interesting because we do have pools where people can submit their stories anonymously to share why they use Tor with us. And we receive all kinds of stories. We have a doctor who says he used Tor to research about the patients because they want to preserve the patient privacy when they're researching about them. We have people talking about healthcare, right? They use Tor to protect the information when they're researching about the medical conditions. We have a father who says that he teaches his kids to use Tor because they want the kids to be able to research the internet for questions that teenagers have, normal things, and without having that information being collected and being associated with them for the rest of their lives, and use it can be used against them, can be used to send them advertise for things that they don't need. It can be used for 20,000 things, as we know, right? So we have activists using Tor, we have journalists using Tor, we have lawyers using Tor, we have law enforcement using Tor when they are researching, right, like and investigating a crime. So that is a huge lack of reasons why someone would want to use it. The reason we build our technology, again, is to advance human rights. And like I said, anonymity is a key part of exercising your rights in the real world and offline and online as well. So that's a little bit about where we're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, this makes totally sense. But also, let's say that in different contexts, I mean, for Palestinians, for example, or for many other societies that are dealing with very oppressive regimes, I mean, I think that the right to access information online in a confidential and private way become even more, let's say, important and crucial. And how specifically does Tor help in that? How I mean, Tor help users to access the internet in a confidential way, and it is just about, I mean, accessing information online, or let's also assume, let's say, the other way around. So people who might want to publish information online, and I can think, for example, of activists or journalists that they want to publish, let's say, documentation or evidence of violations of human rights. How does Tor help them?
Right. So what is this technology I'm talking about, right? Like, so we have the base of Tor is a decentralized network. So Tor is a free software where we have thousands of volunteers all around the world who run servers to build this decentralized network. And when you connect to Tor to access anything, you actually bounce through 3 of these servers around the world. And every step of the way, your connection is encrypted. So when I'm trying to access a website to Tor, I will route through the first server, and that server might know who I am, come from, right? Like, might know I'm Brazilian, might know that I'm coming from Brazil, but will not know what I'm trying to access. And then this server will send a package to the middle one, and this communication is encrypted with a specific layer of encryption that only those 2 servers can see. And the middle one will not know who I am, will have no idea which website I want to access. And all they will know is that they need to send a package to the 3rd server. The 3rd server is the same way, right? Like, everything is encrypted. They have no idea about what happened with the first one. All they know that they received a packet from the middle server. They don't know who I am. And when they open this package, they say the website I want to access. And they're like, okay, there's someone on the internet who wants to access this website. So they open the website. And the website provider, all they say is that someone is coming from Tor and is trying to access this website, right? And because of the way the network works, it's very useful to bypass censorship, because normally censorship is very regional target. So we'll block things because you're coming from a certain region. And with this decentralized network, you are not coming from that region anymore. You're coming from another part of the world. Another piece of software that we have developed is a browser, which is just like any other browser. It's actually a copy of Firefox. But what we did was to modify it to enhance, create more features for privacy, because there are a lot of information that can be associated and aggregated to identify that you are you. So far, like when I explain the network, I'm explaining how you are protected on the wire, right? But if someone is actually like when you're requesting to see a website, a lot of information about your browser can be passed through it. So the size of your browser, the font that you're handling, the language that your computer is set on, all of that can be, if combined, it can identify who you are. And with Tor browser, we modified all of that so everybody looks the same. That's our goal, right? Like, so make it harder for people to single out somebody on the internet, and also make it easier for you to connect to the network. So when you're using Tor, like, you can not only bypass censorship, but you have this extra layer of protection, right? Like sometimes when you're just using a VPN, you don't have all of that protection, and you can still be identified, even though you might be able to bypass censorship. And another cool thing that we have at Tor, it's an address that can only be accessed inside of this network. So this is an address that ends with .onion, and it's reserved for Tor network. And this is very much used. This is used actually for a lot of things, but one of the things that people use is to create a website with this address, because then it becomes harder for the censor to block it. Because it does not go outside of the Tor network, you have more protection, because you have end-to-end encryption. You're protecting metadata. It's the whole process. It becomes more safer for the user, right? So when someone wants to publish, like if you are a blogger or if you're a journalist and you have your website and you want to make sure that it's protected against censorship, you can create an ONI address for this website. Sometimes people have ONI addresses associated with normal domain names, like the New York Times has an ONI address, but sometimes you can create an ONI address without associating with any domain. So you don't need to pay for a domain registration or anything like that, where people can track back to who owns the website. And because you accessing this website inside of the Tor network, nobody knows where the website is hosted. So it's much harder to hunt down who is responsible for that. And that protects the people who want to share information online. But ONI addresses are also used by other tools. People are very creative. We have a very vast ecosystem of applications that are built on the top of our technology. And one of these technologies, these applications, is called Onion Share. And Onion Share, what it does is it's kind of like Dropbox, right? You can drop a file on this and will automatically generate an Onion address for somebody else to download that file. The difference here is that you are your server. There is no third-party server. There is no cloud server going on. And this is extremely important, especially for, let's say, a journalist who wants to share an article with a colleague in a very safe way. Or let's say an activist who wants to give information for a human rights lawyer to build the case, right? Like, and they don't want anyone to know that they are the ones providing that information to the lawyer. So, or even organizations who want to just exchange information, the work that they're doing to defend human rights. So this is a very easy tool that is extremely safe for you to share files, share information with each other. And there are other tools that are built on the top of this technology. There are chats where you are your own server, so there is no centralized server for this chat to happen. You don't need to share your phone number. You don't need to create an account anywhere. And so there is no metadata, right? Like, because it's everything inside of the Tor network, so the metadata is obfuscated as well. So there are like more and more people are building different applications that helps people who, especially like in a situation, right, in Palestine, who are under extremely high surveillance environment to be able to coordinate and do work online without being a target and share information as well.
It's about technical aspects, and I think that the technology itself is what made Tor trustworthy, and user really trust Tor because, as you mentioned, it is free software, free in terms that is open source. I mean, everyone can have a look at how it works and review how it works, and this is one of the very important, I mean, technical aspects of the Tor browser and the Tor network itself. You also mentioned decentralization and how, for example, having a decentralized network with not, let's say, a single cloud provider or a single central authority that manages the whole network is something important to really ensure that sort of online privacy. But let me ask you about also the organizational part. And you, as a Tor project, you are operating as a non-profit model, let's say. Do you think that is how this non-profit nature of the Tor project is ensuring the right to online privacy?
I think that there is some values that we carry on as a nonprofit. Going back to the free software, open source, right? Like this is one key element of building trust, because anyone can audit our code and make sure that it's doing exactly what we're saying it does, right? And it's easy to say that, but then you ask me who is looking, right? Like, and I can also say that there's a lot of people looking. We actually have a very active academic community who is writing papers on Tor all the time, actually writing papers that teach us about vulnerability that doesn't even exist yet, that could be exploited, right? Like it's not actually being exploited today, that help us to build defenses mechanisms against those possible attacks. So I can tell you, it's not only open and people can look, there are people looking into it and analyzing our code and making sure that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. The other thing is, as a nonprofit, we have one of our key values is transparency. We are very open. We are very about the projects. We have grants, and I'm not going to be sugarcoating here. We have grants with the U.S. government. We have grants with the Sweden government, you know, and but it's very open and very clear what is the work that we're doing by the money that we are receiving, right? Like, and another thing that I like to clarify is when you have a grant, you are proposing the work. You're not being told to do a work, right? It comes from you. So it comes from us, and we do a GitLab. It's open, right? Like anyone can see the tickets, can see what we're working. We have everything documented, all the sponsors that we have, what are the projects, you can track all the tickets. So this is, transparency is a key element for Tor. We are always internally and externally, we value this because we believe people also think it's funny, right? Like for our organization who defends privacy so much, we are very open and transparent because this is how we believe trust is a key element. And the other aspect of not being for profit, I think it's very important. Forget about Tor for a second, right? Like if you're just using things on the internet, think about what is the business model, right? Like what is driving that tool, whoever created that tool, right? Like to do so what they're doing. Sometimes you're not paying to use the tool is because they are profiting out of your information and they're sharing that information, selling that information. So on our aspect, even though being a nonprofit, it's hard because you need to be, right, like getting donations, money is always an issue, but that is an extremely important aspect because it shows that our motivation is not for profit, is indeed to advance human rights. And on the aspect of not charging for the technology that we build, right? Like when it's part of our mission that our technology is free, as in free beer, right? Like people can access it, don't need to pay for it. Because I think affordability is a key issue here as well. Not to mention when you start paying for things on the internet, you're giving out more information, more data about you, right? Like, so that just complicates things even more. But not everybody around the world can pay for a service, right? Like, and we don't want anyone to be excluded from having access to our technology. So I think those are the elements, right? Like we also have a very active community This is another thing. I think it's a very important element, right? Like we're not shut down on our word, doing our things and not talking to the word. We have like a vast community. We have people who are running the relays, but we also have people helping us with usability testing, people helping us with localization, people helping us writing code, testing our code. We have also partners organizations, human rights organizations, journalist organizations all around the world who are teaching other people how to use Tor. And we meet with them, we coordinate this with them very actively. So I think that this is another element, right? Like people actually get to know the Tor people. It's very accessible. They can talk with us. We go meet with them. We don't, like, for instance, the reason why our tools have become better and better over the course of the years with usability is because we actually meet our users face to face and we ask them questions and we collect that feedback directly from them, right? Like we're not collecting data. We're actually having that conversation direct with them. Our partners are having this conversation sometimes because sometimes we cannot travel all around the world. That's why it's good to have a community. But they bring that feedback back to us and we improve our tools based on real people's experience and what we're hearing from people. So I think all of those elements are important on building trust, right? Like when you're talking about providing certain technology to people.
Yeah, I should be honest that I know a lot of folks from the Tor community and they are amazing. Actually, I mean, there was a question from the audience, which is, I think that you already answered it, from Rama Salahat, that she was asking about how you are sustaining Tor financially since you are a non-profit, but I think that you already covered that. But there was also, I mean, a very good question from Huda Al-Mimouni, about, I mean, please also talk about the security risks of having Tor on your machine and ways you can circumvent these risks. And I think this is a common issue with a lot of Tor users in the Arab region. I mean, just because you are using Tor, you are under the light of law enforcement agencies and authorities in the region. Do you have any short, quick advice regarding that?
Yes, I think there is a project called Tails, and Tails is an operating system that you can run from a USB disk. So if you don't want to have any evidence, right, like that you have Tor installed on your computer, I would advise people to use Tails instead, right? Like, so this is like, you will boot from that USB disk. So everything that you do while you're doing using Tor will be either stored on the disk or wipe up once you turn off your computer. So if someone, for whatever reason, have access physically to your machine, they will not know that you have Tor installed, right? Like, because you did it, use this operating system from your USB disk. On your phone, it is complicated, right? Like once you have Arbor or the Tor browser installed on your phone, if someone has physical access, they will be able to see it. One tip I could give is like edit, remove it, you know, like once you're not using, or remove once you are, you know, you're going to be maybe walking through the street by going through a checkpoint, right? Like clean it up your device before you do so. So it's one more tip of security, right? Like think about that. And then when you need it again, you install it again, right? Like you don't need to have it all the time on your phone. I think one other piece of information for people to keep in mind is that when you are accessing the Tor network, it will, let's say I'm doing this from my home, my router, right? Like, so you think about the router, like, okay, I have the router in my house, but if I'm doing for a university or my workplace, who controls that local network will know that somebody is coming and accessing from Tor, right? And then your local internet provider will know that you are accessing to Tor. They will not know what you're doing on Tor, but they will know that at some point you access the Tor. So maybe you try to do this in a public area, right? Like not in the same place where you normally access the internet to avoid that correlation. Also, another tip is that we say that anonymity loves company. So the more people doing that from the same network, the better, because you're actually protecting everybody who's using it. So maybe one thing to do is to have a party. Like, let's have a free internet party where everybody has privacy to browse the internet. Let's go to this location where it has internet, and we're all going to be using Tor together, and we're going to enjoy your time online, and we're all going to be protecting each other, because it's not going to be Isabella alone accessing Tor. It's going to be Isabella and her 20 friends at the same time accessing Tor. So to single out who actually did it, it will be harder. So I feel like that would be my last tip on that, to help people out.
Thanks a lot, Isabella. I really enjoyed this talk, and thanks a lot.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
عيسى وإيزابيلا، شكرا لوجودكم معنا اليوم. يعني أكيد حوار قيم شاركتونا إياه عن تور. وبننتقل معكم للجلسة الرابعة. بداية بنرجع نرحب بكل اللي انضموا لنا حاليا في منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي في الجلسة الرابعة، اللي رح تكون عن عسكرة الفضاءات الرقمية وكيف تستخدم تقنيات المراقبة لتعميق التمييز الممنهج ضد الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات والمجتمعات ذوي البشرة الملونة حول العالم. بيعيش الفلسطينيين في حالة من المراقبة المستمرة من خلال التطبيقات، طائرات بدون طيار، كاميرات مراقبة أو قواعد بيانات بمعلوماتهم الشخصية. فابيو كريستيانو ومنى شتية وسوزان أبو عيد وعمر بدار رح يكونوا معنا للحديث عن الموضوع.
Thank you so much to Isa and Isabella. That was very informative and super interesting. As we're nearing the end of our first day at Pdaf, we have a few more exciting and important sessions for you, so you'll want to stick around. Next, we're going to be looking at how surveillance technologies are used to deepen systemic discrimination against Palestinians and communities of color around the world. Palestinians live in a constant state of multi-layered surveillance, be it drones, CCTV, or databases with their personal information. Analyzing and sharing with us today on the effects and the broader mechanisms of militarized digital spaces, we have Fabiano Cristiano, Mona Shtaya, Sausin Abu Aid, and Omar Badar.
Omar, I think you are muted.
How about now? Hi, good evening to everyone in Palestine, and welcome to this panel on militarized digital spaces. My name is Omar Badar, and we have an absolutely terrific panel today. You know, there's a lot of activism that is dedicated to the political and diplomatic and legal spheres, but one of the most consequential spheres of influence of the Israeli occupation is the tech and digital space, which Israel has built an entire industry around. An industry of international surveillance and espionage where it experiments on Palestinians and then it sells these tools of oppression worldwide. And today's panel is an exceptional one in helping us get a deeper understanding of this sphere. We have joining us is Mona Shtaya, an advocacy and communications expert working in the MENA region. She is currently the advocacy and communications manager at Hamle, and of course, one of the hardest working people because she's preparing for this talk and helping put this entire event together. She is also a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute in the Cyber Security and Emerging Technology program and the Palestine-Israel program as well. We are also joined by Sausan Abu Aid. She is an associate for the Arms Division at Human Rights Watch, where she works to advance humanitarian disarmament and enhance protections for civilians from various weapons that inflict unnecessary and indiscriminate harm, including autonomous weapon systems, which is part of what we're here to talk about as well. Her interests include exploring the development and use of these weapon systems within the Palestinian context. And last but not least, we're also joined by Dr. Fabio Cristiano, an assistant professor in conflict studies at Utrecht University. Tell me if I said that right, hopefully close enough. He is a critical security scholar whose research explores the making of conflict and security in and through cyberspace. He also published widely on cybersecurity, surveillance, algorithms, and digital rights in Palestine and beyond. So welcome to all of you, and thank you for joining this panel today. I guess we can start with Muna. If you can just give us a sense a little bit in kind of introducing this topic about what militarized surveillance looks like in Palestine and how it impacts the lives of Palestinians on the ground.
Hi, Omar. Hi, everybody. I'm really glad to join you here today to speak about our militarized spaces. And like I'm speaking now from Palestine, a very militarized space, the physical world as well as the our online spaces. So that's pretty much intense. But let me start with talking about surveillance in Palestine in general and give an overview about what does like surveillance in Palestine, how does like, or how do surveillance in Palestine looks like. So if we just look at Palestine, we can see that there is Palestinians who are living under a state of surveillance. Keeping in mind when we are talking about that, the power asymmetry between the Israelis as occupiers and the Palestinians as occupied people, and those who are the occupiers are basically getting benefits out of this occupation, military occupation, and ongoing systematic discrimination against Palestinians by building and developing, as well as testing their surveillance technologies on Palestinians before selling that worldwide to profit from the military occupation. And when we are speaking about surveillance, we can give examples, but we can't mention all the surveillance technologies that we are exposed to in Palestine, because whenever we are talking about surveillance, we can mention like facial recognition, CCTV cameras, drones, blue wolf, white wolf, red wolf. We can also talk about the online surveillance for our digital spaces. And I'm gonna now walk through those and give a brief about each one of them. We can't also ignore the whole industry of spywares and malwares, where Israel is also developing spywares such as Pegasus, owned by NSO company, which is basically used worldwide, and their only customers are the governments, and most probably they are the oppressive governments around the world. And that's how such oppressive regimes and colonizers are exporting repression and are profiting from military occupation. Just like to give some thoughts about one of those militarization tools that they are using. When I want to start with an example. In 2021, the first when anyone just talk about May uprising and May 2021, first image that is coming into my mind is the Palestinians in Jerusalem when they were trying to break the cameras, the CCTV cameras in the streets of Jerusalem, basically in East Jerusalem, because they thought that those cameras are basically used to militarize their their real life spaces, where they are basically arrested, interrogated, and sentenced based on their peaceful protests in the streets. That's one thing, but that's not the only thing. Just to give you also an example, we have conducted an ethnographic report a couple of years ago, and one of the women in East Jerusalem, she said that she's a Muslim woman, and of course she's putting hijab on her head. She said that she's putting hijab inside their home, which is supposed to be her safe space, because she doesn't feel safe inside her home because the CCTV camera is invading her home. Same is happening in the military checkpoints in Hebron, where they also developed their the so-called smart city, which is basically a model of automated occupation, where they have smart gun, the automated gun, where they also have the CCTV cameras, the facial recognition, and they also started there to develop their Blue Wolf, which is basically a huge database where they are profiling Palestinians, entering our databases to a bigger data servers called Wolfpack, where they are saving our data, and whenever a Palestinian is going to pass through checkpoint, this database basically is used to show how or if this Palestinian is a security threat for Israelis. And again, when we say security threat, the definition of a security threat for them is not very clear. It sometimes can deny you your right to get a permit for medical aids in Jerusalem just because one of your cousins or one of your relatives is a prisoner or is a martyr or something like that. So the term militarizing of our spaces, of our digital spaces, is a really broad term, and it has so many subtopics that is coming under that. But like, that's just a brief to start the conversation and to warm up. But also, if we just look at the online spaces, where the Israeli military spokesperson are also trying to collect data from Palestinians, especially through those captains pages on Facebook. Sometimes they are spreading misinformation or disinformation for certain area, and they are calling on people to send them some information about certain people like that. They are doing that publicly, and sometimes they would even tell people, if you are getting us something like that, we are able to get you a permit to enter Israel. So that's such like some of the ways that they are using to militarize our online spaces as well as our urban places where we are living under the panopticon effect that is basically affecting our trust relationships, our daily life, as well as our behavior, because like whenever we feel that we are watched all the time, we are going to behave at our best. And again, at our best means that we are changing our behavior just because we feel like watched.
Thank you, Muna. It really is remarkable. I think Palestinians are among perhaps the single most surveilled people on the planet. It's kind of reminiscent of 1984 a little bit, and one can only imagine the psychological impact of feeling like you're under watch constantly as well. Just a reminder for the people watching that if you have any questions that you would like to ask, please drop them in the chat. And after a couple of rounds of speaking with our speakers, we're going to get around to these questions as well. Maybe next I can ask Fabio a little bit about your work, about the militarization of cyberspace, kind of globally beyond Palestine as well, and specifically the role that Israel plays in it, because I know that it is a pretty significant role. Can you kind of describe what that scene is like on a global level?
Yes, thank you, Omar, and thank you, Hamle, for organizing this and having me. It's been a great pleasure to listen to the previous speakers, and I look forward to listen to the speakers in the next days. So following up on Mona's very comprehensive intro, I want to zoom out a bit and maybe start with the quote to situate a bit my contribution. So in 1996, the cyber utopianist John Barlow, that you might know as the founder of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, wrote something called the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace, which said, addressing the governments of the industrial world, and I quote, "I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather." And I think unfortunately, this future wished for by these early cyber utopianists, unfortunately did not materialize today. And so we should be very much skeptical about the techno-optimistic perspectives that we are often presented with. Today, in fact, we see that the militarization of cyberspace is a well-known fact, and it's not covert as in the past. And it also relates on how sovereignty plays out in this context. So I want to say something very quickly about these two aspects to also kind of, let's say, contextualize then my contribution about Palestine. So when we think about militarization, we see that in 2016, that is 20 years after the Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace, NATO declared cyberspace to be an official domain of military operations. So very much along the lines of air, land, and sea. And so we have to be aware of the fact that this is the context that we are talking about, right? This is officially considered to be a battlefield. And in fact, military engagement in cyberspace has been originally and historically covert, but today we see that there is a growing trend to openly acknowledge military cyber forces. So 30 states are today known to have developed official cyber commands. And so states increasingly acknowledge also the fact that offensive cyber operations are part of their military strategy. So they use them as legitimate instruments of international relations. So this is the context when it comes we are talking about when we discuss the militarization of cyberspace. Another trend which is important to mention is that we see today an acceleration towards fragmentation of the technical layer of the internet. So whereas cyber utopian is thought about the internet as this space free of sovereignty, we see increasingly that this is a space which is fragmented at the technical layer. And so, for instance, we can think about originally this process being, let's say, championed by authoritarian regimes, so Russia with the ViewNet project, or China with the Great Firewall. But today, the national segmentation of the internet at the technical layer, it's something that is entering also the debate of the so-called like-minded states and progressive countries, with the EU, for instance, talking a lot about digital sovereignty. So in this context, it is important to think about the role of Israel vis-a-vis these two trends. And there is studies, of course, showing that Israel is one of the leading cyber power in the world, with actually not only in terms of the military capabilities, offensive capabilities, but also in terms of the commercial position that Israel has in relation to the commercialization of cybersecurity products. We are talking about 7% of the global market of cybersecurity products. And this is a massive quota if we think about Israel. And this is due to the fact that Israel has been able through the years to develop a quite unique, let's say, strategy which combines civilian knowledge and military knowledge, which is, of course, the result of a very militarized society, which is fully, let's say, engaged in a settler colonial project. So there is, in fact, here we come to Palestine, right? So the old debate about, let's say, Palestine as a lab is very much not only a question of being the lab, but in fact is a variable that allows Israel to have this position in terms of the leadership for cybersecurity. And when it comes to fragmentation of the internet, Israel is, of course, leading this kind of trend. There is investment fund for creating optic cables linking Europe to the Gulf and India, in which Israeli, let's say, have a lot of stakes in terms of investment. But also Israel is branding themselves as cyber capacity building actors all over the world. So these technical capabilities, commercial, let's say, resources are also, in fact, providing the country with the new legitimacy in terms of diplomatic relations. So in this context of fragmentation of the infrastructure, I think then the question we need to ask, not to fall into the trap of being a bit techno-optimistic, is where is Palestinian cyberspace in all of this? And I think this is something that I would like to discuss maybe in the next round.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, when we talk about Israel's influence on the cyber level, I mean, there are very famous cases of journalists around the world who basically have been tracked by other governments using Israeli products and methods of tracking. Certainly, we'll come around to the impact on Palestinian society specifically, but I want to also bring Sosan in real quick on kind of a little bit of your work, Sosan, working with Human Rights Watch on the threat of autonomous weapons, then the threats they pose generally speaking, and then also specifically in a Palestinian context as well. If you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you so much, Ahmad, for moderating this panel, and thank you to my incredible co-panelists, Muna and Fabio, for going before me. I would just like to say, so it's kind of, when I try to conceptualize, this, what are autonomous weapons, right? So when we try to sort of conceptualize of the spectrum of harm that comes from not just digital dehumanization, but can also result from the use of artificial intelligence and other emergent technologies, we have a spectrum that sort of, along the spectrum, we have, as Muna mentioned, right, this militarization of the use of invasive surveillance technologies. Then we also have, as Fabio pointed out, sort of this militarization of cyberspace, and even, this concept of the diminishing of cyberspace. But along the extreme end of the spectrum, we also have something called autonomous weapons or killer robots.
And what we at Human Rights Watch sort of like to define these weapons as these are weapons that would rely on sensor processing rather than human input to select and engage targets. So essentially, these weapon systems are, once activated, can go out into the world and use sensors, whether that be facial recognition technology, biometric data, et cetera, to select and then use force against human targets, essentially reducing life and death decisions to machines. And this can be on the battlefield, this can be in policing, or this can be in efforts of border control. And what we like to think is that this is essentially the worst case scenario on the slide towards digital dehumanization, and it essentially challenges our very concepts of humanity. I'm going to talk a bit about some of the concerns that they raise, and then hopefully, and later on in the session, we can get into how that relates to surveillance. So first, obviously, they raise a plethora of ethical concerns, reducing people to data points for the purpose of exerting force against them is something that should be prohibited, or that we can agree upon should be prohibited across the board. And because you end up coding such algorithms to target people and to seek out certain people, you have to have certain metrics, right? To say like, okay, anyone that walks a certain way, looks a certain way, has a certain build, has a certain skin color, is deemed a threat, correct? So then you end up running the risk of entrenching certain biases and discriminations into code, and whether this discrimination and biases are deliberate or incidental, I think doesn't really matter, and especially doesn't really matter when we think about the concept, when we think about it within the concept of Palestine, right? What does it mean to accidentally be discriminatory towards something when an entire system or an entire military apparatus is built upon such discrimination? And then you're looking at it you have certain concerns looking at it from the perspective of international law, right? There's the principles of distinction under international humanitarian law, which requires any human using force to distinguish between people that are actively participating in hostilities versus, say, civilians, injured combatants, medical personnel, etc. And as we know, and as we have seen, I think just recently within the past 2 or 3 years within Palestine, these distinctions are often very much contextual, and they also fluctuate on a case-by-case basis. And under international human rights law, there are also principles of sufficiency, necessity, and proportionality that dictates the rules of law. And whether these weapons can challenge or even abide by these sort of principles is a question to be explored. But also they raise the question of accountability concerns as well. So once you have a violation, say within the laws of war, that are carried out by essentially a machine, who do you hold accountable to that? Do you hold those who coded the machine? Do you hold those who sort of are employed the machine, or the coders that have made that machine or have made the algorithm? And this is, I guess, like it is a major concern. But I think apart from the legal concerns and also the ethical concerns surrounding all of this, there's also this idea that these weapon systems and the code and the algorithms that sustain these weapon systems require a plethora of data. And I think that this is one thing that we'll talk about later within the panel, but then also is one of the major points of concern, is that they require a plethora of data, surveillance data, and data that is acquired invasively. So this would also encourage and enhance governments' ability and governments and organizations' ability to invasively surveil on populations and to gather this data into a database that is then used to sort of create and deploy these weapon systems.
Thank you, Sosan. It does feel like we're heading towards a dystopian reality. A lot of people watch Black Mirror and feel like that's an alternate universe in which things are really, really far-fetched. And honestly, looking at the trending of autonomous weapons the way they are heading, it is kind of deeply concerning, especially when we look at a Palestinian population under occupation that gets to have this meted out, basically, against them without any constraints. I want to circle back to Muna on the question of the way that the Palestinians struggle against this form of repression and how it connects to other people. Obviously, the Palestinian experience is unique because no other place is just like Palestine, but that doesn't mean that there aren't parallels elsewhere in the world. Can you talk a little bit about those connections between these struggles and how other people may be experiencing things that are similar that Palestinians can connect with as well?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Omar, for your question. So before I start speaking about the intersectional struggle, just to understand how is that connected with other people's, with other people's struggle. I'm gonna give an example about Microsoft and AnyVision. A couple of years ago, Microsoft was going to invest over $75 million in AnyVision, and AnyVision is an Israeli company who was supposed to develop the facial recognition technique and test that on Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territory before Microsoft starts selling that worldwide to profit from testing that on Palestinians. So there was a huge campaign against Microsoft because they are violating the international human rights law as well as the human rights and business principles. It was led by our partners and allies in the US, especially Jewish Voices for Peace. After a huge campaign, Microsoft divested from this investment, and they regret it. So this is just an intro, just to think about the $75 million that were going to be invested in AnyVision, so they can multiply that several times when they are selling that worldwide. And to be clear, who is going to buy such a technology? Many of the oppressive regimes will definitely invest in that to silence their people, to shrink the spaces of freedom of expression and opinion, and to militarize and securitize people's spaces to prevent them from having their basic and fundamental rights, which is the rights to privacy, the rights to freedom of expression, the rights to gathering and assembly. And through our journey in struggling against and confronting surveillance technologies, we also have been educating ourselves about other people's struggle against them. And there's a nice example, or not very nice, like there's a horrible example from the UK. Around a decade ago, when the UK government was trying to or started to use surveillance technologies, basically CCTV cameras in the public areas and in their cities, they started with Birmingham, which is one of the biggest cities in the UK. And at that time, those like people in Birmingham was basically against the CCTV cameras because they believe that they are basically discriminating and labeling people of color there because like historically, there's this stereotyping that people of color basically they were stereotyped that they are high crimes communities. That was one side, but it's not the only example. There are so many examples around the world. Even Amazon, when they started using the AI and artificial intelligence in their hiring process, the first round of CV selections basically excluded all women from the process, and all, even white women, and all black men or men of color. The main reason behind that was basically because the data that was used to train the machine learning basically was a white man data. So this machine learning just accepts white man data. They will reject anything from women or men of color. And when they tested that and checked that, they found that this was the problem. So this is just like one example from the UK, one example from Amazon, but that's again, like those are examples that were revealed and we are aware of, but there are so many embedded discriminatory examples in other companies and in other technologies that we are using on a daily basis, and basically they are used to discriminate against people of color, against Muslim communities, and against other minorities, sometimes also against women or LGBTQ communities. Therefore, we as Palestinians see this from a very intersectional lens when we are confronting surveillance technologies. When it comes to spywares and malwares, many of the Arab oppressive regimes are buying data from the Israeli government. I can give an example: the Saudi government, the UAE government, the Moroccan, the Saudi and the UAE regimes, the Moroccan regime, and among others. And they are basically using that to oppress their people and silence them, to prevent them from criticizing the governments and regimes in those countries. And just thinking about that, we can see how they are using that basically against political opponents, journalists, activists, human rights defenders, and more particularly when they are women, especially in such patriarchal communities where they are oppressing queers and women more than other people. That said, I would think that the intersectional struggle and the intersectional lens is much needed whenever we are talking about joint campaigns and even studies to think about how we can combat that together, because we as Palestinians, even if we are a unique case, we can't do anything with this uniqueness unless we are collaborating, joining our forces with other communities around the world, but also more particularly in the global south and our brothers and sisters in the Arab region. I'm not sure if you have any follow-ups, but that's the overview on this topic. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Muna. And certainly it's honestly a reminder that people should be paying attention everywhere in the world on what's happening in Palestine, because in many ways it is a preview of the experiences that could be exported to them at any point. Sausan, I see a question in the chat, and I have a question of my own, so I'm just going to combine the two together and kind of give you a chance to give a two-part answer, if that's okay. One question is from Amber Rahman, who says, could you share examples of autonomous weapons used in Palestine? I've heard about smart shooters, for example, used at a checkpoint. Separately from that, you had closed your last question with talking about collecting data and surveillance. And I know that there is a new report that came out from Amnesty International talking about automated apartheid and how that basically entails very significant invasive surveillance. Can you talk about that as well and kind of how it connects to your work?
Yeah, of course. So like you mentioned, Ahmed, earlier this month, Amnesty International released a report titled Automated Apartheid, which essentially explores how facial recognition technology is used extensively by the Israeli authorities to support their continued oppression and apartheid of Palestinians in the occupied Palestinian territories. And this sort of goes into this concept of a frictionless occupation, right? Or some people like to call it a remote controlled occupation, where we're starting to see the emergence of a lot of these emerging technologies within being sort of experimentally used across the Palestinian territories in a way before they're exported out into the world, similar to what Fabio and Muna were talking about earlier in this concept of, or this analogy of a lab. What we see in this report is that they're expose the use of this facial recognition technology called Blue Wolf, which, underneath Blue Wolf, there's also White Wolf, Blue Wolf, etc. And it's technology deployed by the Israelis at military checkpoints and through CCTV cameras all around Hebron. And what they do is essentially scan Palestinian faces and then add them to surveillance databases without their concern. And Israel's extensive use of this biometric recognition technology in Gaza and then the occupied Palestinian territories, I think it's important to note, and this is just touching back on Muna's first topic and for our first question, was that this is used to monitor and control essentially Palestinians' participation in public life, their access to services, and in border crossing. And not only does this sort of extend the capacity of Israel to discover people's identities without their knowledge and violating their civilians' rights to privacy, but it also infringes on the freedom of movement, assembly, association, and expression. And that, from there comes the more extensive sort of nuanced infringements. But this mass surveillance tool, such as the Red Wolf and such as what we see in the Automated Apartheid report, serves as to intimidate and also to monitor all Palestinians, right? And this indiscriminate effect, I think, is what's one of the main findings of the report, but also sort of highlights the extent of the violations and of the human rights violations. But as the Amnesty report highlights, this escalation for the incorporation of AI technologies to sustain an Israeli military occupation raises also serious concerns about the use of AI and automation as a tool of state violence. And this is just going back to Amber's point. So like I mentioned earlier, autonomous weapon systems are an extension of this AI-powered surveillance tools. And I want to add a little quote here. Ray Etchison recently published a book called Abolishing State Violence. And they write in their book that once human beings are rendered into objects, traceable through their identities prescribed by those conducting this kind of processing, categorizing, sorting, and surveillance, then it becomes easier to choose who should be subjected to harm. And this is exactly sort of what we see happening now. We see this extensive and vast, massive surveillance technologies employed across the Palestinian territories, which then begs the question of, okay, then what's next? What are we going to use this surveillance? What are we going to use this data collected for? And when we see this in Israel's development of drones, loitering munitions, etc. But what I want to focus on is also to point to Amber's question is a smart shooter, which is one of the most recent, I think, one of the recent examples of this trajectory towards fully autonomous weapons technologies. And while the smart shooter, which I'll get into in a bit, isn't technically a fully autonomous weapons, it does sort of highlight the trend and the trajectory of where we're going. And so in the late 2022, around September and October, the Israeli military installed an automated gun turret called the Smart Shooter at the Bab Zawiya checkpoint in Hebron. And this remote controlled gun turret, what uses optical sensors and artificial intelligence to essentially track and lock in on its targets. And But two things to keep in mind now is that the weapon system is, from what we understand, currently the weapon system requires a human in the loop to deploy its payload, meaning that once the weapon tracks a target, locks in on the target, a human operator, whether that be a soldier sitting in a tower or behind a desk, still clicks to approve whether to deploy the payload or not. And this is sort of what causes people to question, okay, well, is it a fully autonomous weapon if there is a human in the loop? And the second thing is that according to a military spokesperson gave an interview or offered a quote to Hazaret's article, which was one of the first to publish this news, they said that the weapon is currently only used to confront people disrupting order in the area. And I put it in quotation marks, not just because it's a quote, because also sort of going back to what Muna was saying earlier about what does it mean to disrupt order, right? These concepts of people that are threats, that are disrupting order, when you're already operating within a system that sees essentially the entire captive Palestinian population as a threat, sort of has this, it becomes cloudy in a sense to say, okay, well, is a child that's standing below the checkpoint carrying a rock, is he a threat, right? And it goes back to this idea of what is proportionality and how can we ensure proportionality within these weapon systems. And that's just one example. Another example would be Elbit's Lanius drone system that is this entire motherboard of multiple drones that can be deployed that are used for complex urban environments and that can have the ability to autonomously map out and scope out buildings and also detect threat levels of targets. And we're not sure, but we know there's a video released on social media in February earlier this year of this sort of micro drones going into a home and then deploying their payload for one of the in Nablus when the Israeli military was going after some resistance fighters. And one thing that we kind of think is like, okay, this is being used now, but we're not really sure. There's a sense of opacity between the algorithms and also where the human is in these weapon systems, right? So it kind of just pegs the question of what are the weapons that are being developed and how far along are we to sort of reach this idea of a fully autonomous weapon system. And I think that this is going back to Amar, your point, also Muna's point earlier, is that it's really concerning because I think that while a lot of people are focusing on places of active warfare, right, like Ukraine and the loitering munitions that were used by Russia and Ukraine, I think one thing that we should also be just as maybe even more focused on is places of sustained sort of protracted state violence like Palestine, where we see the development of these weapons sort of just pop out sort of, seemingly overnight. We have this gun turret installed into a checkpoint. And I think that sort of being away from the public eye for so long grants Israel some sort of, I guess, veil to deploy and use these weapons that are then exported around the world. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Sosan. And it kind of points a little bit to the physical manifestations of the threats that Palestinians endure. But it's also, there's the added problem, Fabio, of the digital cyberspace being entirely dominated by Israel. Can you talk a little bit, you've kind of laid the big picture kind of Israel's role globally on the cybersecurity threat that is basically posed to people everywhere. But there is a unique Palestinian challenge under the infrastructure of occupation, both physical and digital. Can you talk a little bit more about that too?
Yes, thank you, Omar. Actually, yes, I want to exactly point at this kind of, let's say, uniqueness of the Palestinian case, perhaps also adding up on what has been just said. So as I was mentioning, in a global context of internet fragmentation, bordering of the internet. So it is very important to ask where the Palestinian space, cyberspace is, and whether it can be understood only in terms of the information and the content that we see online. So simply put, of course, we can think about cyberspace as being made of information and infrastructure. And we have been discussing a lot today about content moderation and the importance that issues related to information have, both for surveillance and security, but also, as was said earlier by Nadim, about the economic perspectives for Palestinians. But I want to focus a bit on the infrastructure, on the internet infrastructure, because at the bottom of the information layers, of course, there is a physical layer. And I think this has been a bit overlooked in the analysis of Palestinian cyberspace, thus leading to very much cyber optimistic perspectives. And when we're talking about the physical layer, of course, we're talking about subsea cables, terrestrial networks, internet exchange points, antennas, and so on. And very simply, as was also said earlier, Israel is in full control of this infrastructure. And I think this is not only an issue of discrimination or of state violence as we see it elsewhere. Infrastructure control, like the control of the internet infrastructure, is very much school book colonialism. And I think it is important for us to add this analytical dimension if we want to understand the prospect for Palestinian freedoms online. And this is very much what sets Palestine apart from other cases, right? The impossibility of controlling the infrastructure. So 2 points here. One, infrastructural autonomy, which is going to be one of the main focus of this kind of, let's say, more constructive, let's say, suggestion that I have here. And when we talk about infrastructural autonomy and the lack of infrastructural autonomy, we are talking very much about the history of colonialism, right? It's one of infrastructural power. In 1995, the Oslo II framework explicitly set the Palestinian Authority right to nurture an independent ICT sector and an autonomous national infrastructures. This is very much being neglected until today because of the Israeli control on infrastructure, but it has also been a bit neglected in the debate about Palestinian cyberspace. So I want to draw attention to this question and the prospect of putting infrastructural autonomy back into the debate. Because at the end of the day, the question is, how can we enjoy freedoms online if we do not have control on the infrastructure? Is that even possible? I think this is a question that we really need to address. The second aspect is very much related to the cybercrime law, the Palestinian Authority cybercrime law, and the extent to which this has contributed to further depriving Palestinians of sovereignty online. So with the Israel in full control of network infrastructure, the Palestinian Authority and the Hamas administration, of course, they retain limited sovereignty functions with regard to cyberspace. Yet these functions are expressed in very, let's say, controlling policies, such as the cybercrime law. And going back to the discussion that we had earlier about the tools that Palestinians can use to circumvent the block, the Tor project, which is a very interesting one. It is worth mentioning that the use of VPN and the like to circumvent internet blocks is illegal in Palestine because of the cybercrime law. So I think it is very important that while we discuss the issue of infrastructural autonomy, we also address the cybercrime law that has been amended, but still poses very important limitations to the possibility of enjoying a free internet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Fabio. And certainly we will move to kind of talking about the possibility of whether that kind of autonomy even is an option. Just flagging the fact that we have about 12 minutes left. And so to that effect, I'm going to mix some of the questions that we're getting into the chat as well, into the questions that I'm asking as well. So we do have Sam Shakir, who is asking, what are the tools available or could be available for Palestinians to resist the new methods of oppression? On that note, I guess we can start with Sausan. Just addressing that question and kind of what other information for the people who are watching can kind of make use of in creating that resistance that we need to the trend that we're witnessing.
Yeah, so I mean, like you mentioned earlier, Ahmed, it does feel like we're approaching into this sort of dystopian world. But I don't like to think about that too much, because then we want to get pretty much anything done. But what I do like to think is we have incredible Palestinian organizations such as Shabaka, and Haq Hamla, even organizing such panels such as the Pdaf every year that are working to actively resist aspects of digital dehumanization and automated violence. And I think that we sort of can use that as an example, but then also build on that and sort of build on that this organized effort and try to have a more concerted, sort of concentrated effort from Palestinians and international activists to better advocate against this normalization and abstraction of violence, and in turn the threat of autonomous weapon systems. And not just within sort of at a national level, but I think also within spaces of international diplomacy as well. Currently talks of a treaty to limit or to ban the use or the development of fully autonomous weapon systems is now entering its 10th year of negotiations with no avail within the UN system. So I think that, it's kind of disheartening in a way, but then also, and especially disheartening when you think about how technologies are being developed and at such a pace that sort of outpaces these diplomatic talks. But I think it's also encouraging to think that, just look into how past disarmament treaties have come about, right? We have seen the commitment in the fruits of the efforts of a small and committed group of dedicated countries and individuals and organizations that can influence global behaviors and how weapons are developed and used, and even how wars are fought. And I just think back to, landmines were a common, weapon used in war for decades. And then now we have a treaty banning them with more than 160 countries signed on. So I think that we can have similar efforts and similar sort of push within the space of automated harm and not fully autonomous weapons. So I think that that's one thing that we could be doing. And I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's encouraging for me.
For sure. I think, the only option that we have in the face of such a dark reality is any signs of hope and any possible things that people can plug into to move forward. I think is don't have any other option. What is the alternative? I think we have to kind of hang on that level of optimism and try to move forward with it in any way that we can. Fabio, I feel like for you, it's a little bit more challenging. You mentioned a little bit about the prospect of Palestinian independence digitally from Israel. Is that even physically possible given the conditions on the ground? What does that even mean or look like, the possibility of Palestinians to try to gain digital independence from Israel's dominance and control?
Yes, no, that's a very good and challenging question. And I feel I've been very bringing here a very pessimistic perspective of on what is possible and what is not possible. I think it's important to see other ways in which we can relate to this kind of overwhelming and ubiquitous surveillance. Elsewhere, you will see that there is a big movement for the disengagement, especially those cyber utopians that I mentioned earlier, the hacktivist communities from the 90s. They are actually advocating for the disconnect, right? So the idea that there is not the possibility of enjoying freedoms online. And of course, we have to understand that this is very much a Western bias and comes with the privilege of being connected. So going back to Palestine, I think if I can make a road map in my understanding of the problem here, I think it's important to first put infrastructural autonomy back on the agenda and to understand that there is not any exceptionalism about cyberspace. This is an infrastructure that actually is, let's say, responding to the same logic of colonial control. So only by putting those into question, we can actually think about a free Palestinian cyberspace. Tools like Tor project or others, I think, are very good. And we, of course, need to be a bit aware of the, let's say, technological divide that we mentioned at the beginning, right? Who is able to use this tool and who is left out. But also, this also brings a question which perhaps we don't have the time to discuss now, of to what extent using these tools to circumvent the status quo of the Israeli full control on Palestinian cyberspace indicates some sort of normalization of the status quo. I think this is an issue that we need to address. Concluding, I think it's also important to put into question the cybersecurity cooperation that the Palestinian Authority has with the Israelis. I think without putting that into question, it is very unlikely to, let's say, to create the prospects for a better digital experience for Palestinians. And also, finally, to engage more openly internationally, as also was said before, and I'm particularly thinking about the UN Open-Ended Working Group on Cybersecurity, where Israel has been very vocal lately, and this is very important to follow this debate and to challenge eventually what is being decided there.
Fabio, do you mind we were talking before this panel about the way that sometimes things like VPNs could potentially make you more vulnerable. Do you just want to touch base on that very quick, like in under a minute, kind of explaining the dangers of sometimes thinking you have ways around Israeli control when you don't?
Yes, no, that's a very good point. I forgot to mention. I think we of course we have discussed that there is Israel is in full control of the infrastructure, right? So by banning VPN, so with the Palestinian Authority banning VPN, what the result is that Palestinian traffic is sent back to the Israeli infrastructure, right? So I think this is the issue there when it comes to the bans. And also, again, there is a technological divide, right? So there is knowledge required for accessing these tools of about privacy, anonymity, and knowledge about this is not available to the large population, which creates a discrimination within society in its own terms. Mm-hmm. So it is important to think about these tools not as a way of normalizing and circumventing the status quo, but we should perhaps be a bit more ambitious and think about the broader picture and infrastructure autonomy. A very good question.
Yep. Thank you. Certainly very important information for all of us to keep in mind. With 5 minutes left, I have one final question for Muna. Muna, I want you to take us home with kind of you're living, you know what the sense on the ground is, the spirit of resistance that Palestinians display day in and day out. Can you talk about what the mood is in Palestine a little bit right now and kind of how we build on that, how we build allyship across the world to combat the occupation more broadly and digital oppression more specifically as well?
Yes, of course. So if we just want to look at the dark side, then we would quit our jobs, leave everything, and just that's a dark reality that we are living under. But fortunately, people are hopeful. People are thinking how they are confronting militarization and securitization for their spaces, whether it's online or offline all the time. And that's pretty much like the spirit is confronting such oppressive technologies. And if we have this spirit, then we won't be at any time beaten, because we're still thinking how we can confront that. Palestinians for a very long time have been censored on social media platforms. Many of our content has been taken down, but for fun. It's not for fun, for just for fun. Sometimes they are thinking about in new ways. They are exploring in new ways on how they can keep their content online. They sometimes even don't use the flag of Palestine. They use watermelon to point out that this content is coming out of Palestine. This is how they are trying to think about keeping their content online when they want to talk about something in Palestine. But when it comes to the digital surveillance or the surveillance in our urban places, it's a bit more complicated, because whenever there's facial recognition or whenever you are just passing through a military checkpoint and you are forced to be photographed, or your data should be profiled in the blue wolf or the red wolf or the white wolf, it's way more complicated, because if you said no, you would be definitely arrested and you will be profiled there. So you will be profiled here or there. And they have this sense of competition on who gonna file more Palestinians during their military shift, when they are on their shift on the military checkpoint. But again, Palestinians are usually thinking about in new ways how they are confronting that. And also Palestinians are now more thinking more strategically on how they are building allies and partnerships as well as coalitions around the world to pressure companies to end their investments or to end their complicity in such technologies that is basically used to oppress Palestinians and to shrink our spaces. So I've spoke before about AnyVision as one of the campaigns, but now there is an ongoing campaign against Google and Amazon for their Nimbus project, which is basically a huge contract with the military occupation. I haven't had the chance to speak about that, but it's an ongoing project and they are investing billions of dollars in this project. But again, as Palestinians, we are trying to lobby more, to do more advocacy efforts to document that, because in many cases, the surveillance technology in Hebron, the surveillance technologies used in Hebron are not basically, you can't find a research that is basically profiling or documenting all the surveillance technologies that is used in Hebron. Because if you can just document that and look in depth into that, you would understand how terrible the situation there is. And Hebron is just like one of them. And again, they are calling that a smart city, but it's not. That's just an automated occupation or automated colonialism. So again, that's why we need to think how we can join the forces with other people, with other oppressed communities, how we can also build allies and influence other people so they can also pressure their governments to put more pressure on Israel to stop doing or to stop developing and testing their surveillance technologies on Palestinians. So the way is too long, but at least we started and we are going to continue. That's the spirit. And yeah, that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minna. That was very, very well said. And to the question from Nick in the chat asking if he heard correctly that the PA had banned VPNs, just confirming that you did hear that correctly. Unfortunately, the challenges facing Palestinians under occupation are many, many layers. Thank you very much for the entire panel, for Munashtaya, for Sousan Abu Eid, and for Dr. Fabio Cristiano for a very, very insightful conversation. We have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but obviously the spirit of resistance for Palestinians continues. And, they need all the allies that they can around the world. So we have people can plug into this as well. And thank you to Hamle for hosting this panel.
فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين فلسطين مثل ارضك نلقى وين فلسطين على عتابك لاقينا فلسطين نفديكي بعيننا فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين مثل ارضك نلقى وين هلا والله ويا هلا بالاصل والمرجانه فلسطين المهيوب من في الدنيا بيجهانا هلا والله ويا هلا
شكرا لجميع المتحدثين والشخصيات اللي كانت موجودة معنا اليوم ضمن المنتدى النشاط الرقمي. وبنرجع للشخصيات الملهمة اللي بتنضم لنا هذا العام ضمن المنتدى، وهالمرة رح نكون مع فرانشيسكا البانيز. فرانشيسكا هي مقرر الأمم المتحدة الخاص المعني بحالة حقوق الإنسان في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة. فرانشيسكا أيضا هي محامية وباحثة ومؤلفة وعندها خلفية غنية كخبيرة في مجال حقوق الإنسان والعمل في مجالات الهجرة والتهجير القسري واللاجئين الفلسطينيين والقانون الدولي.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you to everybody on the last panel. And next, we're very lucky to be joined by our next inspirational speaker, Francesca Albanese. Francesca is the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories. Francesca is a lawyer, scholar, author, and has a rich background in human rights as a human rights expert, working in areas of migration and forced displacement, Palestinian refugees, and international law.
هلا لا ليا وهلا لا ليا عيني يا
Hello, everyone, and I would like to thank AMLE for organizing this important event, a necessary event, I would say. I will try to be as inspirational as I can, although what I'm going to talk about is not less depressing than what has been said so far. I've been asked to offer my perspective on the attacks against civil society working in and on Palestine, and the role that digital discrimination plays vis-a-vis civil society, an issue that has increased exponentially. I've been also asked to reflect on my own experience in this context. There are three main aspects that I will highlight. First, the fact that digital surveillance is contributing not only to curb dissent and shrink the space for civil society, aggravating the general unlawfulness that taints Israel's 56-year-old occupation, but it's also making the occupation more sustainable from the occupying powers perspective. Second is the role that internet is playing in smear campaigns against those who uphold human rights in the context of Palestine, the occupied Palestinian territory more specifically. Something that I've lived firsthand as a UN special rapporteur. And thirdly, the instrumentalization of the fight against anti-Semitism to shield Israel from accountability. But first, let's start with the context that we should never miss, the broader context. This is something that I relate to as I've dealt with in my last report that is not published yet. But in that, I discussed the regime that Israel has slowly but steadily subjected Palestinians to, that I present as a multi-layer captivity, which eventually suppress Palestinian rights and perpetuate their marginalization. Over 56 years, and through the vehicle of military occupation, Israel has expanded its comprehensive control over the Palestinian population through various means, including physical, bureaucratic, and digital measures. The construction of settlements, the progressive establishment of restricted areas, fence roads, checkpoints, barriers to movement and separation has been accompanied by a complex systems of permits and prohibitions that tightly regulate almost every aspect of Palestinian public and private life. And this has been progressively enhanced by a pervasive digital surveillance that tracks Palestinians' every move. The life of Palestinians in the occupied territory has transformed in a continuous state of confinement and control where different forms of captivity coexist, from an individual level restrictions of personal freedom to mass incarceration, and ultimately to the confinement of an entire population in a meticulously planned and strictly controlled set of enclaves, where Palestinians are regarded both as individuals and as a collective, as a security threat, and therefore they are detainable and confinable. So here's my first point concerning surveillance. In recent years, as it has been surely said before, control over the cyberspace has been the last frontier of these of Israel's settler colonial endeavor, which poses many challenges, first and foremost, to Palestinians' privacy, which is the door to many aspects of their life. Technological advancements have rendered their right to privacy and protection a concern. Under international law, any interference with the right to privacy, including the use of surveillance technology, must adhere to certain principles which have been increasingly invoked to prevent and address digital abuses within the mildly regulated cyberspace. These principles dictate that interference with the right to privacy is lawful as long as it is prescribed by the law, strictly necessary, proportionate to achieve a legitimate aim, and for reasonable grounds. Interferences with privacy cannot in any way violate fundamental rights, including, but not limited to, the prohibition of discrimination. All what I'm saying is grounded in an international covenant on civil and political rights and its interpretation by the Human Rights Committee. Instead, in the occupied Palestinian territory, a different reality has unfolded at the end, primarily, not exclusively, as it has been said before, of Israeli authorities. Palestinians in the occupied territory are subjected to constant monitoring through the use of CCTVs, cameras, and other devices present at checkpoints, social gatherings, protests, etc. More alarming is the fact that their private space is often invaded without their knowledge, without their consent. Digital surveillance has been documented, intensifies near settlements, aiding in the identification and detention of peaceful protesters, for example. In turn, the occupation has provided fertile ground for experimenting and enhancing the development of surveillance technologies like facial recognition systems, drones, social media monitoring tools. These all have been harnessed by Israeli authorities. Biometric controls and digital surveillance mechanisms play a crucial role in cementing restrictions and segregation of the Palestinians, thereby enhancing the system's ability to enforce the widespread captivity, the three-layer one I described at the beginning, the physical, the bureaucratic, and then, of course, the digital one. By having constant control over the life of the Palestinian, entering their private lives without respecting legal requirements of necessity, proportionality, non-discrimination, Israel is increasingly making the occupied Palestinian territory a sort of a panopticon, an open-air prison with different regimes of carcerality, Gaza being just one of the extremes. This further entrenches the settler colonial occupation of the Palestinian territory. As Palestinians are deprived of their physical and digital rights on a daily basis, it is our collective responsibility to keep monitoring the situation and stand up for their human rights and fundamental freedoms. This leads me to the second point, the shrinking space for civil society. Through the monitoring of online platforms, phone calls, online conversations deemed threatening, as well as tracking mobile phones, locations, and connections to establish networks and potential associations, and even accessing, in fact, medical records, Palestinians find themselves under constant scrutiny. This digital surveillance has been increasingly used against human rights activists, human rights defenders, limiting their space to organize themselves or express themselves. It's not news, the fact that human rights activists and defenders were hacked in recent years. I mean, renowned activists from Al-Haq, Adamir, Bisan Center have been spied by Pegasus of the Israeli firm NSO, which now exports and uses its devices across the globe. And this has preceded the designation of some of these organizations as terrorists by the Israeli government, leading to measures taken against the organizations themselves, their employees, and their offices. Digital means are not just used to undermine Palestinian civil society, but also their efforts in advocacy or efforts of others in sustaining their advocacy. And this has been the case, for example, for my mandate as a UN Special Rapporteur. Not differently from my predecessors, have been constantly under attack. However, my predecessors were attacked for what they said, but unlike me, they didn't use social media. By being more active and visible on social media platforms to spread awareness about the human rights violations Palestinians endure under occupation and the need for a human rights compliant approach to their situation, I have attracted criticism and smear. This started very early after my appointment, and it has grown with accusation coming from governmental or pro-governmental actors, primarily in Israel and the United States, who have labeled me as an anti-Semite or as someone who incites violence and supports terrorism. These unfounded allegations of anti-Semitism, hate speech, and incitement in reality are leveled against anyone who dares to scrutinize illegal policies and practices of the Israeli government against the Palestinians. So, and this is part and parcel of what both scholars and activists call epistemic violence, meaning the way Palestine is told, and knowledge around Palestine is formed, produced, and circulated. In my personal case, following the biased accusation trying to discredit my mandate, I've seen huge responses. Civil society, academics, including scholars of anti-Semitism, Holocaust, and Jewish studies, have supported my mandate through formal statements, editorials, open letters, and so have done Palestinian voices, intellectuals, and activists all over the world. Most recently, there has been even an attack by a former minister from my own country asking for my removal as a mandate holder upon the request or upon the appeal of an Israeli minister asking for my removal. And again, the response has been quite unprecedented. And in a way, it has helped both counter and silence the smears. The unity has made a difference, upholding the role of my mandate and contrasting the instrumental use of social media to disrupt my mandate's credibility. As Israel aims at occupying both physical and digital space to silence Palestinian voices and further violate their rights, I believe that such concerted actions represent an incredible and necessary resource. And this leads me to my third and last point. The instrumentalization of anti-Semitism led by those who support the IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, has been absolutely critical to try to silence civil society voices. The definition states that anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred toward Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals or their property, toward Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. Now, this definition, which is pretty vague, because in fact, anti-Semitism is discrimination against Jews because they are Jews. And while this definition goes beyond it, and it's very vague, very confusing, so failing the very purpose of a definition, which is that of defining clearly a given phenomenon. But the most critical point of this definition is that out of the 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism that accompany the working definition, the IHRA working definition, 7 relate to Israel. These examples are instrumental. These examples conflate critically legitimate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. So while certain remarks on Israel can be anti-Semitic, it's not every statement, not every criticism, not every assessment of Israel's practices amount to anti-Semitism, and certainly not the conclusion reached by many that Israel commits the crime of apartheid. So not only this definition is, as I was saying, vague and inconsistent, which is in defiance with its intended universality, but it's clearly used for a political aim to silence debate, to silence scrutiny of Israel. Why am I saying that? Because since 2016, there has been a strategic campaign to promote the adoption of this definition. And since 2021, Israeli pressure groups have engaged in an international advocacy campaign to push even the United Nations to adopt the IHRA definition in order to consolidate its influence and its power. Numerous concerns, of course, have been raised by human
Sorry,
rights.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We have about 1 minute left, just to let you know.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Numerous concerns have been leveled by human rights defenders and scholars, including the former Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Racism, which has assessed that this definition is not compliant with human rights standards. And in light of all these, it's everyone's responsibility to avert the negative course of the cyber activities that are taking a detrimental impact on the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people.
فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين فلسطين مثل ارضك نلقى وين فلسطين على عتابك لاقينا فلسطين نفديكي بعيننا فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين مثل ارضك نلقى وين هلا والله ويا هلا بالاصل والمرجانه حل فلسطين المهيوب من في الدنيا بيجهانا هلا والله ويا هلا
شكرا فرانشيسكا. وبهذا نكون قد وصلنا إلى الجلسة الختامية لهذا اليوم من منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. وهذه الجلسة تكون تحت عنوان كيف يؤثر التمييز الاقتصادي الرقمي على حق الفلسطينيين والفلسطينيات في الوصول إلى الحرية والعدالة والكرامة. ستتعمق هذه المناقشة في الإجراءات والسياسات التمييزية التي تستخدم ضد الفلسطينيين في الاقتصاد الرقمي، والتي تشمل الموارد المالية وسبل العيش وما يمكن أن يساعد في تحقيق العدالة الاقتصادية الرقمية. ستدير الجلسة الأخيرة ديانا بطو، وينضم إليها معن حماد وساري طه وسامر عفانة.
Thank you so much, Francesca, and thank you for all of the work that you do. Next, we have another incredibly interesting session, but honestly, how interesting and educational have all of today's sessions been? So we are so lucky to keep it going, finishing up our last day. But closing out, we have a session that explores how economic deplatforming affects Palestinians' rights to access freedom, justice, and dignity. In digital spaces where Palestinians are deprived of their basic rights, this discussion will delve into the discriminatory measures and policies that are being used against Palestinians in the digital economy, which cripple finances, livelihoods, and also what can be done to help achieve digital economic justice. Today's session will be moderated by Diana Butu, and our speakers will be Ma'in Hamad, Seri Taha, and Samir Afahne. Thank you.
باجي وينك والله باجي وينك بس قولي شو مالك بس قولي شو مالك باجي وينك والله باجي وينك بس قولي شو مالك بس قولي شو مالك
Welcome, everybody. I would like to begin by first thanking Hamle and the Palestine Digital Activism Forum and all of those who are supporting and working on this excellent forum. In the previous session, we heard about how Palestinians are perhaps the most monitored and surveilled people on earth, with Israel using Palestinians as a laboratory for much of their surveillance equipment.
Now, this panel is going to take a look at digital rights from a slightly different perspective. Instead of surveillance, in this session, we're focused on deplatforming, and in particular on economic deplatforming, in other words, erasure, and how this deplatforming or erasure affects Palestinians' rights to access freedom, justice, and dignity. Now, for decades, Israel has worked to systematically silence Palestinians and in many cases delegitimize Palestinians in an effort to dominate the discourse about Palestine and to hide Israel's actions. Now, of course, this has included coordinated attacks and targeting activists and organizations who are working for Palestinian human rights, carried out as a part of an institutionalized system by the Israeli government, by Israeli NGOs that support the Israeli government, and of course, as we all know it, by online trolls. Now, these government-led efforts to smear Palestinians have caused real harm on both individual and collective levels to the economic, social, and political lives of Palestinians. And these efforts have led to restraint exercised by governments and businesses all over the world to fund Palestine and Palestinian organizations. Now, of particular interest for this panel is Israel's work on economic deplatforming by campaigning online financial payment platforms to prevent Palestinians from accessing these payment methods. In this panel today, we're going to hear about these efforts and, more importantly, how Palestinians are finding methods to address these economic deplatforming efforts. Now, to discuss this matter further, I'm delighted to be joined by Ma'an Hamad, who is a campaigner with ECHO, with Sari Taha, who is a managing director of Momentum Labs, and with Samer Afani, who is the chief of the Financial Tech and Innovation Division of the Palestine Monetary Authority. Of course, for those of you who have questions, please feel free to pose them in the chat box. And I want to turn the platform over to you. Let's begin with you, Ma'an. Ma'an, welcome. Can you tell us a little bit about the legal lens on the denial of rights to freedom and justice and dignity within our digital age, and about your work with ECHO?
Yes, I'd love to. And I thank you, everyone who's listening in, and Hamla, of course, for inviting me to speak. I was inspired to speak when I got the invite, as the theme covers, such an important conversation around digital rights. It touches on three quite immensely powerful words: freedom, justice, and dignity. And within the Palestinian context, these words point to everything. And here I actually mean everything, because everywhere for Palestinians, these words exist in absence, out of touch and out of sight, however, never out of mind. These words are sort of the fuel that mobilize us all, Palestinians, civil society, and allies to this cause. I won't pause to give an entire legal lecture on these pillars. Instead, I'll just want to mention something quite quickly, is that in the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it found its legacy on the recognition of the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. As 75 years of apartheid occupation and settler colonization in Palestine have devastated the most basic and fundamental rights of Palestinians, I must recognize the importance and the immediate need of the international community, and importantly, companies, to act. In fact, if history has proven anything, I almost necessitate that companies stand on the right side. I grew up as a millennial, meaning that I participated in the transition from the bulky days of dial-up internet to this sort of miraculous digital world, where online tools and platforms allow me to feel connected to the entirety of the internet. The multitude of social media and digital platforms felt like a cutting-edge counter to a world filled with oppression and racism. Unfortunately, as I grew, my understanding of justice in this digital world was perhaps a little bit premature. What I instead learned was that our online world carries the very same pillars of domination that exist outside of it, and the baffling mental gymnastics of double standards that apply to Palestinians for being Palestinian act as a reminder to why a panel like this is so important. I want to focus on one example of one company for one reason, and that's really to highlight and remind again about these three important words: freedom, justice, and dignity. For several years, starting all the way back into 2015 and 2016, Palestinians and their allies have been campaigning against PayPal, one of the world's most recognized payment platforms, in order to get the company to reverse their current operating policy, which denies services to Palestinians with a Palestinian bank account, while providing an entire suite of services to Israelis. The campaign is fighting for Palestinians' equal access to the digital economy. PayPal, for those who don't know, is a crucial economic tool for freelancers, entrepreneurs, and businesses regionally as well as internationally. A recent survey produced by our friends Hamle states that 80% of Palestinian households across all socioeconomic groups would use PayPal if possible. PayPal has justified its decision not to operate in the occupied territories by classifying the region as high risk. But importantly, PayPal does provide services to Israelis living in illegal settlements across the West Bank. The irony of risk being tied to ID color versus contravention to international law is something to note. PayPal has a responsibility to ensure its services and operations are provided in a non-discriminatory manner and in accordance to the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. Not just for its own sake, and perhaps this is where Echo has a little bit of magic, but for the shareholders of the company. We, alongside Hamle and Empower, have been campaigning against PayPal recently to reverse this harmful policy and ensure Palestinians have equal access to the digital economy. As a corporate accountability watchdog, at Echo, we have an arsenal of tools to do this, one of which is utilizing shareholder advocacy to bring this conversation straight to executives, the board, and most importantly, shareholders. Every year, shareholders vote during annual general meetings on proposals filed against companies. There has been a long-standing history of shareholder advocacy pushing forward a responsibility towards human rights, going all the way back to the dismantling of South African apartheid. This year, Harrington Investments, with our support, has filed a shareholder resolution requesting that PayPal's board establish a policy that ensures that Palestinians do not suffer discriminatory exclusion. Tomorrow is PayPal's annual general meeting, which means that shareholders will vote on our resolution. Our campaign simply calls on PayPal to follow its own mission, which quotes, "We believe that the full participation in the global economy is a right, not a privilege." Our campaign will not end tomorrow. It is a continued fight, and one that hinges on the dignity, freedom, and eventual justice for Palestine in the real world and online.
Thank you very much, Man. Sari, I actually want to turn to you now. You're the managing director of Momentum Labs. Can you talk a little bit about what harm it has caused, this economic deplatforming has caused when it comes to everything from innovation to being able to access financial markets? Sari, I think we can't hear you. I think you are muted.
Oh, yeah. Really sorry about that. So you just guys missed the thank you. So I was just thanking Hamle again. It's really an honor to be joining the forum again, I think for the second year. And I really echo what Man mentioned, that being Palestinian, it's a fight across digitally, offline, online. And, we're fighting to exist on all fronts, I believe. So I will start by saying that back in 2022, we worked with Hamle on producing kind of the first report on e-commerce in Palestine. Having worked on that report, we took two approaches. The first one is to look at the platform that enable e-commerce businesses and enable entrepreneurs to work online, whether it be big companies like Amazon, like Facebook, like Instagram, and their tools that they have for business. And also we looked at the freelance platforms that, we now live in a world where, freelance gig economy is on the rise. A lot of companies tend to work with contractors rather than with full-time employees. And we looked at the policies and availability of these services in Palestine. Not to our surprise, what we found was that it's very hard to the businesses and entrepreneurs in Palestine to establish a presence like anyone else in the world, whether it be they struggle with connecting their bank accounts or having bank accounts in the first place. Maybe Samir can talk about this later on. Connecting their bank accounts, opening PayPal accounts. In some platforms, Palestine was not even listed as a country. When these platforms, they roll out their services, they tend to kind of overlook Palestine for some reason. And if ever they open the services, and it's quite usually very late. This is, we found, like really, really problematic because, now we live in a very connected world, and it's like you're limiting access to markets, you're limiting access to opportunities. It's like you're putting people already under occupations and youth with not much so opportunities under sanctions. This is also adding more trouble, maybe to people the young people in Gaza, where high unemployment rate is very high, and people are very talented and skilled, and there's also the nature of our economy. We don't have too much manufacturing, we don't have so much things. So being online and providing services online and skills online is the only way forward. So imagine that the only way forward is being blocked with a lot of continuous blockages, whether sometimes intentionally, sometimes not intentionally. Sometimes the market in Palestine is not interesting, and there's not only the political aspect. It's there are restrictions that comes online all the time. But to our finding as well, that we Palestinians, we are persistent, we exist, and we are very talented. We found out that the youth are very clever. We always find way around it. And we always we might need to put Israel instead of Palestine. We might need to travel, open a bank account abroad and come back. There are always ways to stay and resist and preserve, which is very interesting. And this is what I always like to speak of, instead of just always pointing out to the bad. We can always find a way, but this is not, of course, to give any excuse for all the discrimination that we Palestinians feel. Anyway, so that's when it comes to e-commerce. Now, what I want to say that the restrictions online also affect the development of the economy offline. Meaning, if people can't secure these experiences online and work cross-border and with international clients, in addition to the political high-risk perception of Palestine under the occupation, and no kind of foreign investments or companies open here with the high unemployment and people not being able to be skilled and in the new skills, and the technology is quite quickly evolving. This also affecting the offline world, no companies being established, no investment is being made, and so on and so forth. So offline and online is also connected, and they evolve in parallel. And this is something also I think is worth mentioning. This is one side of the equation that I want to mention, but there's another sector that's been growing, and although now there's a lot of layoffs in the tech sector, in the technology sectors, we hear of big layoffs in companies, and maybe the global economy is at a point of not so good recession and so on and so forth. But the technology sector has been gaining so much attention here in Palestine, and outsourcing, and trying to attract multinational to open offices and so on and so forth, given also a lot of regional geopolitical changes made, and the Palestinians being left behind in a lot of economic opportunities. it's still how I'm gonna put this, like all these restrictions and lack of access to the online kind of prevents equipping the talent, giving them the exposure they need, in addition to all of the restrictions that are imposed on us because of the occupation. It's very hard to kind of convince people to invest in online business in Palestine. E-commerce here, one of the cases that we've heard, for example, is that maybe some ladies working in creating some handcrafts and shipping worldwide, but there are some also problems with the post office, with selling online, with ordering online. The address system is still being developed, and we've heard some businesses use kind of their relative address in Jerusalem or inside the occupied Palestinian land. And so there's also the infrastructure that also supports these businesses under occupation is also underdeveloped. So what I'm trying to convey here is that this is a value chain. Like digital is one part of it, but also it affects offline and affects online, and the education is also another part of it, and the exposure. Collectively, we are left with a non-competitive advantage, as a youth, as a young people, as so on, in a very competitive economy, in a very competitive landscape and world. For the Palestinian to excel and like to be present and to do transactions online, you have to do maybe, I don't know, tenfold the amount of work, or like stay up like tenfold the nights and find ways around things and so on and so forth. So this is kind of the reality we are dealing with. It's very hard to attract money. It's very hard to attract resources. It's very hard to kind of invest in such a thing. And this is unfortunate, but this is kind of the reality that we are dealing with. And that therefore, having this ongoing advocacy, writing about it, and also what we do a lot is we do these mapping study, consultancy, trying to also provide policy recommendations based on bottom-up approaches, like talking to the people, talking to the youth, what they're doing, how they're doing, how can we scale success stories, is all what we have in our toolbox at the moment. Given also the how do you say it, the stuck political process, and the lack of aspiration in the youth. So it's all combined. It's really difficult. I don't want to be like super gloomy and so on and so forth. That's why I'll go back that still within all of this situation, it's amazing how you can find smart people finding way about things and building things and like delivering services and putting Palestine's names out there. It's inspiring, but also you feel sorry for the amount of work and effort that they put on forward. That should not be the case, and it's not right at all. Yeah.
Sari, it sounds like the roadblocks that we experience in Palestine, that instead of having the most direct route, we always have to find a way to go around to be able to survive and to be able to have some semblance of meeting up with life, to just to be able to have our daily existence. I want to turn, so we're going to, in the second part, talk about some of the ways that people have been challenging this and the alternative methods. But before I do that, I want to turn to Samer Afani, who is from the Palestine Monetary Authority. And Samer, I would love to hear from you about the work that the Palestine Monetary Authority is doing to try to address all of these restrictions and the economic deplatforming that Palestinians have experienced.
أهلا وسهلا. بحب أولا أشكر المنتدى الفلسطيني للنشاط الرقمي وحملة على هاي الفرصة واستضافة سلطة النقد بهذا المنتدى. اسمحوا لي أحكي بالعربي. بالبداية إحنا كسلطة نقد عنا دراية كافية إنه عدم الوصول إلى المنصات المالية العالمية منصات الدفع العالمية بحرمنا كفلسطينيين من أبسط حقوقنا، بالأخص لدى الرياديين وأصحاب العمل الحر والشباب. فكان لنا دور كسلطة النقد في التخفيف من التمييز الاقتصادي من خلال إطلاق الاستراتيجية الوطنية للشمول المالي واستراتيجية التكنولوجيا المالية بشكل خاص، وذلك لدعم عدالة وصول الخدمات المالية لكافة فئات المجتمع، من فقير وغني، من غير مشمول ماليا، من ذكر وأنثى، بشكل عادل وكريم، وبالتالي نحقق زيادة في نسب الشمول المالي والأكسس واليوزج تو فاينانس والوصول لمصادر التمويل بشكل عادل، وخلق المزيد من الخدمات والمنتجات المالية. عملنا على إطلاق تعليمات الحساب الشمول المالي أو بما يعرف الحساب الأساسي بمتطلبات مخففة، بحيث يمكن لأي مواطن فلسطيني فتح حساب بنكي بدون حد أدنى وبدون أي عمولة، ومنح بطاقات صراف آلي لكل المواطنين بشكل مجاني. وهدفنا من هذا الحساب تجاوز المعيقات التنظيمية المتزايدة على أصحاب العمل الحر والشباب والرياديين اللي بيشتغلوا أو بيسعوا كمان للعمل من خلال مؤسسات شركات عالمية، وخصوصا للشباب الرياديين في قطاع غزة اللي بيشتغلوا مع منصات عالمية وأونلاين إنهم يستلموا مستحقاتهم المالية من هذه المنصات العالمية، وبالتالي بيستفيدوا من الخدمات المصرفية الأساسية من سحب وإيداع للشيكات واستقبال وإرسال الحوالات من داخل وخارج فلسطين. كمان إحنا عملنا على ترخيص 5 شركات دفع زي ما بتعرفوا حاليا بيشتغلوا بالسوق الفلسطيني، بيقدموا خدمات الاي وولتس، بيقدموا بطاقات إلكترونية لتساعد الوصول لهي الخدمات للمناطق المهمشة. وإحنا بسلطة النقد من منطلق إنه عارفين إنه هذا التمييز الاقتصادي والمالي بيأثر على تحديد الخيارات الشباب والرياديين وكل فئات المجتمع بشكل عام، وبيأثر على فرصنا بالحصول على المزيد من المساعدات المالية. عملنا على تسريع عملية التحول الرقمي وتعزيز استخدام الابتكارات والمساعدات المالية، وعملنا على خلق مجالات دفع جديدة وبيع والتسويق الإلكتروني والتجارة الإلكترونية والتحويلات المالية، وخفضنا الرسوم المعاملات الإلكترونية قد ما بنقدر بالتعاون مع البنوك. ومنحنا ترخيص لمجموعة من الشركات الريادية العاملة في مجال تقديم خدمات الدفع الإلكتروني واستخدام بوابات الدفع الإلكتروني لشركات ماستر كارد وفيزا العالمية. وسهلنا كمان دخول شركات مثل أبل باي العالمية للسوق الفلسطيني، بالإضافة إنه إحنا سمحنا لمنصة ميبس إنها تعمل في فلسطين بهدف تقديم حلول كبوابة دفع إلكتروني للرياديين وتجار التجزئة والشركات الناشئة. بالإضافة إنه أطلقنا المختبر التنظيمي Regulatory Sandbox لتشجيع الابتكارات والمساعدة في تجاوز المعيقات والصعوبات في منصات الدفع العالمية، وإيجاد أفكار جديدة مبتكرة وحلول من قبل الشباب والرياديين للابتكار بهذا المجال. هذا بشكل مختصر دورنا كمشرع أو كجهة رقابية. بنعمل كل ما بوسعنا وبكل جهدنا على المساعدة في تجاوز التمييز الرقمي الواقع على الرياديين والشباب. كل هذا الجهد لنحط مبادرات بديلة للشباب في هذا المجال، مش بس للشباب، لكل فئات المجتمع.
شكرا كثير سامر. Mahan, I want to turn back to you, and you focused on PayPal and its impact when it came to PayPal, but can you also talk about how this economic deplatforming, of course, goes beyond PayPal and how it has also impacted NGOs and the operation of NGOs and the way that they perhaps are able to operate or not operate inside Palestine?
Yes, happy to speak to this. And maybe I can start by just mentioning that this conversation on NGOs is extremely relevant. As you know, last year and the year before, there was a sort of systematic attempt to attack 6 human rights NGOs in Palestine for their credible human rights work with sort of bogus labeling as terrorist organizations. So beyond sort of these 6 organizations, I also think it's important to focus on smaller and other local organizations that in theory are just erased from what should be a very organic and healthy digital and online world. So deplatforming impairs, if I'm not mistaken, from reporting by Hamla and others, 150,000 small and medium enterprises in Palestine. I don't know how many thousands of those are NGOs, but I can give a sort of very realistic example. At the moment, I'm in the US, and during Eid, when I try to fast, I try to do my best, but I do one thing, which is usually trying to pay zakat to organizations that I believe in their mission. This was a very simple example of me being unable to do a very low lift sort of support of NGOs or charity organizations because they are void from the same market that thousands of other organizations sort of are connected to. So this infringes their ability as NGOs or enterprises or businesses or whoever it is to sort of build and sustain what is a sustainable economic reality, to build their work and to make sure that they can empower their mission, which like I said, anywhere else in the world, it's sort of a given. If you have money to support a charity, are usually given 0 hurdles to jump over. Where in Palestine, to your point, and to Seti's, it sort of is like imposed barriers on every sort of step of the way, no matter where you fall, as a company, as an organization, an NGO that does charity work for mental health or health services. They're sort of forced to be sort of off the map when there's very easy ways to sort of make sure that they are instead connected.
And I wanted to, so for those, just as a reminder, for those of you who have any questions, please be sure to put them in the chat. There's so many questions that can be asked on this topic. But I'm going to turn to you, Seti, just to go in order. You mentioned in your introductory remarks that there are a number of ways that people are trying to go around this. And Samer mentioned a few ways that the Palestine Monetary Authority has been working to try to find alternatives. Can you speak a little bit to these alternatives, what they are, and whether they are optimal or not?
Yeah.
How it is that people are using them?
So I'll speak of some of the options, but this does not mean I recommend any of them, because all these are workaround and just people trying to make a living and conduct business and survive under very harsh conditions. So for businesses, a lot of them, they tend to register entities outside of Palestine. It makes their life very much easier by opening bank accounts, Europe, the US, and other countries. For a lot of also like freelancers and individuals, they exhaust kind of their search for service providers, which kind of comes with very high disadvantage being competitive. So they end up kind of using third-party providers, people who kind of middlemen kind of businesses who kind of add some costs. This is kind of not recommended. Sometimes, for example, like someone who have like bank account could kind of open like a freelance agency and work individually with like freelancers and on the ground and kind of try to secure work, then disperse the payment versus kind of the entrepreneurs or individuals working directly with their clients. Palestinian diasporas have been playing really very important and respected role. Hopefully they can be more of that. Whereas they kind of believe in the talent here, they live outside, they do business development, they come here, open business, and kind of overcome a lot of narrative obstacles by just nurturing good business relationship abroad and then securing kind of good digital jobs for young youth people here. Some entrepreneurs here also tend to kind of open business, try to kind of overcome the perception and the bad propaganda, like by Palestine, by not mentioning Palestine, just laying out the services out there and so on and so forth. In general, there's a lot of research that people here conduct before choosing a business. I will also mention some cases that we faced personally. Like we work with sometimes consultants from Gaza. It's very hard to kind of transfer money, although they have bank accounts, and then we need to kind of use other bank accounts. And if they have bank accounts, it means that everyone in Palestine who have bank accounts is it's we are the country I think most compliant with anti-terror, anti-money laundering, and so on and so forth. But still, there's difficulty even transferring money to people with bank accounts in Gaza and between Gaza and the West Bank. And this is very problematic because it's like we're one people and we work together all the time. Sometimes when we work with international consultant, like we had a case that we transferred money to a supplier in London, UK, and one of the bank sent him an email we returned the money and in the future we don't expect to receive any money from the state of Palestine. And this is happening even though we have banking sector that is thriving, and we have banking infrastructure in place. So in this case, we also find a way. Okay, we have another bank account in another country, and so on and so forth. So this is what I mean, that it's not the usual case, and it's not the so on and so forth. But there's always kind of ways to kind of keep pushing if you're doing the right thing, and so on and so forth. And this is kind of the entrepreneurial spirit that in place for all the young people and all the youth that trying to kind of break through all of these kind of restrictions that are imposed on them. So we heard also in Gaza, people use some prepaid cards from other countries and so on and so forth. So again, it's not the usual case, but what I'm trying to say here is that no matter what is imposed on us, as long as we are there and we are kind of hopeful for a better future, and we will find a way to kind of do it. But this is not justice, and this is not kind of the just way to move forward. So you better off just let's open this market like any other market. Let's give equal opportunities to people all over the world, because we're in this together. The economic crisis is hitting everyone, and we need all the brains, we need all the minds, and let it be just fair competition without the extra restrictions that is imposed on us. This is what I mean by that it's not recommendation. Again, I'm not recommending any of what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is that we will continue to conduct business and to be present online and to also thrive as well, and to be innovative as a nation and as a
Thank you, Sari. So Samer, I want to turn to you. There's many questions for you. The first one I want to ask you is what is it that can be done? What needs to be done by these financial companies, by the international community? What is it that can and should be done?
تمام. احنا بسلطة النقد بالتعاون مع كافة الجهات المحلية والعالمية دائما بنعمل على الضغط باتجاه توفير الخيارات الخاصة بالخدمات المالية الرقمية والدفع الرقمي للشعب الفلسطيني بكافة فئاته، وذلك لمساعدة الأفراد والمؤسسات للحصول على المساعدات المالية من الجهات الخارجية والمؤسسات اللي بتتضامن معنا كشعب فلسطيني حول العالم. وإحنا بكل لقاءاتنا مع الجهات والمنظمات الدولية زي الورد بانك زي IMF دائما بنحكي إنه عندنا البنية التحتية بفلسطين جاهزة، وإن القطاع المالي عندنا بفلسطين آمن لعمل أي بزنس وأي منصات عندنا بفلسطين. بالإضافة إنه إحنا عندنا أهمية كتير كبيرة لموضوع حماية حقوق المستهلك وحماية بياناتهم وتعزيز حصول المواطنين على المعرفة والتعليم من خلال الحملات التوعوية اللي بنعملها، اللي بتكون في وسائل الإذاعة أو وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي، بحقق إلهم للشعب الفلسطيني الحرية المالية والعدالة والكرامة. هلا فعندنا إحنا بشكل عام التزام بالمتطلبات العالمية البيست براكتسز، وبنحاول دائما نوصل هذا الالتزام دائما للمؤسسات المالية اللي تحت رقابتنا من ناحية السرية المصرفية والتأكيد على حماية البيانات الخاصة بالعملاء، وبنحرص إنه نبني البنية التحتية تاعتنا بأعلى المعايير الدولية، وبالتالي بنساعد عملية الدفع وداخليا، وبتساعد البنوك تحويل الأموال على المنصات العالمية خارجيا. فدائما احنا بنحكي انه كسلطة النقد انه بنضمن انه البنوك ومؤسسات الاقراض وشركات الدفع اللي بيشتغلوا تحت رقابتنا انه سياستها وممارساتها ما بتسبب اي نوع من تمييز رقمي باي شكل من الاشكال، وبندفع انه يطوروا مسارات فعالة للشمول المالي ودمج الاقتصاد الرقمي بعملياتها، وتخفيف التكاليف قد ما بنقدر من رسوم وعمولات على المواطنين. احنا دائما بنحكي مؤسساتنا المالية جاهزة دائما وممتثلة للمعايير العالمية، بتقوم بدورها على أكمل وجه، وبحطوا كتير استثمارات في مشاريع التحول الرقمي والدفع الإلكتروني، وعندنا واليوم بيكون في فرصة لهدول المؤسسات المالية للتخفيف من إجراءات الامتثال لمساعدة المنصات أو المبتكرين والرياديين، فهي ما بتقصر يعني عادة بهذا المجال، ماخذين بعين الاعتبار معايير غسل الأموال AML CFT والريجوليتوري ريسك ومواضيع الديو ديليجنس، عشان نشجع على استخدام مختلف هاي الشروط. علينا انه كفلسطينيين نحاول نخلي هاي المنصات تعمل عنا بشكل آمن، وبنحقق احنا دائما كل المجهودات كمشرعين ومنظمين بنحاول نخفف هاي المعيقات التنظيمية لخلق فرصة لاستعادة او لاستفادة الشعب بكل فئاته. فهذه بشكل عام احنا كسلطة النقد شو دورنا بهذا الموضوع. وزي ما بحكي دائما انه احنا مضطرين انه الموضوع هذا كثير دارج وكثير منيح، احنا ككل ستيك هولدرز يكون عندنا استراتيجيه نبني عليها، ويكون في عندنا صوت واحد، سواء كانت حكومه سواء كان ريجوليتر او كاي حدا في اصحاب المصلحه، انه تبوش في هذا الاتجاه انه نحقق مزيد من العداله للشباب والرياديين في هذا المجال.
Shukran, Samer. Shukran. Mahan, I want to turn back to you. In your opening remarks, you mentioned tomorrow's attempt to get a resolution with PayPal. Can you tell us a little bit more about this resolution and the chances of success? Now, I know that this has been a campaign that's been going on for quite some time, but can you tell us a little bit more about how it's reached to this particular point and what it is that can be done, and again, what the chances of success, what you think are the chances of success?
Yes. So one of my mentors always gives me some helpful advice to understand the sort of world of shareholder advocacy, as understanding it as one that is implicitly tied to a bigger campaign. So rarely will a shareholder resolution or a vote on a resolution actually cause success. You sort of enter in knowing that it's unlikely to win. However, because this campaign on PayPal has been going on for many years now and will continue to do so until that sort of success is seen. So this is important because the shareholder resolution world or the advocacy world does offer some really important sort of tools which are usually out of reach for any other sort of corporate accountability campaigning. A shareholder resolution goes directly to the board. It goes to the executives and the owners of the company, and it sort of forces the company to have a conversation. It forces the company to respond. It forces the company to post its sort of response publicly in the US context to the SEC, where shareholders can sort of see this conversation. And as an example, for shareholder resolutions that have won historically in the past, it's this sort of building momentum that sort of forces a company to look itself in the mirror by seeing votes, even something as small as maybe 20% of a vote for a resolution would be quite drastic for a company to understand that their shareholders really do want change. So I'm hoping we have, you know, a good chunk of votes tomorrow, but I'm not going to be holding my breath. Instead, entering this battle is a sort of longer battle where the resolution itself is just one sort of step in the way. And like this conversation, having shown so much and shown so many, such a great example of this light on resilience, the sort of resilient campaigning that needs to happen to force companies to reckon with their own human rights failures. And I'll end with this sort of conversation being that I feel like Palestine is the one place where capitalism sort of goes off the rail, where even a company like PayPal, who has full incentive to open it up to 2 million people, won't. And that broader conversation is one that I think is quite important, and that the structures of power, even being those that want capital and want gain and clients and users, sort of ends up having a weird struggle when it comes to Palestine, and our resolution is part and parcel to that fight to override that.
Well, yeah, you know, man, it's in part because of all of these legal challenges that have been put forward against Arab Bank and others to really try to erase Palestinians, and also in addition to erasure, to effectively try to shut down the Palestinian economy, in the hopes that by shutting down the Palestinian economy, Palestinians will either leave or they'll just somehow magically disappear. This has been the way in which Israel has addressed Gaza, is to shut it down completely in the hopes that somehow it's going to disappear, and of course do whatever it is that they want to do. And so it's interesting that, as you put it, that the system of capitalism doesn't work when you have 4 million people, 2 million in the West Bank, 2 million in the Gaza Strip, who could potentially access PayPal, and yet they don't want to do this because perhaps fear of backlash. Seti, I wanted to turn a little bit to you. And before I do that, I want to, again, remind people that if they have any questions, to please feel free to put them in the chat box. I will get to them in the next couple of minutes. I'm going to ask my last round of questions to each of them, and then we'll get to the questions. So Seti, I wanted to turn back to you. You mentioned at your opening remarks about the impact on the Palestinian economy. And I like the way that you put it, that that's holistic. It's one feeds into the other, and so on. And as I believe it was you mentioned, over 96% of Palestinian businesses are small and medium-sized businesses. And with such a high rate of unemployment, these deplatforming, these financial deplatforming mechanisms are having an impact, of course, on the economy. Can you go a little bit more in depth so that people understand actually the depth of what it is that this is doing to the Palestinian economy and to Palestinians in general?
Yes, of course. So, how I'm going to put it is that you mentioned that the majority of businesses in Palestine are SMEs that somehow they plateaued their growth. So they are already established in the market. They have their market share, and there's no kind of growth potential out there. And we have every year around 40,000 people graduating from the local universities only. And current economy structures, like the biggest employer, is public sector, and we have a lot of youth and employees that go work inside Israel, whether in the construction sectors. Recently, even Israel started issuing kind of permits for engineers for the high-tech sector in Israel, which also is very problematic, because then how you're going to build like a tech sector in Palestine if all the talent is kind of thrown for higher salaries and is working kind of inside of Israel. And the Palestinian economy is like is under occupation, but also have the same level of exposure like any other economy in the world, meaning that there is digital transformation happening across all the sectors, all the traditional sectors: tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and so on and so forth. And for this digital transformation to be happening, there is a lot of knowledge still that needs to be into the market, and with all of the restrictions that is happening on the platform and in the knowledge, and also on the land by having expats coming in and going, easy visa, easy people to come, people travel easily. The blockade on Gaza is very hard to kind of adapt the traditional economic sectors with where they need to be, and for them to be also competitive in the short and long term. Also, like any other countries, like here, innovation is happening also at a very fast rate. We need like companies and SMEs need to adopt kind of digital solutions, cloud services, big data protection. The fact that Palestine is not connected with like there's like deplatforming happening for like Palestinian access and like interaction with other markets and other kind of clients and big companies, makes actually the Palestinian data not only exposed to like surveillance and so on and so forth, but also exposed to unethical businessmen exploiting kind of the data, like doing with it here kind of whatever they want to do and so on and so forth. So it's also kind of hampering kind of the natural development of the market. So with adoption of cloud solutions, there need to the government, the ministry, if you go like talk to the Ministry of Telecommunication and so on and so forth, there's already a lot of plans that is happening in terms of like data protection, cybersecurity, like laws, promote, like people are trying their best to put forward kind of the best agenda out there, but still very, very problematic. So when we talk about the economy, we talk about growth, we talk about contribution, we talk about also Palestine as a country kind of the positioning itself that competitive advantage, certain products, certain skills, and we try to kind of put ourselves there on the international markets with trade when it's very, 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 very difficult at the moment, and we don't have any specific niche and so on and so forth. In addition, we have the duty to kind of think about the future generation, what the kind of jobs they will be working. Will they be only kind of working building settlements with the construction, and we can't even plan for blue collar works. We don't have manufacturing. It's very hard to manufacture, very hard to export, very hard to import. So our only bet is on the knowledge-based economy, and with the knowledge-based economy, then just open it up. Make it easy for people to kind of have bank accounts, make them compete like the Palestinian need to compete with the Italian, with the French, with the Moroccan, with the Rwandan, with the one from South Africa. Like let's make it a fair competition out there. So that's kind of the push and narrative that we need to kind of think of. And the future for the Palestinian youth is unfortunately a bittersweet entrepreneurial. Like it's entrepreneurship not out of opportunity, but out of need, out of it's hard on itself when all the support system is in place. But in our case, it's bittersweet kind of opportunity. So therefore, what I want to say, like, and my remarks, and that people need to support each other here. Like in the end, like if we know like someone is starting a process or like delivering a service, we need to kind of start buying locally, start supporting the youth that are starting here. If you're a Palestinian diaspora outside, if you're working on a project, try to hire a Palestinian designer, a Palestinian developer. If we don't do this, if we don't believe in our skills, if we don't kind of build it inward, outward, no one will. And that's how we kind of increase our power, showcase our competitiveness, and showcase that we will continue to be there. But this is the starting point. The starting point is in believing that we can, and to working with each other, and we can together kind of, I think, step by step kind of knock on each door, each in his domain, one doing advocacy, one doing business, one just being an artist, and that's I think the way forward.
Samer, you mentioned, so speaking of building on Sari and supporting one another, Samer, you mentioned something in your remarks which I think was very important, and that is the regulatory sandbox. Can you speak a little bit more about what this regulatory sandbox is and how it will help with innovation?
أكيد. Regulatory Sandbox هو عبارة عن صندوق رملي اختباري للمنظمين بيطلقوه للرياديين يختبروا أو يعملوا تيست على بيئة حقيقية للإنوفيشن تاعهم. أي حدا عنده ابتكار خاص بالتكنولوجيا المالية بيقدر يتفضل عنا يقدم طلب عن طريق الويب سايت تاع سلطة النقد إنه هو جاهز to be الانوفيشن تاعته بتكون جاهزة to be tested على البيئة التجريبية داخل سلطة النقد. بس إحنا مش حاضنة ولا مسرعة أعمال، إحنا من بيئة تجريبية للشباب اللي عندهم هاي الأفكار. بدها تيجي الفكرة تكون ready to be tested، يعني مش حدا لسه ما عنده البزنس موديل جاهز، لازم تكون فكرته جاهزة. بيجي عنا على سلطة النقد بتقدم طلب، عنا هيئة لجنة خاصة بدراسة الطلبات الخاصة بالابتكارات الجديدة، وبيقيموا على أساسها في معايير تقييم. وإذا كان الطلب ملبي لأي شروط هاي بندخله على بيئة الاختبار تستد 6 أشهر، وبعدين في النهاية بنعطيه شهادة عدم ممانعة أو ترخيص ينزل على السوق يشتغل. هذا بشكل عام المختبر التنظيمي. في بس حابب أنا ما سمعت السؤال، بجوز أنت سألت عن موضوع الكريبتو كرنسي أو
لا. I'm going to ask you about that in just a minute.
أوكي.
Please go ahead.
أوكي. سوري عشان قطع الصوت. هلا بس عشان نرجع شوي لأصل الحكاية. وقت في 2017 بلشت البومينج تاع العملات المشفرة، الناس صارت تشتري العملات المشفرة والبيتكوين. احنا كسلطة النقد انتهجنا منهاج الويت اند سي، تركنا السوق يتطور وما تدخلنا فيه. بعد بفترة لاحظنا انه صارت كثير الناس اللي مستثمرة بالبيتكوين عم تيجي عنا على سلطة النقد، بدهم يقدموا شكاوى، بدهم يعترضوا مصرياتهم استثمروها في البيتكوين، مش عارفين لأي جهة يروحوا. فإحنا كان دورنا إنه حسينا إنه صار في مشكلة على خطر على الاستقرار المالي، فاضطرينا نتدخل، نصدر تعليمات بهذا الموضوع. إنه حذرنا البنوك وحذرنا الناس انه يتعاملوا بالعملات المشفره، لانه في النهايه هاي مصاريهم ما في حدا جهه رقابيه يتجهوا لها يقدموا شكاوى، او المستثمرين فيها مش عارفين يرجعوا مصرياتهم على البلد. فاحنا اضطرينا نتدخل. اذا سالتيني ليش احنا كسلطه النقد حذرنا التعامل بالكريبتو كرنسي، في عده اسباب. لانها اول شيء عاليه التذبذب، وتلحق خسائر مالية فادحة وغير مضمونة من أي جهة، وعرضة لجرائم الاحتيال، ويصعب على المواطنين تتبعها، وكمان تستخدم في تمويل وأعمال وأنشطة غير مشروعة. فهي بشكل عام كان هدفنا بتحذيرها، يعني لا حتى نشوف العالم لوين رايح في موضوع السنترال بانك ديجيتال كرنسي، إنه يكون في إشي regulated من كل البنوك المركزية، يكون تحت رقابة المشرعين، فبالتالي يكون إشي مضمون معروف لأي جهة تابعة.
So just as a last opportunity for anybody who has any questions, feel free to pose it now. We only have 4 minutes left in this session. Samer, there was a question and I do want to pose it to you, which is according to what was written in the question by Tariq, that there seems to be the Palestinian Authority, by Tamer, the Palestinian Authority prevents the transfers of money between the West Bank and between the Gaza Strip. Can you speak to this, Samer?
أكيد. هلا إحنا بسلطة النقد عم نشتغل على موضوع أو مشروع جديد اسمه Instant Payment. راح يكون هو تحويل من الأكاونت تو أكاونت or wallet to wallet or wallets to account. راح يكون هذا المشروع centralized by سلطة النقد. فراح أي مشاكل راح تواجه الناس سواء في الضفة وغزة راح تنحل، لأنه راح يكون إشي مركزي عندنا بسلطة النقد. هلا ممكن تكون في مشاكل عم تواجه الناس، ممكن يكون في موضوع نقل البيانات أو الانتروبابيليتي اللي هي الأنظمة كيف بتحكي مع بعض. ممكن يكون في بعض المشاكل التقنية في بعض الأوقات بين الضفة وغزة. بس إحنا كسلطة النقد إذا في أي حدا بتواجهه أي مشكلة بهذا الاتجاه ممكن يجي عنا على قاعة استقبال الجمهور. إحنا بنستقبل الشكاوى الخاصة بهذا الموضوع وبنحاول ندرس كيس باي كيس. إذا كان في مشكلة بهذا الاتجاه بنحاول نتواصل مع الشركات PSPs أو شركات الدفع، بنحاول نحل الإشكالية.
Okay, in our last couple of minutes before we close off, I want to turn to all of you and ask what it is that we can do, people who are attending the forum, what it is that can be done to try to open or to address this issue of deplatforming. So, Matt, I'm going to first ask you, then Sari, and then I'll end with you, Sam.
Yeah, I think if you're a shareholder or an owner of any sort of company's shares that is part and parcel to this sort of discrimination, you have a voice as somebody who owns shares and is relevant to it. And I also think there's a growing tide of this conversation changing, where the lens on discrimination and justice has become so prominent in the narrative around Palestine that wherever you have an opportunity to raise that voice and to use your microphone or your privilege, be sure to do it. Like Seti and everybody on this panel has said, it's regular people and businesses and humans on the other end of this sort of oppressive cycle that sort of depend on the public to pressure private.
Thank you very much, Ma'an. And Sari, any final comments that you'd like to add?
Along the same line, I don't have anything much to add, I think, but yeah, we should just always, speak truth to power and also just think of value and just compete ethically, intellectually, and just continue to grow and just push boundaries. I think that's the way forward. But again, very important to kind of support people who are starting off on their own, support businesses, freelancers. It's a very difficult business environment out there, and it's very abnormal, I would say. So just be kind and just support wherever you can and do whatever you can.
Thank you very much. And Sam, the last word is yours.
بس بشكل مختصر أنا عندي نقطتين، إنه إحنا ممكن نشتغل أكثر على بناء قدرات وورش عمل وتدريبات لكافة فئات المجتمع وزيادة التوعية بهذا الموضوع. التوبيك كتير منيح يعني، ولازم إحنا نشتغل أكثر على هذا الموضوع. كمان عندي مقترح إذا ممكن يكون في استراتيجية موحدة لجميع الأطراف إنهم يشتغلوا على إزالة المعيقات اللي بتأثر على الاقتصاد الرقمي، ونعمل على تشكيل لجنة من كل الأطراف لتمثل منصة ضغط على المنصات العالمية مثل باي بال، ونبين إنه فلسطين هي بيئة آمنة من الناحية المالية والاقتصادية لقيام هذه المنصات بأعمالها تجارية عندنا بفلسطين.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank all of you, Ma'an Hamad, Sari Taha, Samar Afane, I'm Diana Boutou, and thank you very much for the Palestine Digital Activism Forum for hosting this today. You've left us with a lot of things to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين، فلسطين مثل ارضك نلقى وين، فلسطين على عتابك لاقينا، فلسطين نفديكي بعيننا، فلسطين انت الروح ونن العين، مثل ارضك نلقى وين، هلا والله ويا هلا بالاصل والمرجانه. هلا والله ويا هلا هلا والله ويا.
I think you're muted again. Sorry.
مشكلة الصوت. شكرا لكل الحضور اللي كانوا معنا اليوم بجلساتنا الحوارية. هيك بكون وصلنا لختام يومنا الأول. بدي أشكر كل الزملاء، كل الحضور، كل اللي شاركونا لليوم، وأذكركم إنه بكرة كمان رح يكون في يومنا الثاني من منتدى فلسطين للنشاط الرقمي. بتمنى إنه تكون المعلومات اللي قدمنا لكم إياها اليوم من خلال جلساتنا أثرت معرفتكم. وبالنهاية بدي أشكر إليشا كمان على مشاركتي التقديم. أنا لما أبو هلال، أسبوع على ألف خير.
And closing us out, thank you so much to everybody who's been participating today, and our speakers for the last session. It was a great way to close us out for the first day of Pdaf. Make sure you tune in for another full day of sessions. We have speakers and workshops tomorrow, both online and in person. And my name is Alicia, and I am signing off for tonight. So good night, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.